Conclave. Once again, for those of you who are not in the know, our theme this year, we are in our 20th edition, and it is, by all means, the India moment. May I please ask you all to settle down? Do settle down. The niceties, the hellos this morning, save it for after the session. We are ready to get into our first session, and let me introduce you, ladies and gentlemen, to our opening session on day 2 of the India Today Conclave, Global GPS, War, Markets, Power Shifts, and India's New Voice in the World. This session is brought to you by Radhiko Khaitan. To take it from here and to introduce you to our speaker this morning, I want to hand it over to our sessions moderator, Rahul Kanwar, News Director, TVTN, and Managing Editor, Special Online Projects, Executive Director, Business Today.
Hello and welcome. In diplomatic circles, the success of a summit is often defined by the outcome, which is usually outlined in a joint communique. India is working incredibly hard at this moment to ensure the success of its G20 presidency. But this is also at a time when the world is engulfed in a massive geopolitical crisis. The conflict between Russia and Ukraine makes it very difficult to get G20 countries to agree on a common language and framework. In many ways, this is a diplomatic nightmare. If this was cricket, think of it as having to bat on the pitch of Indore. The ball is turning so much that every batsman is having to struggle. Our special guest this morning is considered by many as the finest diplomatic mind in India of his generation. But he's batted up on a nightmare of a G20 pitch. How does he intend to bat, and what kind of strokes does he intend to hit? Ladies and gentlemen, at the India Today Conclave, join me in welcoming to the 20th year of the Conclave, India's super sharp Foreign Minister, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar. Can we have a warm round of applause, please? Dr. Jaishankar, I want to start by asking you about how the Russia-Ukraine conflict seems to be posing the biggest challenge to India's presidency as the G20. How are you trying to overcome this global geopolitical conflict, which seems to be tearing apart any plan you may have to show the G20 and India's presidency as a massive success? How are you batting on this dangerous pitch?
First of all, Rahul, let me say it's a great pleasure to be back. At Indore, first you got to manage the curator, okay, to make sure that you don't have that much turn in the pitch that early. I think we did a decent job in 2 meetings so far, the finance ministers meeting and the foreign ministers meeting. How do we manage? To me, it's not just a question of managing the big geopolitical divide right now. It's a question of getting the G20 to go back to its original mandate. The G20 was invented to look at global development, to look at global growth, to address challenges to it. And what we saw last year was that that entire agenda got sidetracked by the Ukraine conflict and the debates that accompanied it. It was a particular concern for us because the consequences of the Ukraine conflict have actually aggravated what is already a very distressed global situation. You had the COVID, you had even pre-COVID, you had issues of debt which were increasing. So the energy spike, the food shortages, the fertilizer problems, these are actually big concerns of much of the world. But when you looked at the G20 for the last year, these concerns were peripheral. That you could say understandably, the focus was entirely on the Ukraine conflict. So our first effort is really to get the G20 refocused on what it should be, its mandate. I think we succeeded in large measure in both the meetings which have issued documents so far. We were able to get a very, very substantial agreement. For example, in the foreign ministers one, there were 24 paragraphs, and many of these global concerns, health, debt, finance, even terrorism, counter-narcotics, all these we had agreement on. What we did not have agreement was on the issue of whether the Bali consensus, which was forged last November, in which we had a role as well, whether the Bali consensus could be rolled over for this year. And here the Russians and the Chinese took a view that they would not agree to that. So what we did was we actually produced a hybrid document, you could say, which was a chairman's summary for those two paragraphs and an outcome for the rest of the document.
But your opponents in politics and quite a few diplomats have highlighted the absence of a joint communique, saying that oftentimes the success of a summit is determined by the outcome which is laid out in the joint communique. Given that you didn't have one in the finance ministers meeting and then in the foreign affairs meeting, your opponents will have their swords out saying Jaishankar has failed, India has failed, that nothing really came out of this G20 presidency except a chairman summary. How do you view this?
Chairman summary and an outcome document. That's what it's called.
How do you view this concern around because the same challenge could potentially persist to September, which is when G20 heads of state come to India for the leader summit?
Look, opponents will have the swords out no matter what, especially in our current state of politics. But if you look at it in a more informed basis, which opponents rarely do look at the Indonesian presidency. They actually went through a series of chairman summary till the very end, where finally with our collective efforts, we were able to get a Bali declaration. So if you're asking me how am I doing with respect to that, I've actually got a chairman summary and an outcome document. I've got out of a document of 24 paragraphs, I've got agreement on 22. So I would say in the given circumstance, I'm frankly doing as well as anybody can do. Now, you have people, you see, unfortunately, or you could say this is part of being in opposition. You can take positions which have no sense of realism, no sense of responsibility, as though a very serious conflict requires a diplomatic event in Delhi to be breached. There's a much bigger problem going on in Ukraine. The problem is not going to be sorted out in a conference in Delhi. The problem is going to be sorted out out there on, in Ukraine. So I think it's a non-serious proposition you're making.
What are you hoping, Foreign Minister, would be India's legacy from this G20 presidency? There's a lot of commentary in the West about how seriously India is taking this G20 presidency. What are you hoping will be the lasting imprint?
Look, you are wanting me to predict not just a match, but a whole series ahead of time.
That's right.
I honestly cannot say where we would be in September. Obviously, I would be optimistic. I would try my best. If I were to look at what is already visible, we were the first country who actually consulted much of the world that is not on the table at the G20 about their expectations of the G20. Nobody else has done this. So what Prime Minister Modi did through the Voice of Global Summit, Global South Summit, we actually asked 125 countries, saying, look, what is it you want? What is it you feel which is not getting through? What should we be doing on your behalf? Nobody else has done that exercise. So today, actually, much of the world says, we have India there batting for us, that our concerns are going to be on the table, our voice will be heard, and I would say, I would certainly hope one big legacy, and I'm confident of that, would be to make G20 much more true to its global mandate. The G20 should not be a debate, I would say a debating club or an arena only of the global north. That the entirety of global concerns need to be captured. I think we have already made that point very, very forcefully. Now, what else comes out of it? At the moment, people are very, very seriously discussing issues like green financing. They're discussing how do we get the Agenda 2030 back on track. They are looking at issues which, range from terrorism financing, counter-narcotics. So there's a big agenda out there.
There's been some commentary internationally about how India and Prime Minister Modi could have a role to play in trying to work out some kind of a rapprochement or a truce between Russia and Ukraine. In the real world, how feasible is this? Is this something that the Indian government is trying to work towards?
In the real world, you don't predict, and you definitely do not predict publicly. So I won't really give you a more specific response on that, but I do want you to note something. At this time, there are very concrete, I would say, specific issues which have arisen from the Ukraine conflict. Wherever there's a possibility for us to contribute, we have tried to do so. I'll give you two examples. When we were at Bali, the Turkish foreign minister actually brought up with me the problems they were having at that time with Russia on the Black Sea grain corridor. And he felt that my speaking to Lavrov would be very helpful. And I did. Okay, it may have made a 1%, 2%, 5% difference, I don't know. But in some way, we could help. When I was in Ukraine, at that time, when I was in New York, the Ukrainian Prime Minister actually met me and had some concerns about the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. And he wanted certain issues to be conveyed to the Russians. So I got PM's okay to do that, and then went and, did that with Lavrov. And then there were some consequent issues that we brought up with IAEA, with the Director General Grossi. So wherever we can help, we will. Now, whether the time is ripe for something bigger, is there actually the possibility, are the parties willing to look at returning to the negotiating table? Because at the end of the day, that is what is essential. That, I think, is still a very open question.
Now, this is a year where potentially President Xi Jinping could be coming to India twice over, once for the SCO summit in mid-June, then potentially in September. I want your thoughts, Foreign Minister, on India's most important relationship with the neighbor across the Himalayas. What's your reading of the current state of play with China, given the continuing confrontation in the Depsang and Demchok sectors of the line of actual control?
This is a very, I would say, challenging and abnormal phase in our ties with China. Why I say that is because from 1988, when Rajiv Gandhi went there, till 2020, the understanding was that peace and tranquility on the border would be maintained. We had two agreements not to bring large forces to the border. It was a very specific set of understandings. There were even protocols on what happens when army patrols meet each other, etc. Now, in 2020, the Chinese violated that. And they violated that, and the consequences of that we saw in Galwan and in other areas as well. Now, we have deployed our troops, we have stood our ground, and the situation, to my mind, still remains very fragile because there are places where our deployments are very close up. And, in military assessment, actually, therefore, quite dangerous. Now, we have made substantial progress when it comes to disengagement in many areas. There are still some areas where we have ongoing discussions. So they will, it's a painstaking job, we will do that. Now, we have made it very clear to the Chinese that we cannot have a breach of peace and tranquility. You can't violate agreements and then want the rest of the relationship to continue as though nothing happened. That's just not tenable. So my most recent encounter in this regard was with the new foreign minister, Chingang. In fact, when the foreign ministers' G20 meeting took place. We had a long discussion about it. In September 2020, Wang Yi and I had an in-principle agreement how we're going to resolve it. So the Chinese have to deliver on what was agreed to. And they have struggled with that.
Why?
Well, that's a question you need to ask them. I can't answer it. Because for me, it's very clear-cut. Until these problems are sorted out, we will not return to a normal relationship. I want to make that very, very clear.
Your opponents say that you're not being totally honest about the extent of incursion, that areas where the Indian Army used to patrol previously have been denied, landmass in excess of 1,000 square kilometers being spoken of. They're saying this is a daylight robbery of our land. The PLA has intruded into our country. Dr. Jaishankar is not telling the people the truth.
These are the same opponents who said, let's leave the border undeveloped so that the Chinese can't come? Or if they come in, they can't come in so fast? These are the same opponents? Okay. Now, let's look at the reality. Look, the reality is wherever an attempt has been made to change the status quo, the Indian Army has deployed and countered. Now, it is because of that there has been face-offs and standoffs, and on some occasions clashes and loss of lives. If we had done nothing, then Galwan wouldn't have happened. Then, what you saw in December at Yangtze in Arunachal wouldn't have happened. So, the fact that, there have been counter deployments is not disputed by anybody unless you are an opponent. Okay? So, in terms of what is it you are patrolling, yes, there are certain places where we have, is something which Rajnath Ji, the defense minister, has spoken about in Parliament, that you have mutually agreed areas of temporary non-patrolling in order to facilitate disengagement. So if there are places I cannot patrol, there are places the Chinese also cannot patrol. Now, so this is something which has been worked out in certain areas where the deployments were very, very close up. But do remember also, this is quite different from what used to happen before. Because if you looked at our history, people forget in Barahoti in the 1950s, in 1958, we unilaterally decided on a demilitarized zone. They didn't reciprocate. In the 1970s, there are areas we chose not to patrol, unilaterally. Even when Sumdurongchu, Wangdung was resolved, we first came down. This government is very different. There's nothing unilateral. If we have today taken on some I would say, commitment, that commitment is matched by an equal commitment based on the principle of equal and mutual security on the Chinese side. So, look, opponents will play this game because the very people who actually neglected the border, the border border infrastructure budget till 2014 was below 4,000 crores. Today it's almost 15,000 crores. You look at road building, the pace of road building has doubled or tripled. Tunneling has tripled. So the people who are today making a noise are people, and you should look at the record.
Speaking of opponents...
No, hang on.
Oh, yes.
In 2013, I was ambassador in China, okay? You remember I think I spoke to you at that time, there was a Chinese incursion in Depsang. Do you remember what the foreign minister of the day said then? He said, this is acne on the face of a beautiful relationship, and therefore we should not worry about it. So now you're telling me these people have suddenly discovered what's the importance of the border? Come on.
Speaking of opponents, Rahul Gandhi, speaking in West London, the United Kingdom, said that you are scared of China, that the foreign minister says China is much more powerful than us, how can I pick a fight with them? At the heart of his ideology is cowardice, and then he goes back to the times of the British to say that the RSS never fought, and this is really the mentality that's seeped down. How do you respond to Mr. Gandhi?
Okay. I'm actually reminded, because first we are talking about Rahul Gandhi speaking about China abroad. I'm reminded of a very different experience I had in 2011. This was the first time I met Narendra Modi. He was then the opposition chief minister of Gujarat, very much under attack at that time, political attack in India. He comes to China. I'm the ambassador. And he asked me for a briefing on our problems with China, and we're having a problem. We had the staple visa issue, we had the Northern Command issue, there were a whole set of issues. So I told him that you're the first chief minister who's ever asked for a national security briefing. I'm curious to know why. To which he said, look, I'm an opposition chief minister. I have come to China. I do not want to say anything which is 1 millimeter other than my national position. And I have to be very careful. So I first need to fully understand from you. And two, at the meeting, if you see me deviating in any way, you signal me. I'm reminded of this because when I saw what happened in 2011 and I see what's happening today, I look at that contrast. Okay. Now your question. Look, I also, like many others, followed some of what Rahul Gandhi said when he was in UK. Obviously, look, a lot of it is politics. I'm putting that aside. Okay, there's a discount when it comes to politics. I am troubled as a citizen of India. I am troubled as a citizen of India when I see somebody drooling over China and being dismissive about India. And I'll give you examples. He puts his description suo motu of China in that Cambridge talk. You know what's the word which comes to his mind when he talks of China? Harmony. His one-word description of China is harmony. His one-word description of India is discord. Okay. He talks admiringly of how China is the greatest manufacturer, nobody can. And yes, China has done a tremendous job. I mean, nobody. But when it comes to manufacturing in India, he runs it down in every possible way. He says, make in India won't work. I mean, when you made Covaxin, the Congress party was saying Covaxin doesn't work. So, it's one, look, you can have objective assessments about the progress of other countries. There's nothing wrong with that. But in this current situation, to talk up, a competitive relationship and to worse, do down your own country, you're telling me I'm scared. I'm asking you, why is somebody undermining national morale like this? And it's not just, economy. Let's even look at security. He talks about connectivity. He speaks admiringly in the same talk. he's spoken about the Belt and Road. He compares, very poetically I must say, he compares Belt and Road like the yellow river in China gushing forth. Guys, the Belt and Road goes through POK. It violates our national integrity and sovereignty. He doesn't have a word to say about it. So I think, when, to use Dr. Pillsbury's term, when panda huggers try to be China hawks, it doesn't fly.
Interesting. Now that you've mentioned Michael Pillsbury, I want to refer to a few things from his book. If you heard some parts of his session at the India Today Conclave yesterday, he spoke of how he would have expected, given what's happened in the warring states in the past, that there be a much stronger response from countries like the Quad to develop a countervailing force to a rising superpower. That the Quad is still very loosely formed, doesn't have any definition in terms of a strategic military alliance, even if it's not a formal alliance, but a more robust opposition to a rising superpower, that the world is allowing China to rise without coming together to stop it more purposefully.
I watched that session. It was a very interesting session. But pause for a moment on Quad, and I want to take you back to the previous question. Today, I heard from your words, opponents, how we should stand up to China. Do you remember that first time we tried the Quad was in 2007? And do you remember what happened to that Quad? And how much we stood up to China at that point of time? So what's the difference? Today you have a Quad because this government has frankly, the guts to stand up on Quad. 2007 we didn't, we buckled. So, coming to Quad, I would say, this is not about statements because, does somebody explicitly mention a country or not. It's not, it shouldn't really be seen through the prism of treaties and alliances. To my mind, that's old thinking. This is a different world. And we are not a country, for reasons of our history, who do that. Treaties and alliances is part very much of a post-Second World War, Cold War kind of framework. Today, I think the global situation calls for countries with converging interests who have a great deal of comfort with each other, working together in an area or a domain which they find themselves comfortable. In the case of Quad, that happens to be primarily the Indo-Pacific. And then developing, what are called habits of cooperation. And I think if you see, from the time the Quad was revived, because 2007, the Quad was kind of aborted, it took a decade for it to be revived. 2017, it started as at the Foreign Secretary's level. I happened to be Foreign Secretary at that time. 19, it became Foreign Minister's level. I happened to be Foreign Minister at that time too. And 21, it met at the Prime Minister President's level. Today, the fact that it meets, the agenda is growing. Each meeting is actually broadening the areas of cooperation. So I feel it is moving well, precisely because it is flexible, it is nimble, it is creative, it gets top-up attention. What I would not like to see is, I would not like to see it becoming bureaucratic, rigid, where it becomes legalistic. People spend more time quarreling about, does this conform to that article or not? That's not the way we are thinking at all.
I'm also very curious, and can I have a mic sent across to Dr. Pillsbury, please, about his theory that China is winning the 100-year marathon and that it won't take till 2049 for President Xi to take China to being the preeminent superpower of the world, that Dr. Pillsbury thinks this could happen in the mid-2030s, and that this is the new reality of a China-led world order. As Foreign Minister of India, Dr. Jaishankar, what do you think of this?
I heard him, I also had the pleasure of spending some time with him this morning. You know, definitely, in the case of China, I mean, no question, China is today the number two power in terms of its size, in terms of its ability. Yes, there are sectoral areas where it may be even better than that, and I think he gave some examples of it yesterday. I look perhaps in a more detached, objective way. You know, he's an American looking at China. He's a China specialist looking at China. And you know, we've known each other for 40 years. I have great respect and regard for his understanding and his experience with China. I am today an Indian looking at the world. I'm looking at both US and China and a lot of other factors, together. I don't think, it's a binary situation. I don't think the world anymore can be analyzed in terms of a binary competition. I accept that, that these are, looking at them, that US is still number one, and China today, you could say in many ways, follows thereafter. But I think the situation is much more complex. There are many more variables. I am, as a student of history, I'm quite reserved in my judgments about the future, where they go, how they happen. And I come back actually to the theme of your meeting today, the India moment. Because, and I would actually, rather than moment, say the moment is the batsman has just taken the crease or just a little while ago. I think there's a full innings to be played. That innings is called Amrit Kal. It's a 25-year innings which is to be played. I think we have today set ourselves up. We have set ourselves up not just by foreign policy moves, because you have to do the deep domestic changes which are necessary for the rise of a power. China did that. Had our opponents done what they should have done during that tenure, we would be in a very different position. We don't have the deep industrial strengths, the deep technology strengths of China, because that kind of thinking was never there. If you look from, leave alone the 1970s and 80s, which were a disaster economically. You look even after the 1990s, where was the focus on building deep strengths? Instead we went for globalization mantras. So my point is, my takeaway from what he said, and from his books and from our many conversations from him, countries have to build deep strengths if they have to have global aspirations. Today, Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, the kind of things we are doing, even improving human resources, skills, educations, nutrition, all this is part of a metrics.
Dr. Pillsbury, you spoke of China's rise to the top of the world by the middle of the next decade. Dr. Jaishankar, Prime Minister Modi, and the Indian government are working towards what they call Amrit Kal, the rise of India to the top. How do you square these two things off, given the fact that you're estimating China will rise, and many like Morgan Stanley are thinking that India is witnessing a once-in-a-generation rise in global power? Dr. Pillsbury.
I would say that the world is watching the India moment. The Indian political leadership has within its hands the chance to be sure that the world is not ruled by a dominant number one China. In many ways, it's up to India to decide what to do. And it's very scary, if I could use that word, to see Rahul Gandhi's comments about China. We have a few people in America who think the way Rahul Gandhi apparently thinks about China, that harmony is the key feature of that country. Almost all those people, the old panda huggers, they have changed their minds. They have come alive. They realize there's a global challenge from China. And if you carefully read Dr. Jaishankar's book, The India Way, you will see in there his proposal that India should play a shaping role in the global order partly as a voice for the global South, but for other reasons as well. The reaction in China to Dr. Jaishankar's book is very negative. They don't like the idea that India could play a role speaking for the global South. They believe that's China's responsibility. So this challenge for the future of the India-China relationship, that's something I wish I had devoted more time to many years ago. But I now see India as the world's chance to be sure that China does not become a dominant, aggressive, and dictatorial society.
That's interesting. I also see we have a bit of a mutual admiration club here. Dr. Pillsbury, when he came yesterday, carried Dr. Jaishankar's book, The India Way. And I just heard from Dr. Jaishankar before we started the session that in the last several years, he's probably gifted more copies of your book than anybody else. So you got a good representative here because he wants people to read what you're writing. In fact, the very interesting thing, and I want to refer to some parts of the India Way.
We need to give both the books to Rahul Gandhi.
Now, the very interesting thing about the India Way, and I refer to this just for those who haven't had the opportunity to read Dr. Jaishankar's book, is that you have a theorist, you have a strategic affairs expert who's also shaping India's foreign policy. And so much of what I grew up reading, and so many other people would have read Western thought or Chinese thought, but you're not really linking back the strategic acumen from the Arthashastra, the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, and bringing it to an Indian doctrine, an Indian strategic way of thinking, which is what Dr. Jaishankar tries to do. So, and it's also a great opportunity to engage and debate and challenge you to some questions about balance of power. In the US, elsewhere, Russia, Beijing, there's a lot of thought on balance of power. And national security doctrines are well documented, public documents which can be debated and discussed. In India, it stays largely within cupboards in South Bloc. It's not public. I want your assessment, Dr. Jaishankar, about India's comprehensive national power at this moment and your projection of the climb. If you were to rank countries, where do you think India stands at this moment in terms of its comprehensive national power? Where do you see it by the end of this decade?
You know, first of all, I just want to pick up a little bit on what you were saying, which is to develop our own, draw on our own traditions, you know, develop our own narratives, arguments, etc. Because when you speak about comprehensive national power, I mean, in a sense, there are a certain set of metrics that we take, and I think nobody would dispute the fact that there are many areas, many domains where we have fallen short. We could have done very much better over many years. And I see today, you know, this country, I say, I mean, not necessarily this government, doesn't have to be a political party. This entire country actually today making that effort. You know, as someone who travels around, you know, for me, it's a very small change, but a very important change I see. When you go to many educational institutions today in India, I go as a minister, they would normally say, this is the gold medalist of our university. Today, they actually say, you know, these 4 people, they are patent holders from our institution. These 5 people, you know, they have inventions they would like to show you. So this country, this society is changing, the younger generation even more so. And we are getting very, very global, much faster than people think. So I am finding, you know, before I came in here, your social media person asked me saying, you know, you are very visible on the social media. It's not because the foreign minister is doing something different alone. It's also because the society has changed and is relating and interacting with that in a very different way. Your question, where do we go? Look, I am absolutely, I think
you stand at this moment. Let's start from there, in your estimate.
We stand fairly high because if you take the totality, comprehensive national power is a kind of a net assessment of our capabilities. But I would say that if we do need today to develop the technologies, to develop the industrial capabilities, it angers me when I hear talk that, we are a services economy, because that's a cop-out. So when I see, something like, say, a 5G deployment of Indian technology, when we see, to speak about an India stack, when we look at a invented in India vaccine, to me, these are the bellwethers of change. This is what will actually grow our comprehensive national power. When, again, in defense, it's a domain you're very familiar with. When we are stressing make in India in defense, we are ourselves discovering there's so much more that we actually were capable of producing. It's just that there was no policy, there was no pressure on us to produce. It was much easier to get it from outside. So, look, this decade for sure, it's a general expectation in the world that we would end up as the third most powerful nation by the end of the decade. That's the general global consensus. But as I said, I'm thinking an era. Not I'm thinking an era, I think the country is thinking an era. That we are looking at a 25-year time frame. It's the first time, in fact, in this country that people are saying, let's think 25 years ahead. Let us plan for 25 years ahead. A lot of things we are doing today, you will not see the results even in 5 years or maybe 10 years. You will see it beyond that.
Given the fact that Russia and China are getting closer, we saw China play a role recently in trying to broker an agreement between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Is it inevitable, you think, that the world will be split into two camps? India will have to choose, most likely being with the United States? Or do you see India as a third pole in a world dominated by the United States and China?
I think we will see not just third poles, we will see multiple poles. We will see multiple poles, and when it comes to India-Russia, I put it to you that it is actually a uniquely stable relationship. If you were to say 1955, I take as the first inflection point. From the time when Russia committed, Soviet Union then committed itself on a very core issue of India's national security. Russia has been through tremendous ups and downs over this period. We have our growth has been more organic and relatively uninterrupted. But through all of this, India-Russia relations have remained extraordinarily stable, and I put it to you, there is a deeper underlying convergence, a geopolitical convergence. No question, as a result of the Ukraine conflict, Russia will turn more towards Asia. Okay, I have no problem with that. But I would also suggest to you that when Russia turns more towards Asia, one part of that, a big part of that, will actually be visible in India-Russia relations, and that is already visible actually in trade. That our trade, in fact, has probably more than tripled in the last year, and it's not just oil. There are a lot of other things as well.
Will President Xi be coming to India?
Look, I'm the foreign minister. This is something you should ask his chief of protocol.
What's your sense? You would know.
No. I don't do programming. Or if I do programming, I do of my prime minister.
I have a question. I'm not sure of what he's going to say, but it's really a question that needs to be asked. And this is really about whether you think that the SCO summit in mid-year and the G20 summit provides an opportunity to push through disengagement along the line of actual control where we haven't been able to achieve disengagement. Thinking, just zooming out and thinking for a moment, it's very difficult for President Xi to come to India at a time when you're so publicly and openly saying that there is a massive problem along the line of actual control. Our relationship isn't normal. Do you think that creates an opportunity to ensure that there is some kind of a true pullback?
Let's not mix apples and oranges here. Disengagement is primarily a military diplomatic process. It has to be so because it involves actually sitting with maps, looking at the topography. local military commanders discussing their dispositions and why that is so, and what it would mean if I pull back so much and you pull back so much. It's a very, very granular set of conversations that need to be had. It's a conversation which only, you know, what has been happening over the last 2 years is basically either for us a corps commander level or one below that, the military commanders with the diplomatic representatives, you know, in our case from the MEA, they sit and work this out. Don't confuse this with summits and visits. That's a different issue. But there is a larger issue, and the larger issue is this, that if the current state of affairs continues, relationships between us will not be normal. That is a reality.
You know,
and I think that reality is not lost on other people.
Saying this as openly and clearly as you are is really interesting and refreshing to see. I want to draw your attention to the new American ambassador who's been announced and confirmed, Eric Garcetti, and I want to quote to you what he said about the Citizenship Amendment Act. He was asked during the Senate Foreign Affairs Relations Committee meeting about the CA. Now, he's someone who's spoken up multiple times on human rights and discrimination, and he thinks the Citizenship Amendment Act is a core piece of his engagement rather than an obligation. He also says he will work because he thinks that this is discriminatory towards Muslims. Now, you will have soon in New Delhi, from arguably our most important strategic partner, a new ambassador who thinks a key legislation, which is core of your ideological agenda, is discriminatory towards Muslims.
You know, first of all, when CA was passed, there was a debate. People in this country tried to make it an international debate. And it was, it was interesting when I went around the world and I explained to different countries that please look at your citizenship criteria and tell me, are you less specific in terms of how you have defined the criteria than we have? Take the United States. There are two very well-known amendments there, something called the Lautenberg Amendment and the Specter Amendment, which actually single out specific communities and specific faiths and give them a faster pathway into citizenship. Not just those. I can cite to you in US, there's a Jackson-Vanik Amendment. You know, there was one, if my memory serves me right, for the Hmong people. So, and this is not just the US. But if you look at Europe, you know, the Germans have a faster citizenship pathway for people of German descent in other countries. There are other European countries who say, you speak my language, you have my faith, you have cultural characteristics.
But India doesn't have one faith.
No, sorry?
India doesn't have one faith.
Sure.
But therefore the question is about him thinking of this being discriminatory towards Muslims.
No, the point is that in many cases, the people who are persecuted have nowhere else to go except to India. I mean, if you are a Hindu in Pakistan who's being oppressed, where else will you go other than India?
Okay.
So, I mean, look, somewhere, I mean, you should not subject common sense to political correctness. I mean, there is a certain reality here which all of us know. I mean, stares you in the face. But your question, what happens when he comes here? Let him come here. प्यार से समझा देंगे.
प्यार से समझा देंगे नए American ambassador को. So we're out of time. Ordinarily, a few years ago, if I was doing this session at the conclave, we would have spent a lot of time talking about Pakistan. We've come to the end of the session. We've not even mentioned the P word. Given what's happening in Pakistan at this moment, Foreign Minister, what's your reading of our relationship with our neighbor on the West?
Well, I think our relationship has not fundamentally changed. Today, our relationship is at a low ebb because they have not yet demonstrated a willingness to give up on cross-border terrorism as a primary way of dealing with India. So I think as they move away from that, one has to look at the possibilities.
You know, it's been very refreshing to have Foreign Minister Jaishankar explain his point of view and India's point of view, or the India way, going back to Indian scriptures and Indian streams of thought, as opposed to referring just very casually and easily to Western thought or even Chinese thought. And this, I think, is something which really needs to be worked on. Can we have a very warm round of applause as we thank the Foreign Minister for joining us? Eric Garcetti or anybody in the US Embassy, if you're watching, प्यार से समझा देंगे. That's the takeaway from the session. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Absolute pleasure having you with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Shankar. May I please request the Minister to stay on stage for just about 30 seconds while I call upon Mr. Amar Sinha, CEO Radico, to come up on stage and present a very small token of our appreciation to the Foreign Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause, Dr. S. Jaishankar. Thank you, Minister. All right, once again, to get all of you up to speed, this evening, once again, we will reiterate, if you're coming in, do carry your identity card. It doesn't or cannot be your credit card. It has to be an identity, either your Aadhaar, driving license or passport, because you will need that kind of identification to enter this hall, because our keynote speaker, as you all know, is the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. All right, viewers, let's, ladies and gentlemen, get into our next session this morning. Justice for all, the endeavor and the gap. To take it from here, I'd like to call on stage my colleague Gaurav Sawant, Managing Editor, Strategic Affairs and Defense.
Namaskar. Yato dharm stato jay. Where there is justice, there is victory. This is the ancient Indian philosophy from the times of the Mahabharata. This, ladies and gentlemen, is also the motto of the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Yato dharm stato jay. But in today's India, where you have close to 5 crore cases pending in various courts, 87% in lower courts, some more than half a century old. Are we following that principle of Yato Dharm Stato Jay? With me is the Honorable Union Minister for Law and Justice, Kiran Rijiju. He occupies that chair that was once occupied by Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar. And I want to begin by asking you, Minister, are we today living by that principle of Yato Dharm Stato Jay with these many pending cases?
Thank you very much. Absolutely, we are following the same path, and that is our ultimate goal also. And there should not be any deviation from the basic objective for which the system has been set up, which is prescribed in the Constitution of India. And as a law minister of this country, I'm absolutely very clear about my duties and obligations, and we are following that dharma.
Sir, when you say we are following that dharma, what we hear is confrontation between the government and the Supreme Court of India on multiple issues. Would you want to tell us more about this confrontation? And it's on multiple issues, sir.
Well, Gaurav, it will not be proper to use this word confrontation. In a democratic setup, there are differences of opinions and positions. Even my position can have a difference of opinion with my other colleague. So between the different organs like judiciary, executive, and the legislature, there will be issues which will run against each other's ideas. But to say that there is a confrontation, that is not correct. And I can tell you, our government from the day one has been absolutely clear in terms of giving space to judiciary, maintaining the independence of judiciary, as well as strengthening the Indian judiciary, which you talk about the large numbers of pending of cases. It is our endeavor to ensure that courts are well equipped. And in different occasions, I can explain in detail how are we getting the courts of India well equipped with the modern technology, with the support of all the system in place. But there are various issues. But right now, I want to stress that there's no confrontation between the judiciary and executive. If there are any perceptible, it's not because of the government.
So that's a big point. So if there is, you're saying it's not confrontation, there are issues. Let's take this one by one, and let's specifically talk about names that the Supreme Court Collegium may send to you. And they may reiterate a name, and yet it's not accepted. Is that a confrontation? Is that an issue?
First of all, let me clarify. It's very important to make the stand and the position very clear. Appointment of judges is not a judicial work. It is purely administrative in nature. If there are names which are sent by the Supreme Court or the High Court Collegium for the appointment as the judges, it is the bounded duty of the government to carry out due diligence. Otherwise, I will be sitting there as a postmaster. Secondly, if you go back to the Constitution itself, the appointment of the judges is the duty of the government. Means the President of India shall appoint the judges of the Supreme Court and High Courts in consultation with the Chief Justice of India and the Chief Justice of the respective High Courts. There is no role of the judiciary as such to initiate and to give the finalization of the appointment of the judges. It was only later, because of the misadventure of the Congress party, the Supreme Court started acting, which is some people described as judicial overreach. And then the Collegium system came into existence. But right now, our position is very clear. Collegium system is in place. As long as new system is not introduced, we will follow with the Collegium system, but the appointment of the judges cannot be done by the judicial order. It is purely administrative.
Let me then come to one more specific. A certain name is recommended by the Collegium. It is sent to the government. The government does not approve it. It's reiterated by the Collegium. If this is an issue and not a confrontation, as you insist, Minister, what's the way forward? What's the solution?
See, I don't want to talk about the individual names and why the appointments are not taking place in the case of particular names. It will not be wise also. These are very sensitive matter. And the Supreme Court Collegium knows it very well. I have made my position very clear. Government stands are already known to the Collegium members. And we also know why they are insisting on certain names. But let us not bring into the public domain about appointment of the judges of the Supreme Court and the High Court, because it will not be appropriate. I could have answered it, but I feel that it will not be appropriate to go to the names.
You could have answered it, but you choose not to put some information out in public domain. However, the Supreme Court did. It put out certain information in public domain, including certain intelligence reports. Is that transparency? Is that transgression? Is that a challenge?
We must understand that Supreme Court or any court has its own limitation. They are there to deliver judgment, to deliver justice. They are not like the government, which has all the resources to get informations and make opinion. If government takes a call, it is on the basis of certain informations and inputs. If tomorrow a particular sensitive inputs of the RNW or IB or any other agency is to be put in the public domain, then what is the sanctity of carrying out such a great effort in great secrecy in the interest of the nation? As a name comes to me for Supreme Court judge or High Court judge, there are numerous complaints invariably comes and attached with that name. Do I make it public? No. Right now I have some names with me, and every name has lots of complaints by the colleague judges, by the public, by the association, by the bars. I don't make it public. If a judge has written an adverse comment against any other judge, I am not supposed to make it public. There has to be some probity in the public life, some discipline, some sensible attitude by the people who sit in the responsible positions. So I'm very, very, mindful of my responsibility. I will never, ever divulge all the informations in the public forum which is not going to help for the purpose for which we are sitting there.
So you're saying you have the last word. The government has the last word on appointment.
I'm not saying it. Constitution says so.
Sir, let's then move to another aspect, which is same-sex marriage. Recently, the Supreme Court referred it to a larger bench, a constitution bench. Is that something that is to be decided by the Supreme Court, or legal sanction or law is to be decided by Parliament?
This is a matter, again, I leave it to the wisdom of the people of the country. Who reflects the thinking of the country? It is the Parliament. Parliament is the reflection of people's idea, people's vision, and people's choice. We have the representative people sitting in the Parliament, which covers all the part of the territory of India. Supreme Court has its own authority. We are not supposed to encroach upon each other's territory. But the matter which you talked about, an institution of marriage, how India should govern in terms of taking care of various aspects of the civil actions, requirements, marriages, this has to be debated in the Parliament. And if any law passed by the Parliament is not following the spirit of the Constitution, the Supreme Court has the option to alter that thing, or pass a reverse judgment, or refer it back to the Parliament. But that too, if it finds that it is not in tune with the spirit of the Constitution of India. Supreme Court is the final arbiter of anything. And under Article 142, they can refer anything and pass a judgment that is law of the land. But when it comes to policy, we have to understand that India is a democracy. A democratic country has its own setup. So it is not only the Minister of Law and Justice who has to give an opinion on this. It is for all the political parties of the country, more than that the people of India will decide how our future should be governed.
Are you then, Minister, saying everybody, executive, legislature, even judiciary, everyone has to be accountable and no one should cross the Lakshman Rekha?
Accountability is one issue. The Lakshman Rekha is another issue. Accountability of judges is something which I am getting lots of feedback, suggestions these days, because judges are not accountable, you know it. Many people have suggested also that along with the National Judicial Appointment Commission, it should be National Judicial Commission to regulate the conduct and the process of how courts are maintained, ruled, or how judges are conducted. So there are various suggestions. I am not going to talk about any particular suggestion or any particular thing, but in general, it's coming to me. We all are accountable. Parliament runs under rules. There are rules of business. assemblies, government functions under rules of business. But in the court, there are no rules. There are practices which are being changed from time to time, and the Chief Justice, as the master of the roster, conducts certain thing. As far as the holidays are concerned, judges are going for holidays and all. So these are not exactly decided on the basis of rules framed by the parliament, but these are on the basis of the convention and the practice adopted by the Supreme Court and different high courts. That is why the holidays of different high courts are different from each other. It's not uniform.
You're seeking uniformity there because there is an issue about the number of holidays that the judiciary takes. Is that also a reason why pendency rises to 5 crore amidst talk that government is the biggest litigant? Government should reduce the number of cases government files.
Look, this is a very sensitive thing. Last time there was a question in the parliament. Question was very pointed that why judges are going on holidays and they keep going for holidays every break. I, as a minister, responded to that. But next day in the newspaper, the report carried that law minister said judges should not go for holidays. And there was a heartburn in the judiciary. They said, why law minister wants to stop the holidays of the judges? I did not say it. What I'm saying is, definitely while the court is on vacation, the cases will come to a halt. It's a fact. It's not I'm stating it. Definitely there can be some regulation, but I am of the opinion that judges require holidays because from the morning to evening they sit and they deal 50, 60 cases and constantly they are dealing every day. And also they are performing certain administrative roles. I will come to that administrative part little later. But due to their constant engagement with the judicial work and administrative works, they have a huge mental pressure. They require to release those pressure by going out with family and all for the vacation. Absolutely okay, because you have to understand, in United States or any other democratic countries, the judges deal with 4 or 5 cases at the most in a day. Here, average, a judge deals with 50 to 60 cases. Sometimes I have seen some judges deal with more than 100 cases, especially on the miscellaneous days and all. So after dealing with so much of heavy loads, they definitely require holidays.
Okay, fair enough. One such case that they've also dealt with is the issue of appointment of the election commissioner. They say the Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition, and the Chief Justice of India. What's your take on this? This is now the law, but is this the Lakshman Rekha being transgressed, or is this something that you will do something about, bring a law on this?
First of all, the appointment of the Election Commission is well prescribed in the Constitution. Parliament has to enact a law. Accordingly, the appointment has to be done. I agree that there is no enactment in the Parliament for that. There is a vacuum. But remember, the matter came to the Supreme Court not because of the disputes. Some people filed a petition, PIL, and then Supreme Court took a suo motu cognizance of the matter and the Constitution bench was constituted. I'm not telling what will be, the repercussion or what government is going to do, but what I'm saying is, I am not criticizing that judgment of the Constitution bench, but what I'm saying is, if the Chief Justice of India or judges of India sit on every important appointments, who will carry forward the judiciary work? There are so many administrative matters in our country. So we have to really see that judges are primarily to deliver judicial works. They are there to deliver judicial order, thereby giving justice to the people. If they get into administrative work, then they will have to face the criticism. Suppose you are the Chief Justice or you are a judge. You are part of an administrative process. That will come into question. The matter comes into your own court. Can you deliver judgment on the matter which you are part of? You cannot. the principle of justice itself will be compromised. That is why Lakshman Rekha, what I talked about, is very clear in the Constitution. And I am sure everybody will agree that government, our government, I'm talking about our Modiji's government, we have never taken any action to undermine Indian judiciary, or we have not encroached upon the territory which is under the domain of the Indian judiciary.
Sir, you say the Narendra Modi government has done nothing to undermine the integrity of judiciary. However, it is being said that democracy is under attack, judiciary is under attack, institutions are under attack. Recently at Bhubaneswar, you said that there appears to be a calibrated attack from outside and inside. What do you mean by that, sir?
I think that needs a little elaboration because that is very critical. And not only critical, I feel this is the most important topic for me, for the nation. When I was addressing the conference of the lawyers, the Supreme Court judge and High Court judges were also there, I said in a very clear term, anybody, if Rahul Gandhi or anybody says that Indian judiciary has been hijacked or democracy is over in the country, the judiciary is dead, what does it mean? There is a calibrated effort to undermine Indian judiciary. That is why day in, day out, they are saying that government is trying to take over Indian judiciary. What kind of statements and accusations are these? So in a way, it is a very sinister design. Our judges are not weak. Indian judiciary is not weak. But by constantly telling that judiciary is being hijacked by the government, or government is trying to take over Indian judiciary, that itself is a huge blunder for anybody who makes such statement. And I'm telling you, I got some message from United Kingdom. They are saying that it is very sorry state of affairs that the judiciary has been undermined by the government. And the members of parliament are not allowed to speak in India. They don't know India, but it is the fault of those people who are passing on this misinformation campaign. So, Gaurav, you have to understand that the person who speaks the most, he is saying that he is not allowed to speak. This is most unfortunate in India. जो सबसे ज़्यादा बोलता है, वो बोलता है कि उसको बोलने नहीं दिया जाता है. ये तो हमारे लिए ठीक नहीं है, परिस्थिति ठीक नहीं है.
लेकिन वो बोलते हैं कि जो बोलते हैं वो एक्सपंज हो जाता है. मतलब अगर 40 मिनट या 50 मिनट बोलने भी दिया, एक्सपंज कर दिया.
पार्लियामेंट में तो रूल से बोलेंगे तभी तो आपका रिकॉर्ड में रहेगा. कोई राजा नहीं है जी इस देश में कि पार्लियामेंट में जब चाहे खड़ा करके आप भाषण देगा. सब MP 543 MPs इन द लोकसभा आर इक्वल. नोबडी इज महाराजा देयर. वो चाहेगा कि मैंने देखा है इन 2004 to 9 he used to walk and the whole gang outside, drama all outside, oh, our prince is going to speak, and then all clapping and all. Special time and special moments were created for one person. Is this a fiefdom of any individuals? The Indian Parliament is a sovereign authority we have. Nobody has extra territory within the Parliament. Every member is equal.
Fair enough. But tell me this, how is this a calibrated attack on India from outside and inside? When the law minister of the country says it's a very serious comment.
It is not only serious, but it is true. Because the anti-India forces in India and outside India, they use same language. Did you ever notice? Same language. Democracy is in danger. Human rights are non-existent in India. In India, we all know very well in today's time, you can't hide anything. These people, whatever they say, these so-called anti-India gangs, same language is used by Rahul Gandhi. You see, you just compare it. I'm not saying it. You go back from this discussion and you see by yourself. Same language.
He's a senior member of parliament. A senior member of parliament, and you were saying that he speaks the same language as anti-India gang?
Not only the same language, whenever he speaks, that is being propagated and it is being publicized with a louder voice by the same ecosystem. The same ecosystem is working inside India and outside India also. Remember, people of India are with Modi ji and with our government. We will not allow this tukre gang to destroy India's integrity and our sovereignty. Very firm about that.
Sir, as Law Minister of India, you're saying that there is a tukre gang. Yes. And an opposition MP is in sync with this so-called tukre gang, as you're saying.
Because I am not going to divulge so many other things. How fundings are being, done from outside. How they are being organized. Who are the people who organize events in London or elsewhere? Recently, there was one seminar. I was not aware of the seminar in Delhi. Some retired Supreme Court judges, some senior lawyers, some people were there. The topic of the seminar was accountability in judges' appointment. But the discussion whole day was how government is taking over the Indian judiciary. Remember, I have excellent relationship with the Chief Justice of India, the present one, the past one, all the Supreme Court judges. I have a fantastic working relationship with all the Chief Justices of the High Courts and other senior judges. There's no problem. It is a few of the retired judges, few, maybe 3 or 4. Few of those activists, part of that anti-India gang. These people are trying to make Indian judiciary play a role of opposition party. Some people even go to the court and say that, please rein in the government. Please change the policy of this government. These people want Indian judiciary to play the roles of opposition party, which cannot happen. Judiciary is neutral. Judges are not part of any group or political affiliations. How can these people openly say that Indian judiciary must take head-on with the government? What kind of propaganda is this?
Sir, if there is a violation of the law, you, the Law Minister of India, Narendra Modi government has been in power for 9 years. What action, if any, is being taken against those you describe as tukre gang?
Actions will be taken. Actions are being taken as per law. But if I say that I will take action, the agencies will take action as per the provisions of the law. Nobody will escape. Don't worry, nobody will escape. Those who have worked against the country will have to pay a price for that.
But you will engage with the opposition. And while we are on this topic, now 9 years of your government being in power, there were 3 main issues that the BJP stood for. The Maryada Purushottam Shri Ram Mandir at Ayodhya, Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir, and the Uniform Civil Code. Are you moving forward in that direction with the first 2 having been completed?
Well, you are aware of our ideology, our manifesto, and what we are doing. About the Uniform Civil Code, 2 of our states have already constituted committee, and it's a work in progress. The parliament session is going on. I'm not going to talk about our position, but you are aware of our objective, our ideology, and our stand. I think that's enough.
लेकिन अगर यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के ही इसी मुद्दे पर, क्योंकि कुछ राज्यों ने तो ऐसे कर ही दिया है, क्या 2024 के चुनावों से पहले आप इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ेंगे?
वही मैंने कह रहा हूँ कि मैं टाइमलाइन अभी बोलेंगे तो सारा जो मैंने अच्छे बातें बताई है वो गायब हो जाएगा. आप इसी को ही डिबेट में लाएगा और सारा देश में ये चर्चा चलेगी. वो मैं नहीं चाहता हूँ. जो महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे जो मैंने बताया है वो मेरे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है. दूसरे बात आप पूछा नहीं, मैं एक नोट लेके आया. मैं सोच रहा था शायद आप पूछेंगे. मेरे लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है इसलिए बताना है क्योंकि आज इंडिया टुडे का कॉन्क्लेव है और ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट प्लेटफॉर्म है. कुछ चीज़ें होते हैं बाकी चीज़ों से बड़ा होता है. These are vitals. I was amazed and more than that aghast when a member of parliament stands in the house inside and outside and says that every state in India must be free to do whatever they choose to do. India is just a union of states. This kind of remarks is very dangerous for India's unity and sovereignty. That is why I thought I must read out this. It's a small, just take 30 seconds. So Article 1, Clause 1 of our Constitution says, India, that is Bharat, shall be union of states. Now, how this gentleman misinterprets this union of states. Now, this Bharat word is used in Mahabharata, Vishnu Puran, and all kind of old texture like Brahma Puran and all. One MP, one member from Tamil Nadu said it, Sri Kullur Subba Rao, during the Constituent Assembly debate. He said, "Sir, I heartily support the name Bharat, which is ancient. The name Bharat is in the Rig Veda. It is said there, oh Indira, all these progeny of Bharata. Also in Vayu Purana, the boundaries of Bharata also are given." Secondly, what Ambedkar said, I'm just skipping other long points. Ambedkar, while making the final, presenting the draft resolution in the House, said, "But I can tell you why the drafting committee used it," means the Union of States term. The drafting committee wanted to make it clear that though India was to be a federation, the federation was not the result of an agreement by the states to join in a federation. And that the federation not being the result of an agreement, no state has the right to secede from it. The federation is a union because it is indestructible. Though the country and the people may be divided into different states for convenience of administration, the country is one integral whole. Its people, a single people living under a single imperium, derived from a single source. There are many important points I will not add on. So how this gentleman and his same mindset people are saying that India, every state must be allowed to take its own position on important issues. From the ancient time to now, even when the Constitution of India was being framed, it is very clear the states are divided only for the administrative convenience. And this gentleman and his people are spreading the hatred to divide India from one state to another state. It cannot happen. So when the Britishers left India, they sowed certain seeds, some kind of a division in the society, because they lost India. So here, because somebody has lost the power, does he enjoy right to divide India? This will not happen.
So you are saying that your government will counter all the measures that Rahul Gandhi is saying that democracy is dead or dying here in Parliament and on every platform in the run-up to the next elections? Is that your big platform?
When a person gets into the mode of a frustration, he may utter many things. We are not bothered about what happens to Congress party. If Rahul Gandhi is responsible for the destruction of Congress party, we are not interested in that. But when he makes a statement, when he says something which affects adversely on India's image and prestige, we have to react it. After all, he is a member of parliament and citizen of India. That is why I don't think that we are responding to somebody just like that. We are responding only when it affects our system, our parliament, our constitution, our nation. We are very clear about that. That is why I don't mince the words. We are very simple people and we work for the nation. And finally, I have never stated this thing before. I'm saying today in India Today's Conclave for the first time. When I came from Arunachal Pradesh to Delhi, I was excited, but I was sad. Why? Because when we were there in the border, we just knew about Jai Hind, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. India is our nation, our Tiranga, our tricolor. When I came to India, when I encountered some group of people who are saying that freedom of expression, for anything you can even abuse the nation, these people get protection. We never heard of this kind of thing. So that is why India is able to survive, because there are good people who are ready to sacrifice anything for the sake of India's unity, its sovereignty, despite some gang members hell-bent on destroying India. So I am very clear about that. I come from a very sensitive border state. Prime Minister has given me a responsibility of taking care of a very sensitive department. We are serving the nation. We will continue to serve the nation. While serving the nation, if anybody comes on the way to destroy India's image, India's prestige, we will deal with that also.
Minister, very, very strong words, but spoken from your heart and the 20th India Today Conclave. For joining us here on this platform, thank you very much and wish you all the best in your endeavor, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause for the Minister. Mr. Rijiju, sir, I'd request you to stay on stage while I call upon Mr. Anuj Kohli, Hitachi Technology, to come up on stage and present a very small token of our appreciation to the Minister. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Kiran Rijiju, Union Minister of Law and Justice. Thank you, Minister. On a side note, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who missed the session with Brad Smith, Vice Chair and President Microsoft yesterday on everything with ChatGPT, AI related, you can catch the session. We are playing it right now at the Shah Jahan Hall. And of course, our next edition of our magazine, India Today, will carry encapsulating all the highlights of what has gone down in the 2 days at the India Today Conclave in its 20th edition. With that, I want to quickly move into our next session this afternoon, setting precedent. Who gets to judge the judges? Arguments and counter-arguments. To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage our session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today Television.
Hello and welcome once again to the India Today Conclave. Few, if any, constitutional posts at the moment in the country carry the weight of public expectations and the microscope of public scrutiny as much as that of the Chief Justice of India and, dare one say, the Supreme Court itself. Not a day passes when the apex court doesn't make the headlines in some form or the other. So how do those who have worn what some might argue is now a crown of thorns see the role of the Supreme Court and the Chief Justice of India in particular? Today we'll be listening to 3 Chief Justices of India, 2 former recent Chief Justices and the current Chief Justice in the course of this day. Please therefore welcome our first guest, Justice S.A. Bobde, Chief Justice of India from November 2019 to April 2021. Justice Bobde, welcome to the India Today Conclave. Am I right in suggesting that the Chief Justice's post today is a crown of thorns, constantly under scrutiny and therefore seemingly under immense pressure as well?
Well, the thorns, if any, are poked by the media.
I see.
It is a difficult place to be in, the Chief Justice of India. But, and it is a heavy responsibility. There's too much competition for the court's ears. And obviously everybody wants to win his case. But I'm saying this frankly, without any disrespect. The problems really arise from the somewhat irresponsible comments judges have to face. And the Chief Justice is always answerable. Anything that happens in the court is the Chief Justice who is responsible.
Now, you seem to be almost suggesting that Bechara Chief Justice.
No, not at all.
You know,
I was just telling you, just carrying forward your analogy of thorns.
Yes.
I said the post itself, there's no thorns on the post. Those thorns are what you get from the onlookers.
Okay, the onlookers will probably turn around and say that the fact is many judgments in this country at the moment are tangled in political wars. You were, for example, part of the Ayodhya judgment. And the nature of the case, the kind of politics that had swirled around Ayodhya for decades meant inevitably whatever judgment you delivered, there was going to be some kind of a political fallout to it.
That's so in every case.
But is that part of the problem, that because the Supreme Court today increasingly finds itself tangled in taking up these political cases, whether it is Rafale, whether it is the Ayodhya judgment, because these cases come eventually to the Supreme Court, the court almost inevitably and the Chief Justice inevitably finds himself caught in a political battle?
Well, I would like to say that the word label political can be attached to anything. I see nothing political about the Ayodhya case. The case, what we heard. There is probably nothing political about Rafale. It was a defense deal. Ayodhya was an issue about whether Lord Ram, amongst other things, Lord Ram was born in that place, etc., etc., etc. So I don't see, and the case has been going on since, the problem has been going on since pre-independence times. What is political about it except that politicians talk about it? Or some might want to derive political mileage from a controversy. We are not involved in politics as courts. We decide a case that comes up before us, brought to us by parties who have something to say and who have a claim, and we adjudicate that claim. What is politics in it?
So you didn't feel extra pressure while you all were hearing and eventually delivering the judgment in a case like Ayodhya?
No. Possibly a greater sense of, possibly some sense of anxiety on what it might, what effect it might have on the body politics to some extent, but not the political kind.
The reason I'm saying this, sir, is that there is a huge question mark over whether the Supreme Court is truly independent today. And that includes truly independent.
Independent of what?
Independent of executive interference or executive pressures. I quote a senior Supreme Court advocate, Dushyant Dave, he's also headed the Supreme Court Bar Association, said judges are scared of the Modi government and reluctant to rock the boat.
Well, I don't think I should respond to his views. I mean, they're entitled to his views, but I do not see any executive interference in the judicial process. I did not experience any. You could ask, you've invited other colleagues of mine today, you could ask them. You see, the way the executive can interfere is by having benches suitable to it in each case, and that doesn't happen. The benches, the roster is prepared by the Chief Justice of India, independent of any pressures.
But that itself has become contentious over times. You know how four judges staged a few years ago a remarkable press conference, an unprecedented press conference, where they questioned the manner in which allegedly bench fixing might have been taking place.
That press conference, I am not aware of the allegations of bench fixing, though there was something about the preparation of rosters.
Yeah, questioning over the role of the Supreme Court Chief Justice as master of the roster.
That, to my mind, is one of the most unfortunate events in the history of the Supreme Court of India. And I tried my best to see that it doesn't happen. And thereafter, I am saying this because some magazine has already written about my role there. And I did try to bring about a peace between the opposing points of view. I succeeded, party didn't succeed, but it's an unfortunate event. I don't want to, I don't support, I wouldn't have done it myself.
You believe it's an unfortunate, you're saying something important. You believe it's an event that should have never happened. It's an unfortunate event. You don't subscribe to the way it happened. Let me give you examples, since you say you don't want to respond to what an individual advocate's opinion is. Habeas corpus petitions of those who were arrested, for example, in Kashmir, after the setting aside of Article 370. They were kept pending for months. You didn't touch the electoral bonds issue, sir, which again is politically a hot potato. All of this is being interpreted to suggest that the court and the Chief Justice's office unwilling to take on the government. People were for months in jail, sir, under the Public Safety Act in Jammu and Kashmir, habeas corpus petitions filed, and the Supreme Court of India does not see urgency in that matter?
I don't think they were kept pending deliberately as you people see it or anybody else sees it. And one thing I must tell you in this context, I believe, and it is said to be a law of how the human mind works, and that law is that a suspicious person always finds what he's looking for. It is true in the domestic front, it is true in politics, it is true in the executive, it is true in the media, it is true everywhere. You always find what you're looking for.
I'm only giving you a reality, sir.
No,
Hundreds of innocent people possibly were in jail for months. Habeas corpus is the basic right that I have under the Constitution.
First of all, it was during the pandemic.
Yes.
It was during the pandemic. It was difficult to get matters heard. I can tell you, I was not ready for this question. I can tell you hundreds of cases where the courts asked parties, would you like to hear? And parties said, no, we cannot appear. Advocates said they cannot appear. And it happened that there was something about the CAA matters were also pending then.
That's right.
And they wanted those to be heard. Now that involves allowing 500 to 600 advocates to enter the courts. That was not possible. And some of them said, no, we want our matters tagged, we will not get them untagged. But frankly, I would have liked to answer this question with statistics, which I am not ready for.
Okay. You were Chief Justice also, sir, during the contentious, I'll come to COVID later, during the contentious farmer agitation. And you stayed the implementation of farm laws until further orders. Now, traditionally, the Supreme Court, sir, has been very wary of passing interim orders that stay laws passed by Parliament. And yet you did so.
Yes, I did.
Were you aware again that, like it or not, you were stepping into a political minefield? You see, the court seemed to be stepping into a political minefield. The media reacts and then you say, oh, the media is dragging us into...
political minefield. There was a law before us.
Yes.
There was a challenge to a law before us.
Yes.
We were seeking the government's response to the challenge. We were reading stories and watching stories on the television about people attacking each other, forces attacking each other, people jumping onto the Red Fort on the Independence Day, I think. And
Republic Day.
Republic Day. So many violent instances. I had stated to the other side, I stated to the government, why don't you consider doing this? Why don't you consider withholding the laws? Because look at the consequence. There is a law on one side and there is a large-scale violence on the other side. What is important right now? And there was no response. So I consulted my colleagues and we were all of the unanimous opinion that this should be stayed. What's political about it?
Okay.
There were no elections in the offing. And anyway, we have nothing to do with elections.
And you're very clear, at no stage has the judicial process been influenced, therefore, by the executive during your tenure.
Yes.
Okay. The tangle between the executive and judiciary, sir, over appointments. You were Chief Justice for almost 18 months, and during that period, not a single Supreme Court judge was appointed.
Yes.
Because the Collegium system could not arrive at a consensus.
No, it is not because of the Collegium system. It is because as a Collegium, we were unable to arrive at a consensus. It is not because of the system. It is because we failed as a Collegium to arrive at a consensus about the names.
Because a particular...
Or in some cases, about the order in which there should be an elevation.
Because there was a particular judge in your Collegium who insisted that Justice Akhil Qureshi be elevated to the Supreme Court. The government didn't want his name.
Akhil Qureshi was one of the judges who was not appointed. There were many who were not appointed.
That's right.
They were all appointed afterwards.
But for 18 months, we did not have a single appointment to the Supreme Court.
Yes. So,
what does that suggest?
There have been periods when you haven't had elevation for 2 years. You haven't had elevation for longer. What is so extraordinary about this? We couldn't arrive at a consensus. It can happen in a human institution.
Do you believe, therefore, that there is a need to relook at the system as it exists? Why should judges, 5 brother-sister judges, sit together and decide on who will be their fellow judges? Should the executive have a greater say, as the executive seems to want? The law minister seems to be running a campaign calling for a review of the Collegium system.
Let's not go by the government of the day, the law minister of the day, or the chief justices at the Collegium of the day. I'll tell you what my perspective is.
Sir.
My perspective is that under the Constitution of India, there are 3 organs of government: the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. They are separated in their functions and powers. They are not separated in their purpose and objective. The objective of all three has to be the common objective set out in the Constitution in the preamble. I consider it perfectly legitimate that the executive has a vital interest in who is going to be a judge. Apart from the fact that they are the executive and one of the organs of government, they are also the largest litigant in any court. Now the problem is not that they have an interest in it. The problem is how to give effect to that interest. Earlier, it was only the Chief Justice of India who decided it along with the government. Sometimes the Prime Minister, the executive, the law minister. Then came the two judges case. It was widened. The Chief Justice of India's power was shared with the Collegium. Power and responsibility. It was also, you brought in more fresh views on the same elevation. Then came the parliamentary law NJA, National
NJC.
Judicial NJC. That provided a wide representation to all kinds of opinions, including to social workers, eminent people. The Supreme Court did not agree with it, and they struck down that law. They also struck down the constitutional amendment on the ground that the independence of the judiciary expressed through the appointment of judges is a part of the basic structure. So there was no say to the executive formally. And that is as it is at the moment.
Do you support that?
What?
You believe that the executive should have no say
No,
in the
I
appointment?
don't support it. I started by saying that they have a vital interest in the...
Should they have a veto power?
No. They shouldn't have a veto power. The primacy of opinion must be that of the judiciary. The reason is, we know what is the caliber, the merit, and the suitability of the judges who are to be elevated. We have seen them right from the days they were lawyers. We have heard appeals against their judgments. We know how they think. We are best positioned to see which judge is meritorious. But those judges of the superior court, we are only talking of superior courts, because in the 70% of the judiciary, the public service commissions appoint them, which includes the government.
Yes.
We are only talking of High Court and Supreme Court. These courts, these judges have to take an oath of office. That oath of office says that I shall uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India, that I shall uphold the Constitution and the laws, and other things.
Yes.
It is important that a judge can do that as a judge. And on these aspects, it is often the executive's opinion which is vital. For instance, when the Intelligence Bureau reports to us, things like what are the activities of this judge. Now, you imagine a situation, a gross case, where one of the candidates is of the opinion that India should not be a sovereign entity like it is. There should be a separate state somewhere. Separate means outside India. The executive is in the best position to tell the court that this is not a suitable candidate, the Collegium. So the executive's opinion is important. With or without the NJC, I have full respect for the judgment of the Supreme Court. I am saying that consultation with the executive can be made by the Chief Justice of India and the Collegium. Their views taken, but I believe the primacy must remain with the Chief Justice or the Collegium.
Okay, I think you've been pretty clear, categorical in that sense now about that. Consultation, but the final say must remain with the Collegium is what you're telling me.
And consultation, I do not mean concurrence.
Okay, point taken. So we have very limited time left, but I'm going to ask you some more. Let's lighten the mood. The most difficult case in your career?
It's a case I didn't decide, but I'll tell you some. I mean, there was a laborer who was charged with rape and murder of a young girl.
Yes.
And and that chap had been convicted. When the appeal was pending, the investigating officer committed suicide, saying that I have been forced to implicate this chap. And he managed it successfully. The High Court agreed that his suicide note is true. And we were hearing an appeal. Obviously, he ought to have gone scot-free. This is Lalit, the expert in criminal law. But I took the view that we should not acquit him till we prosecute these prosecution witnesses who had lied through their teeth. And there was a difference of opinion between my colleague and me. He said, no, we'll just let him go. I said, no, we must prosecute him. Fortunately, unfortunately, the bench changed. And I couldn't decide that case, but I have never been so foxed in a case as in this one. Because the suicide note was not part of the trial record.
It's interesting you're saying that because your one judgment did create a lot of controversy, where you, not judgment, but an observation you made in court, where you suggested to a rape victim that she marry.
I didn't.
This is what was reported.
I'll tell you what happened.
That she marry her alleged rapist.
Frankly, I want to tell you what happened because I haven't got a chance to tell anyone what happened.
Please do.
The boy and the girl had a love affair. They were related to each other distantly. They had a love affair, and the parents on both sides objected because they were spending a lot of time together. So they told them, you get married. You can't carry on like this. They had an affair for 7-8 years. And they signed an agreement that we'll marry. Now that chap came in appeal. He applied for bail. And that woman then said that I'll prosecute you for rape because we've been having sex and you haven't married me. So that his bail was rejected. He came by way of a bail application before the Supreme Court. I told him that what is this matter? You've been living together and there is this agreement on record which you have signed to solve this family dispute. Right. And are you going to get married or not? That is what I asked.
Okay.
Just a minute. And then I rejected his bail application because they said, no, we have not married, I haven't followed this agreement. I rejected his bail application, and these intelligent people in society wrote to me saying that you must review your orders. Means what? Grant him bail. Absurd things.
Okay, this is the danger of obiter dicta.
Yeah.
Making headlines. But my final question is, there was a nice picture of you on a Harley Davidson. We haven't seen too many CJIs on a Harley Davidson. You're a motorbike fan. We didn't know it till then. Any regrets about posing there in...
I wasn't posing. Somebody got that Harley Davidson. I sat on it. And there was somebody who had nothing to do with anything who took a picture and sent it to her lawyer husband.
Right.
And that is how it went around. I didn't ride it. I only sat on it, though I would have liked to ride it, I will tell you that. It was COVID times, a lot of, you know the rest. But frankly, I became very popular with the younger crowd.
You did. and you've also become very popular among judges because during COVID times, you brought in online technology to encourage more and more people to appear before court. It's now hybrid, and I think it's made a huge difference to the courts, and that will be one of your many abiding legacies, Justice Bobde. But thank you so much for joining us and giving us your perspective. Appreciate Justice Bobde there taking those questions. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you raise a warm applause for Justice Bobde, may my please call upon Mr. Virendra Kumar Kasliwal to come up on stage. He's the Chief Financial Controller. Sir, just 2 minutes, sir. To come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Justice Bobde.
It's not a Harley Davidson, don't worry. You have one. Wow. Thank you so much, sir. Okay,
Thank you, sir.
That's not it.
So Rajdeep continues with our next session. As he said, we have 2 former Chief Justices and the current there. So the next session, over to you, Rajdeep.
Our second Chief Justice is another very distinguished occupant of the post who served as Chief Justice for just 74 days last year, but whose tenure is marked by truly some remarkable achievements. Most notably, the manner in which more than 16,000 cases were listed and almost 4,000 of them were cleared within the first 12 days of his tenure as CJI. And constitution benches were set up to dispose of key pending cases of constitutional importance. Please welcome Justice U.U. Lalit. Firstly, Justice Lalit, the manner in which you attempted to clear that judicial pile, that pile up in the apex court, was that a mission that you set yourself when you became Chief Justice? You knew you were Chief Justice for less than 3 months, but quite remarkably from day one, you really cracked the whip.
It was not a mission, but it was something like a concerted action on part of everyone who was on the bench. The day I took over, same day we had a full court meeting, and I placed before all the judges the statistics that there are about, say, 55 death sentence matters which are pending. And under the regime that the Supreme Court has accepted, a death sentence matter has to come before a bench of 3 judges, which means that one must have sufficient number of 3-judge bench combinations. If you have just 1 or 2 combinations, the judges get sort of, it starts weighing on their conscience that how many death sentence matter am I supposed to hear? So I said we must have at least 6 3-judge combinations so that we can divide the work amongst the benches. We were 30 judges. So I also told all my colleague judges that divide 30 number by 5 and we can possibly have 6 constitution benches. All of us will be part of the benches. So what I did was 6 3-judge combinations, which means 18, 6 2-judge combinations, which means 12. Every time, just add A on one side and B on the other, and you have a constitution bench. So this is how we started. Then the second part which I told the judges was that there were referred matters to 3 judges combination which were pending consideration. What happens is, on a question of law, if a matter is referred to a bench of 3 judges, there is a domino effect that there are a number of other matters which are waiting for the decision in that matter. So therefore, if you decide one matter, logically you are actually deciding host of the other matters. So therefore, it is in this situation that we devised a way, and that's how we started. And I must thank every colleague of mine that everyone rose to the occasion and we started disposing of matters.
But it's had a huge effect. I can tell you that a lot of lawyers have truly appreciated it. Those who cover the courts have appreciated what you did. But, I'll give you an example. Number of cases that were pending for a long time. The Siddiq Kapan case. A journalist is arrested under UAPA in 2020 October. The bench headed by you grants him bail in August 2022. And this comes at a time when a number of lower courts in this country are reversing the basic principle of law, bail, not jail. They're instead saying, not granting bail. You can go to Shah Rukh Khan's son's case in a lower court or a number of other less high-profile cases. Is that a worry for you? That, as someone who's an expert on criminal law, that a number of judges, especially in the lower courts, are not granting bail in cases where bail should have been given as in the normal courts?
See, it depends upon the perspective of an individual. Some of the trial court judges, perhaps, they think that the case is not made out for grant of bail. Add to it one more dimension. Many of these statutory provisions make it difficult to grant bail. So therefore, there is an embargo under the statutory provision. Say, for instance, NDPS law, the bail cannot be granted so easily. So therefore, a satisfaction first has to be entertained, has to be recorded by the judge that very well, in my view, the man is not guilty of the offense with which he is charged. And then only the process of bail consideration then happens. So most of these occasions where the trial court or the judges in the first court do not grant bail may be because, number one, that the matter is still sort of, pending investigation. So therefore, on most of the occasions, the investigating machinery comes up before the court and says that we are still in the process of investigating. So therefore, the court has to make up mind whether on the basis of material case is made out or not, or should I wait for some more material? It may be that way.
But do you think there needs to be a review of the process, that the Supreme Court needs to send out, perhaps the Chief Justice Office needs to send out perhaps a clearer message? Look at the way PMLA, sir, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, has now, and it's based now on a Supreme Court judgment, virtually giving police powers of a kind to the Enforcement Directorate that are draconian. Because it essentially means you are guilty and you will have to prove innocence. Enforcement Directorate can come into my house under PMLA, arrest me, and I will struggle to get bail for months on end, even if I may be innocent.
You are right, it may happen in an individual case, but if you see the judgment of the Supreme Court, which was rendered by a bench of 3 judges, of course the review is pending on that issue. But this very point was urged before the court, and the court did not consider it appropriate to rule on that, to say, and actually said that PMLA definitely hinges on one part, which is that the bail provisions, as I mentioned in the earlier just about 5 minutes back, some of these statutory provisions make it difficult to grant bail, and PMLA is one of them.
Should they be reviewed?
Then the validity of the legislation has to be challenged, number one. Number two, it is a parliamentary legislation. So therefore, it is our legislators who have come out with this particular law. Unless and until that legislation is validly challenged before the court is bound to proceed on the basis of that.
Justice Lalit, let me come to where, in a way, the thread that I began with Justice Bobde. How independent are our courts? Has the apex court in this country turned into what scholars like Gautam Bhatia have suggested, an executive court, mindful of being in line with whatever the political executive really wants? Basically, for all the obiter dicta that often we hear from judges, all the fire and brimstone against the government, when it comes to the judgments, they fall in line with what the political executive wants. This is what legal scholars suggest is the making of an executive court.
I do not subscribe to that view at all. According to me, all the courts are quite independent, and you will actually see it in the process. Say, for instance, 2 matters which came before me. One was Siddiq Kappan, the other was Tista Setalwad. Both of them were released on bail. Another matter which came before me, Vinod Dua, he was also granted solace relief in the matter. Third one, again somebody from Varavara Rao, again we granted him relief. It's not as if, please, and what happens is we jump in immediately to make a generalized statement. It is not so. The courts are completely independent, and this kind of theory which Justice Bobde actually referred to, that it is very, very difficult for the judges and very easy for somebody from outside to criticize that, correct?
As media persons, we can...
Of course, yes, you are entitled to.
It's our job to, in a way, question. You say criticize, but the sealed envelope, important cases, the judges say, please give it to us in a sealed envelope. We don't know what's in the sealed envelope. And that results in a lack of transparency.
I'll tell you, this all started in that Vineet Narayan case,
That's
which
right.
was Jain Diary case, correct? At that juncture, the Supreme Court was interfering or was considering the matter, and at that juncture, the investigation was still on. It was not clear whether the material which the investigator had collected, was it worthy, was it sufficient? But at the same time, the court just wanted to consider that the issue was considered or looked into by the investigators. So therefore, sealed envelope was entertained. The court did not pass any order. All that it said is that if, according to you, Mr. Investigator, there is a case made out, proceed further. That's it.
You know, it's interesting you mentioned just now, a little while ago, the Teesta settlement case. Because I recall, sir, and let me be honest today, when you became Chief Justice, there was media comment again that Justice Lalit, I think when you became a judge actually, that you had been Amit Shah's counsel in the Sohrabuddin case, and that will Justice Lalit therefore be truly independent? You showed through your judgments that you were independent, and kudos to you for that. But there was this sense that did that ever weigh on your mind, that will the media commentary that plays out, that here is the Home Minister's former counsel in the Sohrabuddin case, now the Chief Justice. Were you under extra pressure at any stage?
Not at all. See, as a lawyer, I represented something like 18 chief ministers in various matters, including S.M. Krishna, who was from Congress, Sukhram, who was from Congress, some of the 3 chief ministers from Maharashtra who were from Congress, Yediyurappa, who was BJP, then Jayalalitha, who was again in the opposition. So I have represented number of them. I have not met any one of them. So therefore, it was only pure and simple professional assignment. To me, it was like appearing in any matter, whether it was ABC, XYZ, or that politician. Makes no difference.
That's wonderful to hear, sir, because I think it's important to recognize perhaps that sometimes the media criticism, as you said, is based around speculation. But let's come for a moment to judicial pressure. During your term, the one case where you found yourself in a bit of a spot, you listed a case on a Saturday on an appeal filed by the Maharashtra government challenging the acquittal of a DU professor, G.N. Sai Baba, accused of Maoist links. Many saw this as unusual, especially as Justice Chandrachud on the Friday had orally expressed a view against any urgent listing. Next morning, listing takes place, a bench sits, and the acquittal is suspended. And many believe that this was done under pressure.
I've already responded to this line of question in one of the interviews, and that was by, perhaps I think, Srinivasan Jain.
That's right, after
Correct?
you
Yes,
demitted
that's
office.
right. I'll tell you, in case now that you have repeated the question, then I must answer it completely. See, it was a Friday, and that was the last working day for Justice Hemant Gupta. So he was demitting office, and on the last day, the custom is that the retiring judge sits in with the Chief Justice. So he was sitting with me. And the last day, the number of matters which are listed before such a bench are very, very less. So we rose for the day around 1 o'clock. The matter was mentioned in court number 2 because the Chief's court was not sitting. So it was mentioned before the bench presided over by Justice Chandrachud. Justice Chandrachud, naturally, because when you are mentioning, the papers are not before you. So the matter was mentioned by the learned Solicitor General, and his first reaction was that in case the bail is the issue, then why should we list it tomorrow? Correct. But finally, the Solicitor General perhaps was able to convince him. So therefore, the order which was passed had 3 paragraphs. Number 1, saying that the apprehension is expressed by Mr. Solicitor General that in case the matter is not heard immediately, the person may be released immediately.
Yes.
Number 2, we therefore allow him to make a mention before so that to get the matter listed next day. Now, it was possible for the court to list the matter next week because the normal mentioning was there. But the court was definitely convinced that if we list the matter sometime next week, that is Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, perhaps the urgency which has been canvassed will completely get nullified. And therefore, the chance had to be given that in case the matter can be listed on Saturday. Now, the other thing is, such kind of urgent listings, the court number 2 is not entitled to do. Going by the master of roster, it is only the chief who can do it. So therefore, the order was actually put in a very, very, what we say is the format of deference, that we give liberty so and so to make a mention. But the intent of the order is that definitely you consider the matter. So therefore, at about say 4 o'clock when the matter was brought before me, the order, the paper book again was not before me. Secondly, the man who brings before me the order was not aware as to what oral observations were made by the court while the mentioning was on. So I was to go to the hall where the final felicitation of Justice Gupta was to be undertaken. So as we enter, the first person that I wish to contact is Justice Chandrachud himself. I approach him and say that now that you have actually come out with this order, will you be part of the special bench to be constituted tomorrow? He had certain reservations because he had given some kind of commitments to somebody. So therefore he said it won't be possible. The major part of the day I have given some commitments. So therefore I turned to the next, because it was right there, all the judges were there. So 3 judges, Justice Rastogi, Justice Gawai, and Justice Suryakant, I approached them. They again say that we have some other commitments. The 4th judge that I approach is Justice Ravindra Bhatt. He said, sir, I have actually called the steno to complete a judgment, so therefore I have some commitment on that front. But in case you don't get anybody, I'm willing. So as a default option. So the next person that I contact is Justice Bela Trivedi. She says yes. Then the man next who I bump into is Justice M.R. Shah. I again put the same question to him. He said yes. So this is how the bench got constituted.
Okay, I'm glad
now,
you gave...
No, just listen to that. None of those persons, neither M.R. Shah, nor Bela Trivedi, nor me, are aware of the intricacies of the matter. The intricacies of the matter are actually before the bench which had heard the mentioning. None of us were even aware of that. We simply listed the matter next day. Why? In deference to what the order had said.
Okay, it's interesting that you've given that backstory to clear the air. Again, it's part, as I said, therefore, the media will have their own commentary, which carries on, and I will come to the media pressures on a judgment. Very quickly, sir, Collegium system. Do you approve of what the law minister has been saying publicly, calling for a review of the system? Do you believe that the executive deserves a greater say, or some would even say a return to the NJSC, the National Judicial Appointments Committee? Do we need a return to that?
See, as judges, we take oath that we will abide by the Constitution as by law established. Wasn't it the judgment of the 5 judges which said that NJSC is not the correct law? So are we supposed to observe and go by the Constitution as by law established, or have a different modality? We had to observe purely by the Collegium system. See, in a polity, if you have another system, if you have another regime in contemplation, let that regime be put in place in a manner known to law. The moment it is put in place, the judges will be bound to observe that. As of now, if you ask me my personal view, then according to me, the Collegium system is the ideal system.
Is the ideal system?
Absolutely.
You don't believe it leads to aberrations, it leads to sort of lack of, there is an opacity to it, there is a sense that the judiciary becomes a bit of a cabal that decides on its own who will be the fellow judges?
See, I'll tell you. Now, this Collegium, which was headed by Justice Ramana, where I was judge number 2 in the court, we had Justice Khanvilkar as number 3, and 3 of us, we made recommendations which were accepted by the government, and about 255 persons were appointed. At the same time, we did not accept the matters which were coming through the Collegium of the High Court. And about 70 or 80 names we rejected. 40 odd names are still under consideration by the government. So therefore, look at the kind of, the statistics themselves show that we at the apex level, we don't accept everything which comes through the Collegium of the High Court. Now, how is the matter actually coming through the Collegium? See, you require judges at every level. The whole system is geared to have the best possible talent. Now, under the Constitution, the lower judiciary or the district judiciary is completely under the control of the High Court. Appointments, posting, promotion, transfers, everything is done by the High Court. The executive has no say. It is through these courts that 1/3 of the strength of the High Court is actually forming. So you have those persons whose entire profile is seen by the High Court at every juncture, not just one or two persons, but repeatedly as an institution. Similarly, the advocates who practice before the High Court, the judges who form the body, they see their performance every day. So who are actually supposed to be better positioned to see the merit or the talent? Somebody sitting as an executive here, or somebody who is actually seeing the grassroots level performance, say in Kochi or in Manipur or in Andhra or in, say, Ahmedabad?
Now,
it is the High Court alone.
So let me quote again Dushyant Dave, a senior Supreme Court advocate. We have a large number of judges who are highly questionable. They either lack the expertise or the knowledge, and most of all the commitment. I know of judges who haven't delivered a single good judgment.
I don't know about Mr. Dushyant Dave's sort of, this particular statement and why he made that statement. But it is for him to justify that. I can't actually have a counter justification, correct? According to me, see, that is exactly why. When a man is made judge of the High Court, you see the performance. When we select a man, Justice Bobde, anybody who has been part of the Collegium, we see the judgments, we see the kind of performance which he has over a period of time has actually come out with. It is after that that 5 judges of the Supreme Court then consider whether a man is worthy or not. At the same time, they are also guided by the advice given by what we call the consultee judges. So in the process, there are not just 5 who are Collegium judges, but there are other consultee judges as well. At the same time, the version coming from the executive, as Justice Bobde said, that perhaps it may have something to say about the profile of the man. It may be that there may be some kind of complaint against him. There may be something, some dark corner somewhere in the persona, which perhaps as judge in the Collegium we are not aware of. So therefore, that part of the consultation through IB reports, through everything, is also placed before the court. It is after that that the process, that the decision is taken.
Okay, because there are interesting cases like that of Justice of Senior Advocate Saurabh Kirpal, which has been held up, and its result is his sexual reason for it. All of this is speculated.
See, again, now just consider this. The Collegium did not falter on Saurabh Kirpal's case. Collegium did make a recommendation. Collegium did reiterate. So how do you say Collegium system is bad? It is the fault lies somewhere else, if at all.
Okay. I want to ask you this in conclusion. You quite wonderfully, after you've retired, have gracefully gone to teach OP Jindal University, Mumbai, IIT. You're teaching constitutional law. Honest answer. Should former CJIs or judges after retirement take any government sinecure without a cooling off period? We've just had a Supreme Court fellow colleague of yours becoming a governor of a state. We've had a Supreme Court Chief Justice becoming a nominated member of the Rajya Sabha. Do you believe this is a healthy practice?
It all depends upon the individual. See, some individuals may find nothing objectionable. A person like me would rather say that, very well, let me try something else in another quarter. Correct? I have been a lawyer, I have been a judge. Let me be a professor now. Yes.
I think those cheers really say it all, that there is a problem if you don't have a cooling off period. So very quickly, your most difficult case.
Not in terms of any quality or any kind of problem which it posed, but sheer bulk of the matter, that was 2G. The kind of paperwork which ran into lakhs and lakhs of pages, to be controlling that, to be sort of in the midst of everything, where there were, at least by the time we finished, more than 150 witnesses were examined, so much of documentation. So sheer bulk, that was the only thing.
What's the most satisfying thing about being a judge? You are a very successful lawyer. what was most satisfying of being a judge? You must have taken a huge cut in salary to become a judge.
All that is something completely a personal decision, correct? Yes. See, I always felt that I have been part of this institution. Before I took that plunge, I had put in about 32 years in the practice as a lawyer. I have earned some name, some fame, some money, some stature. It is only through that profession, which is the law profession. So there is some way to give back to the society, and that is where I accepted judgeship. Another feature or another form in which I wish to give it back to the society is teach the law students. That's it.
Three words to describe the state of the Supreme Court today.
Fantastic court, yet tremendous area for improvement.
Okay, I think you've left enough. You've given us a teaser perhaps for another interview where we'll discuss perhaps those areas of improvement. But Justice Lalit, it's been a pleasure having you here today.
The pleasure has been mine.
And speaking so openly and freely, I think moment people demit office, some of that burden goes away and you can speak even more freely. And I'm sure that's as true of you as many others.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Justice UU Lalit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Justice UU Lalit as I call upon Nitin Seth, Vice Chairman Tops, to come up on stage and present a very small token of our appreciation to Justice Lalit. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Raise a warm applause for Justice UU Lalit. Ladies and gentlemen, just want to give you a heads up. The photo exhibit that I was telling you about right outside at the Shah Jahan Hall, where India Today's AI team has completely reimagined some of our iconic covers, is only going to be there for just about an hour or two more. So do go out, step out, take a look, because we're going to clear the hall for the Prime Minister's security. He is our keynote speaker this evening. The area will need to be sanitized, so do go ahead and if you haven't till now, and I recommend it highly, you must go and do it. Also want to reiterate that whatever you've seen yesterday, today, were thought leaders from all walks of life coming in together, sharing their vision of the India moment. All of that, the highlights of it, will be re-encapsulated in our next edition of the India Today magazine. All right, we're ready to go into our next session for this afternoon. Do settle down. Those crowding the aisles, please just come in, settle down. All right, let's get into our next session this afternoon. Soul eclipse, why our children are self-harming, how to fix it, insights on the teenage depression epidemic in India. We've put together a short film on teenage depression. I'd like you to see it before we cut across to our session's moderator.
old age and depression, they just don't go together, right?
I was around 16 years old. Day after day, I would wake up feeling shattered.
I think one of my closest friends struggled with mental health. I think she was just 12 or 13.
It took me more than 6 months of suffering, 3 or 4 suicidal attempts. And many notices from university of absence to convince my parents that I need medical attention.
A lot of my friends have considered or have actually self-harmed.
In my circle of friends, I've encountered a lot of cases of depression and anxiety.
Do not really understand what depression is. They think that you have to be of a certain age to be depressed.
Bullying would be one of the biggest reasons for depression. Body shaming people, making fun of people for their sexuality.
There's this need to please on social media, being very conscious of what you're posting, wanting to edit every picture.
Be it in family or in school, people are unconsciously pressure boys to be a certain way.
First would definitely be family issues. My parents, they didn't handle their divorce as well as they should have, and I feel like that's the case with a lot of people, and they involve their child too much, way more than they should.
I think bullying is a big one. A lot of people still feel like they can't confide in their parents.
There's a big divide between people of other sexualities and people who are considered to be conventional. Everything is so competitive. Anything below 99.99% feels like a failure.
Body is a very big one. Skinny is a constant one. Then there's snatched, which is having a really small waist.
Domestic violence obviously has to be on that list, because once a child sees that, it traumatizes them for the rest of their lives.
It's not just sadness, but it's prolonged sadness.
Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, the one which I grew up in, there aren't enough examples how to be around such person and how to extend a helping hand to such a person.
One thing I've realized is the importance of therapy, but even before that, the importance of clear and honest conversations. When we are going through a tough phase mentally, we know what we need to do. We know how we can get out of it. It's just that we can't do it.
It was always a hush-hush topic. Even at home, it was always a hush-hush topic. It's a very tricky, murky battle to fight. But it starts with baby steps. And the first being acknowledging that it might just exist and it's not such a bad thing.
To an extent, social media should be age restricted. 8-year-olds shouldn't be exposed to the same things a 16-year-old would be allowed to be exposed to.
If someone is depressed, their loved one should just be with them. Whenever mom has panic attacks, I'm just always with her. So, and then I guess that calms her down. I guess it was the divorce between her and dad which triggered it. In those moments when men do need help, it's not always given, because most people feel like you shouldn't need it. Yeah, in the scope of our school, there's a very set stereotype of who will be popular and which girls are pretty, and because of that, how well liked they are. I think a lot of the times it's just seen as attention seeking. Awareness doesn't always mean understanding.
Depression is just so commonplace. It's an irony how it's not there in everyday conversation as it should be.
Well, to take it from here, I'd like to invite our session's moderator, Shoma Chaudhary, consulting editor, India Today Group.
Good morning. Continuing a tradition that India Today started 2-3 years ago of spotlighting a very, very important issue in our society, which is teenage mental health. It's not talked about enough. And we're really hoping that these sessions will draw more and more attention to this. You saw this little film. It gives a sense of the echo chamber of how widespread this is. There were some statistics there, and I'll just share one more before I call the panelists on stage, which is that in India, and this is all underreporting, there are about 200 million people who suffer from active depression, and only about 30% are seeking help. And to show that this is really something that's ever escalating, in America, we've just, some statistics say that 60% of young girls in America, 3 out of 5 are so persistently sad that they have fallen out of normal activities. So that's really like canaries, telling us what's wrong with our society. And to discuss that, to draw attention, we have a really, poignant, powerful panel today. And I'd like to first call on stage Pranavi Khandekar. She's 22 years old. Pranavi, please give her a warm welcome. Pranavi is 22 years old. She's studying psychology at Ambedkar University. And Pranavi is somebody who suffered from depression from the time she was 9 to, she's still coping, healing. She's someone who's self-harmed, who's tried to commit suicide, has OD'd, and she's here to tell us, what really happened with her and what was her state of mind during those years. I'd next like to call on stage Abha Adams, who is a very, very respected, well-known educator in India. She has been the director of Shri Ram Step by Step and has worked with children for more than 30 years. She's written a book called Parenting in the Age of Anxiety. So please give a warm welcome to Abha. And now we have Nupur Dhingra, who's a psychotherapist and psychologist, works with her consultancy practice is called Family Tree, and she works a lot with young children and families, so has great insight into what's going on. And next I'd like to call Shudipto Patra, who is a parent, he's a professional in his own right, a media person, but again, who both his sons have suffered from acute depression, the elder son more so, is someone again who's self-harmed, tried to commit suicide, and is now, in the process of transitioning to a new gender. And Shudipto is here to share with us, from a parent's perspective, how to deal with children who are wounded in any way. So thank you very much for joining us. Pranavi, I wanted to start with you, and thank you so much for trusting us with your story. As I shared with the audience already that, at age 9, you discovered that you're adopted, and that seemed to have triggered a spiral in you, and then it played out over many years. Can you share with us your state of mind during that time? What does depression really feel like?
Okay, so I felt tired and scared at the same time. It was feeling so much and nothing at all at once. Sometimes I was just feeling numb. I would have sleepless nights. I'd just toss and turn around the bed, not being able to sleep. But there were also times I would sleep 2, 3, like the entire day for like a couple of weeks. But if it was basically to escape the reality. That's what I feel. And it felt as if I'm walking on a thin rope, trying to balance myself while carrying heavy rocks. And I was scared. What if I fall? What if I crash? I felt as if I had millions of tangled wires inside my head. It was so messy and it was so disturbing. I wanted to untangle them, like each one of them, but then there were just too many, so I just gave up even before I could start. It was frustrating. I felt choked, I felt suffocated, and the pain was too much inside.
So, Pranavi, you shared with me earlier that your mother was quite a supportive person, and yet you were self-harming, and this is something that bewilders a lot of people. That, can you share with us, what was the reason that you would, cut yourself? You're already in so much pain. Why were you then further cutting yourself?
Okay, so I was in so much pain within, and I just couldn't take it anymore. Sometimes my body would feel numb. I didn't know what to do. Sometimes I needed to feel the pain, so I would keep checking, okay, am I still working? Is my body still working? Am I okay? What's happening? I was scared. And sometimes it would be because I was just scared, and I felt that was the only time I was seen, not by just others, but by my own self. It felt more real, you know, like, agar kisi ko chot lagti hai, so they're like, oh, isko lag gayi hai, isko, like, he's in pain, like, they can see, they acknowledge it. So when I would self-harm, I could acknowledge my inner pain as well. Like, it's that much that it's led to all of this. So, I mean, that was how it.
So it was literally like giving vocabulary to what was inside.
Exactly,
to make it visible. You know, I'm going to come back to you to talk to us about what helped you heal, but I just wanted to share with the audience that in addition to finding out about her adoption, there were other triggers for Pranavi, which was that she was fat-shamed. You said you were about 90 kilos,
yeah.
And she was fat-shamed. People remarked about her color, her peers. She shifted schools, you know, teachers, parents. There was a lot of stuff going on for her, and I want you to help us untangle that. But Abha, here's where I want to come to you. You know, you've been working for 30 years and more possibly with students and children. What is going wrong, Abha? And you know, there's always been generation gaps, stuff that we've heard about, parent-child conflicts. But in the last 10 years, what has escalated so much that we're seeing this phenomenon, you know, this epidemic of teenage depression?
I think it's been there for the last 20 years and we didn't realize the early starts. But I believe the last 10 years has really shown the impact of the kind of accelerated change that our society is going through. Dr. Shelja Sen, when I spoke to her, said something very interesting, and she said, children are the canaries of our times. If children are broken, then society is broken. And looking at it from that perspective, I think we've fractured ourselves in many ways. We've given in to rampant consumerism. We have the commercialization of practically every aspect of our lives, whether it's giving birth to babies or preschool, whatever it is. The digitalization and that takeover has particularly, when you add that to the mix, added to this sense of, I'm not perfect. There is a photoshopped mirage of perfection that our parents and our young are looking at, which gives them that this is how you need to be. You need to have a glistening skin, you need to be tall, you need to be skinny, you need to have straight hair, you need to be fair, and what's more, you need to have a happy, happy life. Happy holidays. But life's not like that. Life isn't all happiness. And as parents, if we, and I'm afraid that's what we have done, become aspirational for that perfect, the myth of happy families and perfection, that my children are going to succeed, and you define that success mantra. You don't look at your child and see what is the child's own particular yearning, passion, unique ability or trait. And it's happening with schools as well. But you define the success mantra, which is great marks. You want to intervene?
No, I just wanted to pull the others in because... So,
okay, absolutely, absolutely.
So, you know, Nupur, before I come to Shudipto, you're seeing the really injured end of the spectrum of hurting children. So give us some insight that when you're dealing with parents and with children who've actually finally come to you for help, dive deeper also from what Abha is saying, which is a societal level, what's going on, you know?
One of the first things that we get to see in our practice is how young people really struggle with being taken seriously. To have their distress really acknowledged and taken seriously by school, family, and a bit like the video that you showed just now, where the words that the young people are saying are about their distress, but then you listen to the music, and the music is all very happy, happy.
Yeah,
and
I wanted that disjunction to show.
And that is the disjunct about the facade that has to be on the outside and the internal experience. whether it's family or schools or institutions, we don't really know what to do with distress. And there is a wish, a fantasy that we can medicalize it and that a pill will help us to make us feel better. That's not how it works.
So what works? If you were to give us just one lever that everyone should have, what would that be?
I'm going to actually connect to what Pranavi just said, which was to acknowledge that it's there. I'd say over 50% of the work we do day in and day out in our consulting rooms is listen. We listen to what the young people are saying. We zip our mouths, our opinions, which we have. We're not neutral parties. We come from our own history and prejudices even. And we were adolescents once, etc. But we listen.
So I'm going to come back to both you and Abha. You know, you've mentioned listening, and Abha also has an idea of the kind of parenting that over all these years she feels that one really needs to do. I'm going to come back to both of you. Shudipto, I wanted to pull you in here that, you've been a parent that's now seen both your children go through a journey of suffering. What has your experience been? Did you start from a position of blindness and bewilderment, and through this arc, where have you reached, which makes you a better support system for your children?
Okay, before I answer that, may I pull the audience in? How many people have, within their first line of family, experienced mental health issues? Can I show of hands? So that's sort of less than 30%. We have an audience which still needs to get sensitized, maybe. Mental health doesn't come knocking at your door. It will not say that I'm here. How to be sensitive and be aware is an ongoing process. Now, that's where I'm here primarily to share with you some of the things that, with the benefit of hindsight, we can say that might be done better. One of the first things that I would like to say is to allow children to remain children. How do we do that? It's such a simple thing to say, but it's a complex thing to live. Do you give them aspirations? Well, you do, but don't pin the future on them. Now that's complicating matters. Do you say that, tomorrow you will have a career and go and score? We saw the video, some 99%, etc. people are saying. Maybe it's not a good idea. If your child is willing to take that, go ahead and do it. But if your child is not willing, so listen. Also listen to what the child is not saying. I think that's something that we have learned the hard way. You have to be able to listen to what the child is not saying as well. Very often, the child is not saying what the issue is. And that becomes more important than what the child is saying, because the child might be under pressure from you, from teachers, from peer group, from society, from
Shudipta, here I just wanted to, again, for the audience to really understand this, maybe you could share that incident when Ambuj, who's now transitioning into Anjalika, but when he had ADHD, you didn't really understand, and he was sent off to military school. And what happened over there as a parent, I think that'll really help the audience understand.
So, one of the things that, it's an incident, let me try and narrate it as briefly as possible. It's not as if ADHD or ADHD children do not go to the military. So those are not linked. However, they cannot be trained into the military till they are ready to know what military demands. So that's where we made the mistake. The call was still ours. Went to a military school at an age when the call was still for the parent to take, not the child to take. So we take responsibility, we don't blame ourselves. Now that's the other important thing that the parents have to keep in mind. Take responsibility, take charge, do what needs to be done, but don't blame yourself, because blaming yourself is no good. It's useless. So he went there, and they have to do all kinds of things. They have to play hockey, and he would say that, I can't connect the ball. He would narrate the story and come back during vacations and say that, if I swing the stick, either I pull some mud out of the ground or I am not able to connect to the ball. Obviously, later we figured out he had a condition called sensory integration difficulty. Most of you might have seen Tare Zameen Par, where a child learns to pick up how the ball is coming, how to connect, etc. Now, some children will not learn it.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to jump in only because, we're going to run out of time, and I really want to come back to everyone.
Please go ahead.
So, if I may just say it in a synopsis that, so basically Ambuj then was not suited for military school because it was so disciplinary. And I chatted with Ambuj earlier where he said it was horrible because if he wasn't able to do something, his entire batch was punished for it,
That's right.
So in addition, he had all that burden put on him, and he really cracked at that point. That was the first time he really harmed himself.
So fragile shoulders should not be burdened with more weight till they are ready to take more weight.
Yeah. So I'm sorry I'm rushing you all. It's just that, these are big issues and we're sort of rushing this. But Pranavi, help us understand that, you went through this entire process, and today you're sitting here facing an entire audience. For someone who couldn't face yourself, what was it that helped you heal?
I think therapy and medication combined helped me be the person I am today, helped me learn, helped me grow, helped me understand myself. Therapy taught me how to create space in my body to deal with and handle difficult feelings and emotions. It taught me how to create a tap in that overflowing patila of my anxiety. It taught me how to deal with my anxiety. So like I was told about an anxiety meter. So 1 was the lowest, 10 was a crash. So I was able to recognize, I was slowly becoming aware of where I was. And if I would ask for help immediately when I would see myself that if I was at 3. So I think that helped me. And yeah, I have written something.
Yeah, you want to share that?
Yes.
Very quickly. And also, you were saying that very often now you dialogue with it's not that there's no more anxiety in you, but you've learned a way of talking to yourself.
Yes, exactly.
You want to share that?
Yeah, I would love to, yeah. So each time I get anxious or, I feel angry or throw a tantrum with my mom, for example, and I feel horrible about it. So I talk to myself. I talk to the inner child in myself. I tell it that I know that you're scared. I know that you're fearful. But it's okay, I'm here too now. I'm 22 years old. I can take charge. I don't want to abandon you. No, I don't want to. We can do collaborative work. I know you care for me, and I respect and value you. You are very valid. So I would talk to it, and I would really feel better, and I was able to activate my adult self.
Right.
Yeah.
Pranavi, I'm going to come back to you to read that because, I haven't finished just plumbing all of them. Abhay, may I come back to you that, when we were chatting earlier, you zeroed in on 2 very important things that all society needs to do, which is to communicate and connect better, Those are big words, but is there any ingredients to that we can all take away? Differing temperaments, but is there some practice we can follow?
Communication and connection at both the level at the home and the school. And I've seen that there's a breakdown in both. At the basis of communication is the fundamental need to accept. All of us want to be accepted for who we are and valued for what we bring, and to be respected. If, as a parent, I do not connect with my child with that acceptance of I see you, I hear you, I respect you, and I accept you for who you are, then that connection doesn't happen, and then communication gets worse. I owe this understanding to Gloria, who is here with us this afternoon, and who clarified that as adults, as parents and educators, when we feel insecure and inadequate, we go to our go-to place, which is controlling behavior. We want to control the child in the class, we want to control the child at home. And of course, that's a collision course. So creating safe spaces at home, early on, very early on, and at school, which is sorely lacking, the space for conversation is shrinking, leave alone a safe space. But the child knows that she has love, she has security, she has understanding, she will not be judged, she will not be belittled, and she will be accepted where she can speak her mind to the parent and to the teacher. And that's critical. Now, it's hard because as a society, we are not used to speaking about these things. And so I think that's where training needs to begin.
Right. So again, Nupur, I'm so sorry, I'm feeling terribly this thing because we have such short time. Help us understand, you spoke about, again, this compliance, and you've spoken about listening even as a therapist, but there's a big parent community here that when you're dealing with these injured children, is there any pattern that you're seeing, which is creating that breakdown and which you feel, again, that there can be some playbook that parents can take away?
So there's three things I want to say. One is in response to Pranavi's thing about anxiety still coming up. All of us on this stage right now are anxious about different things. Anxiety is something that everybody in this room experiences. Each of your smartphones is used as anesthesia against our anxiety when it rises. So anxiety is not something that's going to go away. It's a physiological experience. So let's not make it into something that is wrong. It's about levels of anxiety, connected to which the whole point about it needing spaces of safety. See, learning can only take place when the nervous system is in a place of safety. If your child in the home or in a school or in any scenario is scared, the nervous system is overwhelmed, and fear does not become a conducive place for the nervous system to take in new information. So learning cannot take place in fear. All of you are in powerful positions in your own respective places of work. You would know what it's like to have been facing a senior who's not listening. You would know what it's like now to have a subordinate you are being now in the position where you're trying to make them listen.
No, but I just wanted to cut in here because there's one important thing. So you've made this point about the anxiety that a lot of parents that I've spoken to that even young children are confused about what's that line where you just tell someone to buck up and carry on, or when you really take it seriously enough to give it attention or therapy. Parents often kind of recognize that. Is there anything that you can give?
Yes, and it's actually a specialist thing to be able to recognize when anxiety is over threshold, and where you cannot tell them to just get on with it. But as a rule of thumb, I'd say if you're talking to teenagers or young people, avoid the word should, because then you've lost your audience. And the second one is do not tell them to get on with it, because that's very dismissive, and then you've lost your audience again.
But is there anything, how do they know when you have to go to a therapist? Like this is happening at home. How do you know that you need to go to a therapist?
So our bottom line is take all distress seriously. After that, we can then talk about how much, when, where, and how.
Okay.
But you have to take distress seriously, because only then are they going to take you seriously.
Right. You were sharing with me earlier, there are physiological symptoms, that when being sad to just not being functional is a good example of when you need to go to a doctor, But Shudipta, I'm going to have to rush you on this, that as a parent, when your child was cutting, ODing, you had a certain response to it, which you said has helped you get through it. Would you share that in a line?
So what we did was we tried to tackle the job at hand, which was to take care of the child. We stood by the child. We didn't panic ourselves. That's one of the first things that usually we have heard other instances from other parents do. We were lucky enough not to do it. But what we fell short of is continue to show affection during that period of distress. So we needed to solve the immediate crisis when on a holiday we had a situation at home where medical aid was needed and no doctor was available. So we did what was necessary, including an intramuscular injection, tetanus, and so on, with guidance from the doctor. But what we could have done was to show more affection, that we understand. That's something that is always in short supply when children have mental health challenges. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, and I'm feeling very rude to not let all of you read what you had planned to read to the audience, but I'd just like to share with you that all of them have written books, and the books are available outside on Amazon at Bahri Sons. I'm going to have to leave it here. I'm sorry Shudipta's not even able to speak about the gender dysmorphia, transitioning to a new gender, all very bewildering experiences for parents, but this is just the tip, like a torchlight. And thank you very, very much, all of you, for sharing your time and experiences with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And like Shoma pointed out, all their books are at the Roshanara Hall. You can have a chat with them if you wish to. Get your copies signed. They're right here, and they'll see you at the Roshanara Hall. But I request all of you to stay on stage for just about a minute as I call upon Mr. Ranuj Kohli from Hitachi to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause. Yeah. Just from the side, yeah, you can just come in from the side. Once again, they've all written books, they're all outside at the Roshanara Hall. Pick up their book, get it signed. If you want to have a chat, feel free to do so. Thank you, panelists. Let's move on right now to our next session. Social Dilemma, a steroid window into teenage alienation and class divides in India. Just give us about 10 seconds to turn around our stage and we'll be back with our session. Again, I'd like to remind you on all the sessions that have taken place here since yesterday on our 20th edition of the India Today Conclave. The highlights of that will be encapsulated in our next edition of the India Today magazine. To take it from here for our next session, Social Dilemma, a steroid window into teenage alienation and class divides in India, I'd like to call upon my colleague and our deputy editor, India Today Television, Akshita Nandgopal.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We just had a very, very productive, insightful discussion on teenage dystopia. So our next session is also related to that. And something that gave us a window into teenage turbulence, into what teenagers face, was a recent series on Netflix called Class. Many of you have seen it. It's got a lot of people talking, not just because of the drama, but also because it touches upon some very, very real issues. And joining us here on the India Today Conclave, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce to you the cast of Class. Please give them a big round of applause. So they've been with us backstage for the last 1.5 hours. There's a reason I haven't introduced them by name, because I'm going to get each one of them for you. And if you've seen Class, you know that they all play extremely interesting, diverse characters. I'm going to get each one of them to introduce themselves to you in their Class character. Chintan, shall we begin with you?
All right. So I have to introduce myself
as Chintan, but in the character of Farooq.
All right. Have you guys seen Class, by the way? Yeah, so I played Farooq. So I'll just introduce myself. Schoolboys and schoolgirls. This is Chintan Raj. That's what I think Farooq would say.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah. So it would be on the lines of, hey schoolboy, this is Chintan Raj, and I'm an actor. I have been, इस वहाँ के आसमान का तो पता नहीं, पर क्लास में ज़रूर दिख जाऊँगा आपको.
Sivail?
राम राम भाई, सिवाइल नाम है मेरा. हाय, थैंक यू. क्रांतिकारी हूँ, भिखारी नहीं. Hi guys, Gurfateh Pirzada, and I play the character of Neeru.
Good afternoon. My name is Moses Kaul, and in the show I play Sharan Gujral. If you've seen the show right till the very end, then you know you don't want to cross me. But in real life, I love you all. Thank you for being here.
Hi, I'm Nana Bhan. No one plays Koil Kalra like Koil Kalra except Nana Bhan. I'm an actor now. I was previously a filmmaker, and I'm also a newly accredited intimacy coordinator. Thank you.
First of all, I'm kind of shocked you guys don't know who I am. I'm Zan Shaw, and you guys are very, very lucky to come watch me speak today. Thank you.
So that's the team of class for you right here at the India Today Conclave. Sivail, do you think you did justice to Bali? What is Bali known for most? There's a certain move associated with Bali that he's very well known for.
Oh, dude. Do you want twerking?
Go for it.
Yeah, so it's like this.
Twerking is not working.
Yeah. And also Bali in Shaga, I think.
I can't unsee that. But congratulations to all of you for the success of class. It's been, I'm sure, an amazing journey for all of you. Gurfateh, beginning with you, did you expect this kind of an amazing response to class?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously, we came on this project knowing that it's going to be something path-breaking and something that's very different because the directors that we had and the platform that Netflix gave us, it was incredible. And like I said, I was just saying outside, how often do you see 11 new people in such a big show and there's absolutely no name attached to it. You go in watching the show without wanting to watch an actor or a specific star. It's and then you watch it and then hopefully you resonate with someone and then you know their names. So I think that's the biggest achievement that we feel like class gave us. And yeah, I mean, we didn't think that we'd be here. So that's great and very happy to be here.
Moses, what do you think it is about the series that's made it such a big hit? Do you think it's all of the drama that's associated with it, or there is a tinge of realness also of the teenage drama that you've kind of encapsulated? What teenagers face perhaps now?
Well, I think it's more than a tinge. I think I'll give it that it's definitely, look, it's suspended reality. That's what cinema is, right? In a lot of ways, I think why it's done the way it's done is, of course, what Gurfateh said, that when you don't know the actors or you've not seen them on Viral Bhiyani, you've not seen them being papped, you don't know what their persona is, right? For a lot of people over here, you might think that Sivail is exactly like Balli. So when you watch them, there's of course, it's easier to suspend belief and buy into the world. That's number one. Second is, we're talking about extremely pressing and sensitive issues in the show, and it's been dealt with in a way that doesn't lecture you. It's not preaching. It's addressing it in a way that is common and it's colloquial in a lot of ways. So I think that's what it is, and I feel like a lot of it also has to do with the fact that not just the actors, but the crew, the direction team, everybody pulled their own weight, right? So I think it's all of that. And of course, just that little bit, the tinge actually is the luck, not what you said otherwise,
Go ahead, Chintan.
Yeah, so I would like to add to that because now he mentioned
preaching and class. So we have class and the word preaching together. So when even I got the script for the first time, like I got it way after, just because firstly, like we were all newcomers. So I think Mera script, I got it, okay, this is my part.
You're the youngest of the group also.
Yeah, wow, thank you for specifying that. I was actually writing my exams while I was shooting in the vanity. I was like, just 1 hour, guys, I just need to complete my engineering. So that's the priority, guys. So in this country, we have to study first and then you can do all of this. Like, you know it, right? You know it, I don't have to say anything. But when I read the script, it was, because as now he specified the word preaching, so I have this, ये class कुछ सिखाने नहीं आया था, ये दिखाने आया था. And when I say दिखाने, and when you compare it with the cinema, so people say कि okay, cinema is a reflection, it acts like a mirror. पर हम यहाँ पर कोई आईना दिखाने नहीं आया था, हम यहाँ पर ये दिखाने आए थे कि आईना खुद मैला है. So एक चीज़ जो साफ रह सकती है वो नज़रिया है. So that is my 2 cents on it.
Very well put, very well put. Can we have a round of applause, please, for him? Zain, how did you get into the flesh of your character? How did you get into this whole teenage drama once again? You had to recap your teenage years, yes?
Of course. I mean, you asked me how I got into the skin of Veer, kind of. So I started auditioning in 2020. That's when the script first came to me. And Oshim, so I'd audition scenes where I'd have to play like the high school douchebag, and also where I'd have to I also had audition scenes with Sabha to show my softer side. And my director bought into my softer side, but he wasn't convinced I could be that aggro, mean person, I guess. So during workshops, there was a lot of, we worked a lot on the anger of the character, I think.
True.
On set, there was a lot of back and forth. Oshim would scream at me to like kind of get that reaction out of me. So yeah.
But how difficult was it for you in the sense that when you were a teenager versus now? I think the situation is very different, because I feel it. When I saw Class, I was like, is this how teenagers are right now? Did you feel that?
I mean, social media is the biggest difference, I think, since when I was a teenager. And Class obviously tackles a lot of issues that social media kind of gives to you. So, I mean, I was so separated from social media before Class actually happened. I was non-existent on Instagram. And I actually have a personal story to share. I got really sick right after the release of Class. And I realized I don't think human beings are meant to feel those levels of dopamine, if you know what I mean. For the first 4 days, I was bedridden. And all I was doing was going on Instagram, refreshing, looking at my followers go up. And it felt really good, looking at the positive comments, looking at how much you guys like loved it and like accepted our characters and stuff. And after about day 4, I realized that I started feeling a little bit low, a little bit depressed. And that's when I called my mom, actually. She's sitting right there. And I had to fly back home. And what I've seen in a lot of younger people is that social media can be really detrimental to mental health, because I feel like now your image on social media, your on-screen image is just so much more important than your real life persona. And that's like the biggest difference from when I was young to now, I think.
I think teenagers are chronically online, and there is this new thing which is called not wanting to be perceived, which is a very rampant thing now. Is that people, like these kids who are online, they have a completely separate online persona. It's almost like an avatar that you have online, and they live vicariously through those Instagram or Twitter profiles. And I think, of course, it will have consequences, good or bad. I mean, we're fairly new into it. I don't know what it means. Of course, it comes with, like he said, detrimental to mental health, but I feel also as human beings, we're extremely adaptable. I think I read a study where now, in fact, you can text and walk. Your brain has kind of like tuned you into like being able to walk on or cross the road while texting, because we're just, you know, as human beings, we evolve, we adapt. So I feel it'll be a while before we truly understand the effects of it, but yes, we're chronically online and we do not want to be perceived.
you've, with class, opened up a series of conversations about these issues, which never happened before. Naina, when you read the script and you saw some of the scenes, it's not something that most Indian films or series talk about or delve into. Were you also scared that you'd end up also offending some sections of society, that you'd offend the conservative Indian?
First of all, when we got the show, and they were saying that it was an official adaptation of Elite, that is the first time that I engaged with Elite as a show. And when I saw it, I realized that actually this would be really such a strong piece of material to adapt to an Indian setting, because there's so much to talk about. With the class divide, there's so much nuance that if done well and if handled by the right makers, it would actually be super impactful. And then when I saw Oshim Ahluwalia's name attached to it and I saw Netflix attached to it, there was a sense of, I don't know, in my gut, I just knew that it would do it. Of course, when you actually shoot the material and you see things that are happening on social media with other projects, there is of course a lot of anxiety and nerves with, okay, I hope that the message that we're trying to deliver so authentically and honestly is perceived correctly, as Moses said, the fear of perception or how we want to be perceived. But I think everybody came to this project with so much honesty and really trying to put a mirror without really trying to make a judgment. And because everybody, all the characters on the show are of different class backgrounds or whatever, there are different entry points for every viewer to come into the show. So you could come in through a Sabha, you could come in through a Dheeraj, you could come in through a Koel, and you would have a completely different experience based on your life. So I kind of deviated from the question a little bit, but yeah, I was nervous. I think all of us were, but somewhere we felt that the content was made with the correct intention, and we're happy that it delivered.
So, the thing about class is it talks about an issue that perhaps you see beyond education as well. In so many parts of our society, we look at that class divide, and many people also feel it in their daily lives. So while for you play a character who's from the other side of the tracks, right? And you're joining this really plush school, etc. How really did you train for such a character? Because you had to play that really rural Delhi boy. And add to that, do you ever feel that, there was one experience that I extracted from to focus on the class divide that helped me understand that class divide?
Okay, first of all, thank you India Today for the opportunity, and thank you Netflix कि हमें यहाँ आने का मौका दिया. And I'm not from Delhi, I'm from Uttarakhand, I'm from Nainital. So for me it was hard क्योंकि दिल्ली का कैरेक्टर है, दिल्ली हरियाणा बेल्ट का कैरेक्टर है, एंड द एक्सेंट पार्ट वाज हार्ड, एंड द फिजिकलिटी वाज हार्ड, एंड द विटीनेस इज देयर कि दिल्ली हरियाणा में, इंडिया के अंदर हम लोगों में बहुत सारा विटीनेस है, हम लोग बहुत वी इंडियंस आर फन, तो बट वो हरियाणा का एक कैरेक्टर करने के लिए, बट वो नुआंस बहुत ज़रूरी है. आप लैंग्वेज को अच्छे से समझते हो, एक्सेंट को बहुत अच्छे से समझते हो. दैट वाज अ हार्ड पार्ट फॉर मी. At the same time, I was building like my physique and all for the role, so I used to like do 2-time training and all for that, and used to do accent classes, and I used to call my friend Haryana से कि क्या चल रहा है भाई, क्या कर रहा है आजकल के. तो basic, we used to talk for like hours, and we did that, and also we were doing our intimacy work with Moses and Naina, and हम सब लोग काफ़ी nervous रहते थे क्योंकि it was our first show. And हम लोग सेट पे हम मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम ऑकवर्ड ही रहते थे. वी यूज्ड टू डू लॉट ऑफ लाइक रिहर्सल बिफोर दैट, एंड मैं नैना से कहता था, नैना कैसे करेंगे सीन, लाइक वी डोंट नो हाउ टू लाइक डू दिस सीन. एंड लकीली हमारे डायरेक्टर काफ़ी अच्छे हैं, एंड नेटफ्लिक्स वी हैड लाइक आवर इंटीमेसी कोऑर्डिनेटर ऑन सेट, तो काफ़ी अच्छे से हम लोगों ने शूट किया, एंड वी वर वेरी कंफर्टेबल ऑन सेट. And we used to ask our director कि why you shooting this particular scene, like why Bali is like coming out like this, why is he's with Koel like this particular character, like घंटू discussion चलता था. And about the class divide, and see, I think character और मेरे में there's a similarity. It's about the hustle. I think I come from a small town, so for me it's like मैंने hustle किया हुआ हमेशा. मैं because of the discipline, consistency, I have an army background, so I think it's in my DNA. So like उससे हमेशा मेहनत कर करके, like I have only one thing, hard work. उससे I think मैं आज I'm sitting here.
But my sense is when you're talking is that you're completely opposite to Bali. Is that true?
Yeah.
completely different?
Yeah.
What was the first day on set like, Zed, for all of you? Was it really awkward when you all got together, met each other?
Our first day on set, we had, well, my first day on set would have been different to anyone else's, but it was literally because this is most of our first acting gig ever, so we've never seen cameras like that. There are 200 people around you watching, so my first 2-3 days on set were like horrible. They were just, I couldn't perform, we had to do so many takes, and I think it was just really nerve-wracking. But the coolest parts were workshops actually, because that's when we really got to bond and work on our characters and kind of become friends, because even bonding during the pandemic was super hard, right? Yeah. Because there are restrictions, we can't really meet outside of workshops, so I mean, yeah, first few days of set, it was nerve-wracking, but the times like the Hooja party scenes and stuff, the days we were all there together, those were like the most fun days.
I just wanted to add to that, because we were all doing this for the first time. It was really nice because the first time we met was in workshops. And then as we progressed through the show, which was supposed to be shot over 3 months, but ended up being shot over 2 years, it became like an acting school where we would swap notes and document each other's growth and see, hey, this is what I was tackling when I was starting out, but I'm really good at this now. How are you feeling? How are the nerves? So that was really nice. And now to end this entire journey with the show coming out and doing so well, we're again swapping notes. What are we doing next? How do we tackle this environment? So it's been really just, it's been great to have 11 cast members to swap notes with. I don't think a lot of people get that. And to do this journey alone is so daunting with the stakes. So I'm really thankful for all of my cast members, even today, to be here together is amazing.
Oh, amazing. I can feel the chemistry of all of you, I think, when we were talking backstage as well. Chintan, tell us about your experience as well. You are a Guju boy who then came on board to play a boy from Jammu and Kashmir to talk about his struggles as well in merging and blending in society.
Yeah. So honestly, my struggles were very common. I was struggling with physics, chemistry, and maths in 11th, 12th. I was struggling with trigonometry, and differential calculus was still okay, but integral calculus, I still can't forget it. So honestly, I didn't have a lot of exposure to, let's say I was just in Rajkot for 18 years of my life. And then I shifted to Bombay, but I did theater for the entire time. My experience was the experience that I think related to the social media section. So I'll just ask a very simple question. What if something is not going right in your life? What do you guys do? Kya karte ho aap log? It's like, you solve the problem, right? If the problem is related to money or some sort of validation, you go and solve it. What do? Our generation, we post a picture, we get 10,000 likes and we are satisfied. That's what we do, seriously. So, yeah. And that's where I came, okay, this part is very interesting. There's a scene in the show where Yashika, who's played by Asha Kanga, she was trying to sort of Veer साहब का mood अच्छा करने की try कर रही थी, and Veer riled up के show this to ये बहू बनना है तो मम्मी जी के सामने करना वगैरह वगैरह, and she started crying. It was, I think, one of the worst moments of her life. But what she did next was directly took the pictures, she posted on social media, now she's great. So what happened exactly, okay? I think by staying around social media for a long time, I think we have, like, at least us as generations, have started thinking of that thing as a reality. And I have said it somewhere else also, I'll say it, कि I think social media में लोग जैसे हैं वैसे नहीं है. Social media में लोग वैसे हैं जैसे वो बनना चाहते हैं. And the gap between जो बनना चाहते हैं और जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है. And that is where I think I come in, because I have that experience. I have the experience because mostly when you study, when you are from a tier 2 city, what do you generally do? A, you study. B, you spend time on social media, or you watch Netflix, of course. Now there's class, so definitely you have to watch Netflix all the time, please. And so these are the three things I was with all the time. And this part specifically related to me the most because I myself do it. And I don't despise it, but I know it's not the solution, it's a solace. Yeah.
Very, very well said. Yeah. We've run out of time, but I just wanted to get a sense, Gurfati, if you can tell me, what can we expect really from season 2?
Oh, wow. We actually have no idea. It's too early right now. But, I mean, first, if everyone's not watched it, first you guys should definitely watch season 1. But I think they're in writing, and season 2 will happen very soon. And I think it's safe to say that we're all very excited about it. It will be bigger, better, and
some crazy
more
stuff.
controversial, hopefully. And, more of bully twerking as well.
One final question before I wrap this up. I want you all to choose one character that you would have liked to play in class and why. Zain, starting.
Balli. 1000%. I want to go to work.
I think for me it would be Mr. Kalra, which is Koel Kalra's father.
Okay.
I think he's the Indian Gandolfini.
Nice. Cool.
I think I'd like to play Farooq.
Oh, thank you. But I'm playing it,
I would
so
love
no.
to be poetic and like be, involved in the architecture and history of Delhi. Yeah, it would be lovely.
I think for me, I'd love to play Dhruv's character. He's a closeted...
Because of me?
Huh?
Because of me?
Because of you. We'll take that, bro. We'll take that.
Because of you. I said no. Veer.
Why?
I think multi-layered character. I think he's a like son. At the time lover. There's a like masculine boy at the same time. Like kind of a multiple layered character. So I want to play that kind of a character.
Okay, and finally, Chintan.
Honestly, me, man. Just Farooq, nobody else. I love my character. And I think this question was asked like multiple times, but I've said all the time, just Farooq, nobody else. I love Farooq.
Interesting. Well,
Yeah.
thank you all so much for joining us here at the India Today Conclave. Can we have a big round of applause for them? And all the very best for season 2 of class.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys, you were great on stage and on screen as well. But let me right now quickly, just before I let you guys go, just stay on the stage as I call upon Ravi Arya, Hindustan Power advisor, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the star cast of class. Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause. Thank you guys, lots of luck for season 2. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly move on to our last session before lunch. Give us about 10 seconds to turn around our stage and we're ready to go. Once again, on all the sessions that have taken place yesterday and today at the India Today Conclave in its 20th year with our theme, the India Moment, the highlights of that will be encapsulated in our next edition of the India Today magazine. So do remember to pick it up. Thank you, Prerna. That's hers. All right, let me introduce you to our next session, Bioswitches and Age Clocks, the jaw-dropping science of age and disease reversal. Research that makes lifespan just a number. This session is brought to you by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. All right, before we get you this session and introduce you to our session's moderator, we also have a short film for you that looks into age reversal. Well, after our film, I suddenly see a lot of you suddenly perk up and pay a lot more attention. But to take you through our next session, let me invite on stage our session's moderator, Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson, the India Today Group.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're fast coming to an era where we will be celebrating our DNA age and not our birth age. Our birthdays will mean we get younger and not older. Imagine that. I have with me the handsome, miracle, almost 54-year-old doctor from Harvard Medical School who specialized in molecular genetics. He promises no aging, no wrinkles, no disease, and possibly choosing your own death date. Author of Lifespan and professor of genetics. Welcome. There are many beautiful people here today in the audience, but everyone likes a few tips, right? So, first of all, can you explain to the audience here what is the basic theory of reversing aging and bioswitches?
Well, thank you, Kali. Thank you for having me today. So the science of aging and aging reversal has come a long way in the past 20 years. When I started at Harvard Medical School, it was considered crazy to try and slow down aging, let alone reverse it. But the science is now at a point where we really do understand what drives aging and also that there's a backup copy of youth in every one of our many trillions of cells that we've just recently learned how to access and reboot the body like you would reboot an old computer, and reinstate the youthfulness of tissues and organs and make them work again like they were young. And this is only a few years old now, but the technology is far beyond what I thought I would see in my lifetime, and it's only getting faster in its development.
So can you explain the basic theory, which is about keeping the body under a state of constant stress to activate the longevity genes? How does that work?
Yeah, you mentioned the bioswitches. What we discovered in my lab and in many labs around the world that there are genes that control how long we live. Some of us are born with the best versions of those genes, and those people tend to live over 100. Those with parents, like the Prime Minister that lived over 100, tend to live also for a long time. But most of us are not born with the perfect set of genes, so we need to do a little extra. And what we've discovered is that how we live our life, what we eat, how much we move, the type of molecules that we ingest every day, how we sleep, how relaxed we are, how many friends we have, this modifies another type of system in the body that's called the epigenome. The epigenome is different from the genome. I think you all know that the genome is the DNA that we get from our parents. The epigenome is what controls the DNA, that tells a brain cell to be different from a liver cell, from a toenail producing cell. And over time, we lose those instructions. The epigenetic instructions become lost. And what we've found is that by living a healthy life, the kind of life that we'll talk about later, you can slow that rate of aging and prevent this corruption of the body's software and even reboot it.
So can we talk a little bit about this style of living? What are the things that we can do to slow that aging process down and activate these genes?
Yeah, well, there's some good and bad news. The good news is that aging is much easier to slow and reverse than we thought. The bad news is that what causes us to slow our aging process is to give our bodies a bit of a shock. In today's lifestyle, most of us have an abundance. Many of us, we have enough food, and we don't need to exercise. That's not the way we used to live, and it's not the way our bodies perform the best. By sitting for most of our lives and eating almost constantly, 3 meals a day for many of us, we end up turning off these body switches, and the body ages faster and faster. So we've built a world that's very comfortable, but the backlash is that we age faster. So what we've discovered in my lab, in studies in yeast cells that make bread and beer, in worms and flies and mice and monkeys and now humans, is that we want to put our bodies into a state of adversity, make the body feel a little bit uncomfortable. So how do we do that? Well, we can skip meals, we can exercise, we can eat food that is plucked from the ground when it's also stressed, because they have wonderful chemicals in them that make us healthier. And we can also get enough rest and calm down the sleep that leads to inflammation and other things like that. So really you want to make your body fearful of running out of food, or fearful that you're having to run away from a tiger. And that turns on the body's defenses against aging, we've learned. But that doesn't reverse aging so much. That requires a little bit more attention, which we've only recently figured out how to control.
So this business about skipping meals, just as we are having a session before lunch, can we talk a little bit about skipping meals? What do you recommend as a diet for slowing down the aging process?
There is a set of genes that I wrote about in my book, Lifespan, that's called the sirtuins, and they get turned on when there's not enough energy in the body. So if you don't have a lot of sugar in your bloodstream or a lot of protein, they will get turned on, and they defend the body against the damage that causes the aging process. And so what I've, over time, learned to do is to skip meals. I'm not always successful. Sometimes I have breakfast in in beautiful places. But my goal is to not eat a large meal until dinner. And then I eat a very healthy vegan meal and very rarely alcohol. And this diet that I have gone on to for now about 18 months, my partner, Serena Poon, who's a nutritionist and a longevity expert as well, moved me from what I thought was a healthy diet, Mediterranean diet, with some red wine and cheese. I went completely to almost completely to plants. And my body has responded. I look better. I think my skin is better. I feel better. My memory is certainly better. But I think it's not just what you eat, it's also when you eat. And this constant eating, 3 meals a day plus snacks, is making us age faster than we need to.
So are you recommending intermittent fasting?
Well, the way we put it, Serena and I, is you want to eat within a certain window. And so I like to eat within a period of about 6 hours a day and not more. I can snack. Some snacks might be some sugar-free chocolate or some nuts or some avocado. It's not a crime to eat if you're a little bit hungry, but don't eat a big meal if you can until either late at night or have it in the morning, because you want to have a period where your body is not ingesting food and it will turn on its defenses against disease and aging.
See, can you talk a little bit about the fact when you went almost 20 hours without eating and you did that for a period of time?
Yeah, so 20 hours is a long time to go without food every day, but your body gets used to it. I found that after 2 weeks of doing that, I was not hungry anymore. If I felt a little bit hungry, I would drink a lot of tea. Serena and I have green tea matcha, which is filled with all these wonderful chemicals from stress plants. And drink a lot of water and tea. I think here in India, we know how to do that. And that is the solution. And we often think, we need to feed the body the sugar, that, have a dessert, have some lollies. But really, your body can make its own sugar. Your liver makes sugar. You just need to wait 2 weeks for it to get used to it. Our liver is pretty lazy, but after 2 weeks it learns, in the morning I have to make some sugar. And what I found is that my liver making sugar is a lot smarter than my eyes and my mouth eating sugar. Because when we eat 3 meals, our sugar goes up and down, and we get lots of energy, then we crash and we get brain fog, and then we eat again and we're hungry, and you go like this through the day. When you don't eat until dinner, you're steady with your sugar because your liver knows what to do, and you can focus and just have a lot of energy.
So 1 meal a day, you would recommend that? And what would you recommend in that 1 meal?
Yeah, well, try to at least skip 1 meal a day. That would be my recommendation. And if you can do 2, even better. Some people go without food for 3 days. I've never been able to do that. I like food. But what's in the food? Well, as I mentioned, I went from drinking a lot of red wine because red wine actually, the component of red wine, resveratrol, was discovered in my lab to slow aging. So I thought, drink a lot of red wine, that's got to be healthy. But the new research just over the last 2 years says that drinking alcohol every day is really not good for you. So I've cut out alcohol and I've focused on plants. So this vegan diet has no dairy, which is very difficult here in India.
Yes.
But we do that. We substitute milk with coconut and nut-based milks and yogurts. They taste very good as well. And then so a typical dinner would be, plant-based meals that taste just or even better than what I used to eat. And I don't feel like I'm lacking anything. And you might ask, well, why would you do that? Well, there's a lot of science behind it. The protein that's in plants has a ratio of amino acids that stimulates these longevity genes, the sirtuins, and another one called mTOR. And if you always eat meat every meal, your body's just not fighting aging the way it could if you ate more plants.
So you are against meat in that sense?
Well, I love meat. I would love to eat meat. It tastes really good. It's just the science says plants give you better bang for the buck for longevity than meat. I mean, you can eat meat occasionally. Fish, for example, has a lot of great omega-3 fatty acids. So I'm not against meat. I just think try to focus more on plants if you can.
You said something about stressed vegetables. Can you talk a little bit about that? What is that versus, normal organic vegetables?
Yeah, so when farmers grow vegetables, they try to grow them as fast as possible. it's much more economical. The problem with that is that giving plants a lot of sunlight and water and fertilizer makes them very happy. And as I just told you, a happy organism is not a healthy organism. So when plants have a little bit of stress, so a little bit of lack of water, or there's a little bit of a caterpillar on there, or even not a lot of sun, in the case of green tea matcha, they put the plants in the shade, then those plants respond in a stress response. They turn on the production of chemicals called polyphenols. Resveratrol from red wine is a polyphenol that's produced when the plants get stressed. And it's my theory, which has a name, a terrible name, I apologize. It's called xenohormesis. Xeno means
I was hoping you were not going to bring it up because of the terrible name.
Yeah, well, just remember, if your food is stressed, then you get the benefits. Stress your food so you don't have to. And so what we focus on, Serena and I, are plants that are full of color. Serena says, eat the rainbow. So try to eat bright red and purple, dark green colored vegetables, because those are the ones that have these polyphenols that can turn on the body's defenses. And actually in my lab, if we give polyphenols to mice, they actually get healthier and run further like they've been exercising. So these little molecules, polyphenols, can actually not substitute, but can help you with your exercise and your otherwise healthy plant diet.
So in superstores, we're going to have inorganic, organic, and stressed vegetables now.
That's a great business plan. We should do that.
Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about sugar, because sugar is very addictive, and it's a real pick-me-up. So is there a healthy way to have sugar?
Depends on the sugar. If you're talking about cane sugar, sucrose, I would try to limit that as much as possible, unfortunately. I gave up eating desserts in my 40s, though I do steal it from people at the table. So Serena orders the desserts for me. But really, sugar is something that is known to be toxic in the long run. It's sucrose, which forms glucose, will attach to your body's components. Your proteins will become what's called glycated, and that's known to drive aging as well. So that's why we try to not eat too much, and so we don't want to eat a lot of sugar. But there are substitutes. There's, for example, monk fruit produces sugar, which Serena has told me to try, and it tastes just as good as sugar, and it doesn't give you that spike, and that should be good for longevity.
What about stevia, maple syrup, honey, coconut sugar?
They're all on a various scale. Honey is not so good in large amounts. Stevia, I think, is okay, but it's all on a scale. I think the best is allulose or monk fruit, and then a bit above that, a bit worse than that is stevia. But at the bad end is glucose, sucrose, and honey. But honey has a lot of goodness in it, so I wouldn't say avoid honey, just don't eat too much of it.
How would you classify sugar in fruit? Like, would that be something you would try and replace desserts with? Like at the end of a meal, would you just have a piece of fruit?
Yeah, for sure, fruit is good. I would avoid fruit juices unless they're from fruits that don't have a lot of sugar, but oranges and apples and pineapple have a lot of sugar that I generally avoid.
Okay. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about your vitality pills. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the vitality pills and what we can do to make ourselves, eternally young and beautiful?
Yeah. So I've been taking supplements and experimenting on myself for about 20 years. And my father has also been doing it. He's now 83 and in perfect health. And what I learned through my research and through my own self-experimentation and then clinical trials in hospitals is that there's certain molecules mostly from plants that provide the benefits of fasting and exercise as well. And so I was taking these separately. I take a variety of them. Do you want me to go into which ones?
Yes, I mean, don't go into the details, but we would all like to know where these pills are available and what's in them. I'm sure everyone's thinking, where can I get the prescription?
All right. So if you don't have a pen, you can go to my book, and I wrote these chemicals, these supplements down in my book. In the English version, it's page 304. And there are three main things that I take and have taken for over a decade. The one chemical that I take every day is resveratrol, which is the red wine chemical, and that comes from grapes. And so that one gets sprinkled into some yogurt in the morning. I also take a molecule.
That's the one which red wine has, right? But it's the amount you take is equivalent to 750 glasses of red wine per day.
I don't recommend getting it from red wine. So the other molecule is called NMN, not to be confused with M&Ms. Don't mix those up. NMN is a version of vitamin B3 that makes a chemical in the body that we need for life, and that's called NAD. And as we get older, we make less and less of this. And without NAD, these sirtuins that we discovered, slow aging, remember the genes that we discovered? They don't work without a lot of NAD. So as we get older, our defenses decline. And so by taking this supplement, we know that it doubles the levels of NAD back to when I was age 20. And there's now clinical trials that my colleagues at Harvard have done that says that NMN has some health benefits in early studies, such as lowering cholesterol and blood pressure. And so I take that one every day as well. I take a half a gram of that currently. And then the third one is metformin. Metformin is a little bit more controversial because it's a drug. And it's just classified as a drug. And that doesn't mean it's necessarily dangerous. In fact, it's one of the world's safest drugs. It's used for type 2 diabetes to control blood sugar. And what's been found is that people who take metformin tend to live a lot longer. Even those who don't have type 2 diabetes, there's evidence that they are protected against cardiovascular disease and frailty, and even Alzheimer's disease. And so what I do is I take metformin even though I don't yet have type 2 diabetes.
So metformin, is it a form of this GLP-1 receptor blockers, the skinny pen, Ozempic, which all of Hollywood is apparently on? And they're getting thinner and thinner if you see the red carpet at Oscars. Is that what it is? A form of that?
Well, no, it's actually very different. Metformin will activate your body's energy production and boost mitochondria, which are the little energy packs in your cells. So that's a healthy way to do it. I won't say the brand name, but yeah, these GLP-1 agonists are causing your body to become more insulin sensitive and take up the sugar from your blood and burn fat. And people who take this drug, they do lose weight. So the drug is designed to treat type 2 diabetes, and it's actually a blockbuster, very effective drug. One of my colleagues over in New York, Nir Barzilai, says that in his practice, he essentially now thinks of type 2 diabetes as a curable disease, only in the last few years because of these new drugs. But people who don't have obesity or diabetes are taking it, or they might have obesity, but they certainly don't have type 2 diabetes and they lose weight. The one negative side effect that everyone should be aware of is that people can lose too much fat in the wrong place, including in the face, where you don't want to lose it, especially if you're older. And you can tell if somebody's taking this medicine because they start to look far too thin.
It's called the brand name face, right? I'm not taking the brand name either, but that's what it's called.
Yeah, it is. So you have to be very careful. I would say it's much better to eat less often and exercise, and you'll get much bigger health benefits than taking that drug.
Let's talk a little bit about exercise. What kind of exercise are you recommending? Like a lot of interval training, running, strength, yoga?
Yeah, well, yoga is very important, I think, here in India.
Are you just saying that because Serena is sitting opposite us, or?
Yeah, Serena's down there, below the stage here. So Serena is the equivalent of me with more of a practice and knowledge about yoga and nutrition and mind and body. And I'm Mr. Biology and Chemicals. But together, we do recommend a lot of stretching and yoga, meditation to reduce stress, though I'm not good at it. And I'm also not good at exercise. I'm often on planes. Serena and I have been traveling for 2 months now, so we don't get a lot of exercise in. That said, I used to, and what I used to do was to exercise 3 times a week and lose my breath. You want to be able to be moving so fast that you cannot carry out a conversation easily. That's when you know you're becoming hypoxic, low in oxygen. And this low oxygen, we think, is a very good stimulator of this stress on the body, and your body responds in a positive way to build muscle, get better blood flow, and also your tissues will put out chemicals that slow aging. So really, if you can just lose your breath for 10 minutes, 3 times a week, that can give remarkable health benefits, lowering the rates of disease by 30%. So a little bit goes a long way.
Can we get a mic to Serena? So Serena is a proponent of yoga, and I want to know what she thinks about that, because in yoga you don't necessarily stress the body to a point where you lose your breath or you get out of breath.
That's true. There's different types of yoga, of course, especially in the US. I'm based in LA. There's yoga that is used more as a form of exercise, and that can be quite stressful on the body. I think we stress our bodies in a slightly different way when it comes to yoga, because we're really stressing our mind. You know, it's really about how long you can hold still, how you can clear your mind, how you can hold a pose. That's stress in a different way. It's really more stress on the mind, whereas Dave is talking about the stresses on the body, but effectively it will still have the same results. So, and David can share about that. So we're looking for that balance in a way where we're balancing our body, but there is a stress to our mind, and getting to that stress point is then where we find balance.
So you two are from two opposite ends of the spectrum in a way. You're more from a Western school of thought. She's more from an Eastern school of thought. What are the things that you guys agree on over the dinner table, and what are the things that you don't agree on?
Yeah, people wonder how do we get along, because
opposites attract.
I'm 100% reality, and Serena's very spiritual. But we bonded over our love for health and wellness and respect for the human body. We both believe that we can help millions, if not billions of people live healthier, longer lives with our message that covers both Eastern and Western. What do we agree on? We agree on nutrition, basically because I do whatever Serena tells me to do. But what we disagree on are things like how important is the spiritual side of life. I struggle trying to believe in things that I have no evidence for, and Serena has a lot of faith, and she's always right, so I think she's onto something. We tend not to disagree on a lot of things. I think our interpretation of how it's working is different. I will say, oh, well, it's this molecule hits this molecule, and she says, no, it's that the body has different energies, and it's working this way, and according to Ayurvedic practices, this is how it's working. It really is, it's a wonderful combination, the two of us, because we learn from each other, and often we end up with an explanation for phenomena that includes both old and new science.
Well, I'd say we differ a little bit when it comes to meditation. That's a core practice that David sort of dabbles in a little bit.
Dabbles in means what, like 2 minutes a day, or?
I don't know, honey, how much do you meditate a day?
Well, my problem is I try to meditate and I always fall asleep and I start snoring. So I'm not good at meditation. What I found instead works for me is to have quiet time, we call it. I close my eyes for 11 minutes, hopefully at least twice a day, and have some gratitude during that quiet time, or listen to someone talking about stoicism. That's what I like to do. I struggle with meditation, I will admit, with my crazy lifestyle and my lack of commitment to that. I haven't been successful really, but I really should be, because the benefits on controlling your mind have been proven. I like to talk about animal studies. So in mice, if you modify the mind of mice, so you can change parts of the brain of a mouse, you can actually improve immunity, improve health, even make the mice live longer just by changing parts of the brain. It's very clear that if you can control your mind, calm it down, get it to focus, have the positivity as well, you can have whole body benefits that are often misunderstood by Western medicine.
So with some of the things that you're suggesting, which are not, by the way, easy, going 20 hours without food or, giving up sugar.
Well, that's where we differ too.
You differ there. What is it that?
Well, I'm more about eating within a window, which David shared, that we talk about eating windows. So which may mean more than one meal a day. So you can fast for 12 hours, or 14 or 16 or 18, or David can go to 20. But it's really about making sure you get the nutrients that you need for your body during that window of time that you do eat, my belief, more than trying to cram everything into one meal. So we differ just slightly on that as well.
So we have, there's a lot of pressure to look good. And nobody else has that pressure more than people who are in a public space. So we have few actors here who are coming in from a hit OTT show called The Class. You can see all the very brightly dressed, fashionable people right here up in front. I'd like to ask them, how tough is the pressure on you guys to look good? And what are the extreme things you've done?
I think it's huge. A lot of us had to de-age essentially for the character, and what you were saying about losing breath or being out of breath, I chanced upon accidentally, because while I was working out for the role, I was boxing like 4 times a week. And I found that I genuinely, like now when people ask me, they're like, oh, we can't guess your age. I can't believe you're so much less older than me.
She's not giving her age away.
I was like, oops. No, but it genuinely, I feel like we kind of chanced upon a lot of the things you spoke about today, and they're all making sense now.
So David, I think, sorry,
Go ahead.
I think you're gonna hate me for this, but I had fruits for like 2 years straight. I was on a fruitarianism diet. I don't know if you know, there's the Robert Moore's concept of raw vegan diet. So I was on that. And I still sort of follow it, not exactly because now I have temptations and I go and have something, whatever I need, but mostly I used to drink a lot of juice. And still in the morning I had like, I think, a liter of juice from the hotel itself, and they were like, why are you just drinking? You have a drinking problem of juice. So yeah, so that was one thing with me. So I just wanted to know your views on one thing, if I may.
Please.
Most of the things that you said, and most of the things out there, everything revolves around one thing, and that is, firstly, separating your body from mucus, like the mucus we produce due to eating a lot of cooked foods. One thing that hasn't been resolved yet is the male pattern baldness, because even in in the fruit diet, nobody has actually given a solution to that. So
look at David's hair. Just look at David's hair.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was asking. Because
they
at
want
54,
the secret to this.
Yeah, at 54, I want this hair. Yeah, so, yeah.
Well, I think I'm lucky. But I also think that if you slow your body's aging, your hair will also slow down in its changes. I don't yet have much gray hair. I will admit my mother also had good hair, so it might be that. But there's a lot of really good science going on. In fact, Serena and I have co-developed a product that was developed for the skin in collaboration with NASA, and it has this space-resistant organism extract in it called bacillus lysate. And the clinical trials so far are showing hair regrowth. I don't think it's crazy to think in 5 years it'll be common to be able to get your hair back just by spraying something on. The science is there. What we are doing in my lab is we can grow skin and hair artificially in the dish from stem cells, and we can age that skin forwards and then reverse the age. And we're looking for ways to do that with natural ways to do that, so that we can put it into a cream that you could put on the hair, and not just make your hair look better, but actually make your whole skin on your head literally be younger than it used to be. And that's what I want to do, is to make the body not just look younger, but literally be younger.
So, a question comes up from there, that if we reboot our body to, let's say, 21 or 16, does our mind reboot to 16 or 21 as well? I mean, am I going to have the same sort of intelligence, creative urge is as a 21-year-old or a 16-year-old?
Well, Serena says sometimes I get too young, but there's a happy intermediate.
What do you do when you get too young? Do you get frisky? Do you want to go dancing? What do you do?
You know what young men are like. They're a little bit, a little bit immature. No, don't give Serena the mic. I tend to be a little bit over-enthusiastic, let's say, about things, and I've learned to calm my decision making and be less reactive. In all seriousness, what we're doing now in my lab at Harvard is so what we do is to reverse aging is we turn on 3 genes that are normally only turned on in very young embryos. So when we're young, when we're just born or before, we are very young. And we stay young because there are 3 genes that are turned on. They're called O, S, and K for short. And when we turn on these 3 genes in the adult tissue, in human adult tissue or in a mouse, those 3 genes make the body younger again. This is the reset of the software. And we can do that not just with the eyes and cure blindness, which we did a couple of years ago. We recently published in January that we could rejuvenate a whole mouse and see aspects of aging reversed. And so that's where we're going, is to truly do a full age reset. Now what we're doing is asking, what happens if you reset the age of the old brain? And we can grow human brain in the lab. If you looked on my Instagram account, you can see little pictures of human brains that we grow. We can make them old, make them old in about a month, make them 70 years old in a month, and then we can reverse that. We can give them Alzheimer's disease, see what happens, and if we reverse it. So here's the punchline. If we reverse the age of an old mouse's brain to make it much younger by 70%, it gets its ability to learn back again. And we're now just testing if it also remembers lost memories. We don't know the answer, but we hope to find out soon.
So we may have a situation where teenagers are world leaders and running the whole economy and every space. I don't know what kind of decisions they would make then. I mean, teenagers are great. Teenagers are great. But I don't know whether we want them to be running the world. We just have a minute left. I wanted to get a little bit into this philosophical and spiritual areas with anti-aging and age reversal. We are in India. We have an ancient concept of karma and God's will. And here you are creating a space where nobody needs to suffer, or at least the rich don't need to suffer, and they can choose their day to die. Are you playing God, Doctor?
I don't think that I am. I think that the pursuit of health and wellness and happiness is a natural human endeavor, and it's a very noble cause. And I'm not on this earth to make people live forever. I believe my mission, and with Serena, our mission is to increase the advances, extend the advances that we made last century with medicine, but to make it even more effective, so that with one treatment, we don't just treat cancer, we can treat all the other diseases that affect us by making us younger and fitter. I don't believe that's playing God any more than developing treatments for cancer and heart disease and dementia is playing God. And I think as humans, we've always wanted to live better. We've wanted to modify our environment, modify our bodies to be happier and healthier. What part of this room is natural? I don't think, even this I think is artificial. So we as humans, we adapt, we change our environment, and this is the next step in human evolution. And I think it's the right step, because we all have a right to decide how healthy we are. We can't choose when we were born, but I hope that one day we'll have a choice when we die.
What age would you like to, well, it's a strange question to ask, but what age would you like to die?
I think the answer would be not tomorrow, and that will always be the case. If you're healthy and happy and have friends, you'll never want to die. I know this as a human a trait. And so really the answer is as long as possible, but I'd be happy with another 40 years to do more good work.
So that would be like 100.
100, I hope more. What's happening, we talk about AI at this symposium, the rate of change in this field is going up dramatically, and so the advances that we can make now with the assistance of AI is dramatic. And in our lifetimes, we are truly going to see the ability for our doctors to give us medicines that reverse our age, and we can do that multiple times. And so it's an extremely exciting time to be alive and stay alive.
Thank you so much, Doctor. So in conclusion, I think basically we need to trick our body into thinking we're almost dying so that we can live longer. And all those people who give me trouble for causing them stress, hey, I'm helping you live longer. And I hope that after this chat about skipping meals, obviously I'm giving stress to a lot of people here. You can hear the claps, right? After this chat, I hope that you're going to make different choices at lunch, maybe even skip lunch. The doctor's going to be available at lunch. He's definitely not eating any lunch, so you can bomb him with some of your questions. I'm sure some of you have those. And thank you very much, Doctor, for being here and helping us through this process. And here's to all of you choosing your own day to die. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kali. Thank you, Mr. Sinclair. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Alok Kumar, President and CEO, NEC Corporation India, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. David Sinclair. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. All those tips, he could practically give you what, at least 20 years more? We could do better. Mr. Sinclair also has his book available at the Roshanara Hall. So if you want the book, I'm sure all of you want it. There are limited copies, but go get it signed, and maybe you can also chat with Mrs. Sinclair.
Vehicles can be environmentally friendly. Renewable energy can be stable. Our modern lives can be sustainable for the planet. Let's change our perspective and not take our resources for granted. Hitachi is inspiring the world through digital and green technologies. Hitachi's social innovation is powering good.
Can I tell you my dream? We want to make people happier by connecting machines to everything.
Hitachi is collaborating with Suntory Beverage and Food Limited to provide products that are safer by tracking them individually. And by connecting building equipment and optimizing healthcare digitally, we will provide a more comfortable and healthier life.
People can be happier when they're digitally connected.
Oh, I'd love to be connected.
From a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor, comes India's finest yet, for connoisseurs of fine taste, Royal Ranthambore.
Mixed pickle. Mango. Green chili. Tops pickles. अब 51 flavors में. Tops. इंडिया का टॉप टेस्ट. ये किचन कुछ खास है. कुकिंग का यहाँ अलग अंदाज है. कभी दिल दही बल्ले की विश करता है, तो कभी ये सालसा करता है. पिज्जा पास्ता अपना जादू दिखाता है. और शेजवान सॉस देखो कैसे रंग जमाती है. देसी क्या चाइनीज में भी यहाँ तड़का पड़ता है। दिल कभी रेड कभी ग्रीन चिली पे मरता है। तो आज ही टॉप सॉसेस की वाइड रेंज घर लाएं और हर दिन कुछ नया बनाइए। टॉप्स, इंडिया का टॉप टेस्ट।
We dared to see India differently to build a better life for you. You deserve a fulfilling life. Your smile inspired us during the pandemic. We delivered the knowledge to the curious ones. We wish for your dreams to fly as our flights do. Now 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. We are here, transforming tomorrow today. We are NEC.
Vehicles can be environmentally friendly. Renewable energy can be stable. Our modern lives can be sustainable for the planet. Let's change our perspective and not take our resources for granted. Hitachi is inspiring the world through digital and green technologies. Hitachi's social innovation is powering good.
Can I tell you my dream? We want to make people happier by connecting machines to everything.
Hitachi is collaborating with Suntory Beverage and Food Limited to provide products that are safer by tracking them individually. And by connecting building equipment and optimizing healthcare digitally, we will provide a more comfortable and healthier life.
People can be happier when they're digitally connected.
Oh, I'd love to be connected.
From a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor, comes India's finest yet, for connoisseurs of fine taste, Royal Ranthambore.
Mixed pickle, mango, green chili, Tops pickles अब 51 फ्लेवर्स में। टॉप्स, इंडिया का टॉप टेस्ट। ये किचन कुछ खास है, कुकिंग का यहाँ अलग अंदाज है। कभी दिल दही बल्ले की विश करता है, तो कभी ये सालसा करता है। पिज्जा पास्ता अपना जादू दिखाता है। और शेजवान सॉस देखो कैसे रंग जमाती है। देसी क्या चाइनीज में भी यहाँ तड़का पड़ता है। दिल कभी रेड कभी ग्रीन चिली पे मरता है। तो आज ही टॉप सॉसेस की वाइड रेंज घर लाएं और हर दिन कुछ नया बनाइए। टॉप्स, इंडिया का टॉप टेस्ट।
We dared to see India differently to build a better life for you. You deserve a fulfilling life. Your smile inspired us during the pandemic. We delivered the knowledge to the curious ones. We wish for your dreams to fly as our flights do. Now 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. We are here, transforming tomorrow today. We are NEC.
things are looking good. Coming up on entry. Vehicle reports entry interface. Beginning to feel the atmosphere as we go in here. It is reporting that we are seeing G's on the order of 11 to 12 Earth G's. Reversal 2 is starting. We are now getting telemetry from Odyssey. We should have parachute deploy around Mach 1.7. Parachute is deployed. We are decelerating. Digital has separated, we're on the ground. We're down to 90 meters per second at an altitude of 6.5 kilometers descending. Standing by for batch shell separation. We are in powered flight. We're at an altitude of 1 kilometer descending. Standing by for sky crane. Sky crane is started. Single loss, you remain strong. Touchdown confirmed. We're safe on Mars.
Now, I have no idea how many times I've seen that video in the last 10 years, but I think everyone remembers that heart-stopping few minutes right before the Curiosity rover landed on Mars. Probably not many of you would know that that parachute system, that amazing system you just saw, screaming towards Mars and carrying the rover, was traveling at more than twice the speed of sound. And the person who built that amazing system for an alien world is the person sitting next to me today. Her name is Dr. Anita Sengupta. And that system that she built, the one you just saw in that video, that amazing parachute system, is just one item in what has been a spellbinding career that has transcended, literally transcended worlds, dimensions, measurements, and everything we think we understand about the world. Now, a formal description of Dr. Sengupta would be that she's an aerospace scientist, she's a rocket scientist, she's an engineer, she's a pilot, she's a veteran of the space program. But I have followed Dr. Sengupta's work for a long time, and I have a name for her. I'm going to call her a dimensional ninja, because that's what she is, and you'll agree with me by the end of this talk, because everything that she's done, everything that she's dipped her fingers into has pushed up against dimensions. The systems that she's built, the science that she's conducted, the machines that she has researched and developed currently power spacecraft that are in the asteroid belt. She led a team of scientists that have created the coldest spot in the known universe on board the International Space Station. And when Dr. Anita Sengupta isn't turning the physical world on its head, she is someone who also spends her time, and I need to refer to my notes because this is a long list. She's a pilot, she's a sports motorcyclist, she's an advanced open water scuba diver, she's a mountain biker, she's a high-speed sports motorcyclist, she's a snowboarder, she's a mountaineer, and a runner. So clearly she hasn't been doing very much with her life. I want to start, Dr. Sengupta, by first of all saying what a privilege it is
to have you here at the India Today Conclave. You've been an inspiration to thousands of people here in India, I can tell you, and I'm sure you've seen that on your travels. But I want to start with that video we just showed our viewers. Those amazing few minutes, I remember it. I was in the India Today newsroom, watching that video when it happened. Was that the highlight of your career? Seeing something that you developed, something that could have gone completely wrong, in an alien world, twice the speed of sound, landing successfully. What was that like?
It was probably the most frightening aspect of my career, just because when it's actually landed, it happened 14 minutes ago due to the distance between Earth and Mars. So it was probably the most scary thing, but it was also the most exciting thing.
It's been described as 7 minutes of terror. And we've seen some of those images inside the control room. We saw the absolute ecstasy on the faces of the scientists and the telemetry engineers and those who were observing. Where were you when that was happening?
So that is the primary control room that they show on TV, but there's actually an entry, descent, and landing control room, which is in a different building, where we're bringing in all the telemetry and analyzing to see whether or not every aspect of the mission is happening. Because one of the reasons why you do these missions is you learn from them. So in the event things don't go quite right, you want to know when it didn't work out so you can learn from that and build that into the next system that you design. So there's an engineering control room, which isn't shown on TV, and then there's the primary one that you see on TV.
Dr. Sengupta was 6 years old when she was watching Star Trek and Doctor Who on television. And I read somewhere that there was one magic moment when you were 6 years old. And everything that you've ever done since then followed from that one moment. Tell us about that. Was it really you watching Star Trek, being inspired by it and deciding, that's all I want to do now?
Well, so my father was a PhD mechanical engineer. He actually went to IIT Bombay, and so I used to watch reruns of Star Trek with my dad. So I always was fascinated by space exploration and the potential for alien worlds. So I really did always know that I wanted to do that. It was more a question, do I become an engineer like my dad, or do I become an astrophysicist? And I went the engineering route.
Dr. Sengupta actually had the honor, and William Shatner also had the honor of meeting Dr. Sengupta. We've got some images that we're going to put on that screen for you, where you actually got to meet him. Captain Kirk from Star Trek himself. There's that picture where she's meeting, the guy who played Captain Kirk for his show, I Don't Understand, where she was talking about, many of these things. And he actually asked you a really, really great question that I think most of us would want to know. Why do we want to go to Mars? Why is there such a big effort to want to go to Mars?
So I think it's in the nature of humanity to explore, and in the past people would explore by going to different continents, exploring under the ocean, and now the next phase of exploration is exploring space. And it's also natural for us to want to expand as a species, and so one of the easiest places for us to get to and actually set up a colony is on the surface of Mars, just because that's only one planet out from us. So I think it's just in the nature of humanity to explore and push the envelope.
You spent 16 years at NASA. Leading some of the most cutting-edge research projects. The systems you've built, aren't just on paper or in the realms of research on a lab. They're out there, literally in our solar system, being proven. The asteroid belt, on Mars, and elsewhere. In your 16 years and beyond, Dr. Sengupta, have you ever come close? Have there been moments in your work, in your research, when you've come close to getting a sense that there's going to be a breakthrough to that eternal question, are we alone in the universe?
So I actually absolutely believe that we're not alone in the universe, and it's actually probabilistically unlikely that we would be the only organism. And I think when I was working on the development of a cryo-explorer for Europa, which is one of the moons of Jupiter, it actually has a liquid water ocean. So I honestly think that when we're able to send something to melt through the ice on Europa, we will find some type of life form. It probably won't be an intelligent life form like us, but it will be an organism. And that really will change our perspective, because it's not just about Earth where life exists. It could be many, many places in our solar system, as well as beyond our solar system in our galaxy and in other galaxies.
So you're saying that life definitely exists outside the solar system, but you're saying that you believe that Europa, which is a moon of Jupiter, right here in our solar system, when that probe actually goes there, digs down into that moon and reaches that liquid ocean, you strongly believe there will be life. So there will be alien life, as it were, in our solar system.
I think it's quite likely. And for example, one of the moons of Saturn, Enceladus, there's plumes that erupt from the surface of the moon, and we already know that there's organic material in those plumes because of the Cassini spacecraft. So just from a probabilistic perspective, it is very likely that we'll find organic aggregates and potentially, let's say, some sort of single-celled organism in those oceans.
While all of us are processing some of these things we're talking about, stuff that's happening in Mars, the asteroid belt, systems moving at blinding speed that are beyond our immediate conception, there are many, I'm sure, Dr. Sengupta, who've asked you through your travels and your talks about why are we looking so much into space? Why spend all this money on space travel and, millions, if not billions of dollars on a space program when we've got so many problems to solve here on Earth? How do you, I know a bit of the answer, but how do you address that question?
So it is a really important discussion, and it's an important debate to have, but when you develop new technology, when you do fundamental research, you never know what it's going to lead to in the future, but you still do it. And some examples of that would be the laser. People said 50 years ago, what is a laser going to be used for? It's used for everything, from medical devices to laser pointers to manufacturing. And when you look at the space program, the number of technologies that have been created that have made our world a better place when it comes to energy technologies like fuel cells, like solar arrays, when it comes to energy storage technologies like batteries, it actually improves the quality of our life here on Earth, and it translates to economic development, economic gain, which ultimately creates a better society for us. And I think the other really important one is that it actually motivates young people to become scientists and engineers. So me, I never would have been a scientist and engineer without the space program. And so with that motivation comes a tremendous return on investment from the space program.
We've got some nice imagery from Dr. Sengupta's work, which we'll keep flipping on that screen behind us. But the reason why I believe Dr. Sengupta when she answers that question, which I'm sure most space scientists are asked, is because she's a person who has actually literally put her money where her mouth is, taken many of the learnings and technologies, her education, her career, her achievements in space research, and applied them to real problems here on Earth. Isn't that true, Dr. Sengupta? The things that you're doing right now are about solving problems here on Earth.
Yeah, so in 2017, I decided to leave NASA and join a startup developing green transportation, because I truly believe that my engineering skills from the space program, the technologies that we've developed in the space program, the mindset associated with making the impossible possible has a real translation to making our quality of life here on Earth by mitigating climate change.
One of my passions, apart from everything else I do, is aviation. And reading about Dr. Sengupta's newest venture, it's only a few years old, it's called Hydroplane. And we've got a picture of an aircraft that I'm going to put up on that screen for you in just a moment. There it is. Dr. Sengupta now heads a company called Hydroplane, which is researching a kind of hydrogen fuel cell, a power system for light aircraft, helicopters, that is completely emission-free, completely noise-free. Imagine an aircraft that is emission-free, no emissions, no carbon footprint, no noise, completely safe, and a huge number of other benefits. Because, Dr. Sengupta, every year, there's this one thing that goes viral on the internet. We all see a picture of this huge bunch of luxury business jets parked on this lovely idyllic airport in Switzerland, and these are business jets belonging to some of the biggest business leaders and world leaders, all trooping to Davos for the World Economic Forum. They get off these lovely business jets that have emitted all these things into the atmosphere, and then they lecture the entire world about emissions, and they lecture the entire world about green energy and clean energy and commitments and things like that. You're literally doing that. The technology that you're building now could actually make aircraft like those clean and emission-free. How far along are you?
So yes, and this comes back to a prior question, which is hydrogen fuel cell technology was originally developed for the space program. It was developed for the Apollo mission. It was developed for the space shuttle. It's a really efficient form of energy storage. So the company is 3 years old. I founded it 3 years ago, and we're going to have our first flight this year. And this technology not only supports small aircraft and helicopters, it also supports vehicles which currently are operating on diesel, like trucks, transit buses, and rail. So it has the ability to decarbonize multiple forms of ground transport with electrification, with green hydrogen.
Because this is something that I would say India desperately needs. The ability to plug green, clean, emission-free energy into as many places as possible. Transportation, aviation, sources of energy for the country as well. Is that something you're looking at specifically? How India can plug into this entire project?
Definitely. So I think India is on the verge of an energy revolution and energy evolution. And I think instead of going the battery route, I think the government and the people here want to go the green hydrogen route. So if India can become a producer of green hydrogen, if India can become a manufacturer or developer of hydrogen fuel cell technology, not only can it decarbonize India's own carbon footprint and transportation network, it can also sell it to the larger Asian community and the larger global community. So now is the time for this technology, and it has the ability to take off.
Paint us a specific picture, Dr. Sengupta, of how India would be able to benefit from fuel cell technology and green energy technology in specific areas that are achievable in the near term. Because for too long, green energy has seemed like a faraway castle to most of us. But the research you're doing in this technology means that the aircraft that she has, the system that she's built, and we have a picture of that aircraft, is going to fly this year, which means it's real. You can touch it. You're going to see it fly this year itself. There's the aircraft.
That's our aircraft. So I actually flew this aircraft myself from Texas to Los Angeles, where we're based. Then we ripped out the internal combustion engine from it, which is piston driven, and we're now building it up with a hydrogen fuel cell power plant that we've developed ourselves. But it doesn't just have to be aircraft. We can also put it into a very polluting diesel truck, as well as a transit bus, which is currently carrying a diesel system. So it allows you to be much more efficient in terms of how much fuel you have to use, and you only put out liquid water in terms of what's coming out of the fuel cell.
Just imagine that it's already going to fly. That's how near it is. That's how achievable it is. It's not a research project. It's actually going to fly. And are you going to be the one flying it when it makes that first flight with the hydrogen fuel cell?
I probably won't do the first flight because my investors wouldn't like that, but I probably will do the second or the third flight. But I am a commercial pilot, so I am able to fly it and fly people for hire. So maybe that'll be part of an operational business in future.
And once this technology gets proven, we're talking about small aircraft, small helicopters, possibly big drones as well. I can see a lot of military applications for this kind of thing. Could this be scaled? And I'm asking because not many of us understand how this technology works. But could this at some point be scaled towards civil aviation, passenger flights, the flights people like us take?
Absolutely. So we're only starting small because when you look at the certification of new technology, it's able to get the product on the market sooner if you start with a smaller system. So this is a 200 kilowatt, 270 horsepower system, right? But it's modular, so you can go up to 500 kilowatts up to a megawatt. So you can support twin turboprop aircraft soon, just not tomorrow, because it takes a few years to get certified. But from an MVP perspective, you want to get a fast go-to-market strategy, hence the initial smaller application. But the other application is marine. So marine is another big polluter. Perfect solution for hydrogen fuel cell technology.
So civil aviation, and I want to talk about that because that is something that affects our lives. How would it change things? Just take, for example, any flight, any a Boeing or an Airbus aircraft fitted with this kind of technology instead of the aviation jet fuel technology or the engine that it currently uses. What would be the difference? What would be the benefits? Would there be cost savings? Would tickets become cheaper? Would it be safer? Tell us about that.
So the first implementation for civil aviation wouldn't be on a jet plane just because those fly at high altitudes, and a hydrogen fuel cell is an air breathing system, so you don't get as much oxygen at higher altitudes and you have to put in an electric air compressor. So the first implementation would be smaller aircraft, let's say 10 to 50 seat aircraft that are flying at 10 to 25,000 feet, which is very implementable. And even though your experience is currently, I sit on a plane with hundreds of other people. When I fly an airplane, I sit on an airplane with very few people or not as many people. So you can have an alternative regional aircraft market, which is flying smaller planes to airports which are even closer to where you live. So there isn't a requirement to have to go into Delhi International Airport, which can be left for the big jets for the international flights. And instead, you can use smaller airports with these smaller aircraft to get you closer to where you want to go. It also couples to the urban air mobility, electric vertical takeoff and landing architecture that you've probably also heard about. So it's a different way of thinking of aviation, but the fuel cost will be less because it's an efficient system. Your carbon footprint will be zero because it puts out water. And ultimately, as the consumer, the cost of using the system will be equivalent or less to what you're currently paying.
So huge benefits without any real change. Okay. Dr. Sengupta, you weren't born in India, but you do travel to India quite a bit. With this new venture as well, you have been looking at India for possible collaborations, possible benefits, and the ways you can use startup companies here in India. Tell us about that. How do you view the startup ecosystem in India right now? How do you think that could benefit some of the cutting edge things you're doing?
So I think we definitely would like to start a subsidiary here, and we'd like to work with other companies on the vehicle space to give them our technology to go into their vehicles and to manufacture our technology here in India. So I think now is the time because there's a lot of investment in this area, specifically in India. So we think we can set up very meaningful partnerships with both the large corporate entities as well as the startup ecosystem here in India.
Another project that Dr. Sengupta was... Oh, is time up? Okay. Last question. In India, Dr. Sengupta, parents are often stereotyped as those who want their children to be either engineers or doctors. That's changed quite a bit. But I heard you once say that there is no better course you can do than get an engineering degree, because that teaches you how to solve real-world problems and it sets you up for everything and anything else you'd want to do in life. Is that something you still tell young people? And you've met a lot of young people here in India.
Yes, it's something that my dad told me when I was a little girl, and it actually stuck. So I think engineering degree is the best degree that you can get because it teaches you how to think, it teaches you how to solve problems, and from that, you can do anything.
Dr. Anita Sengupta, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sengupta. For all those little kids that you were talking about, I would reckon. And we are beginning with Jhanvi's session there. It's going to take place in the Shah Jahan Hall. The session would be Stardust and Starlight, the power of hope, youth, storytelling, and what it takes to live in the spotlight. Jhanvi Kapoor, you can join her session 3:30 at the Shah Jahan Hall. What we are going to do here is power into our next session. Light Speed Learnings, Dreaming Big in India, a power couple on love, startups, and a roller coaster ride of success and mistakes. This session is brought to you by Kirloskar. To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage my colleague Abha Bakaya.
Good afternoon, everyone. A big round of applause for the founders of Byju's, Baiji Ravindran and Divya Gokulnath. It's fantastic to have the opportunity to speak to both of these dynamic entrepreneurs on stage together, so we get to know a little bit more about not only their vision for Byju's, but also their story. So let's start there. When did it all begin? And Byju's, what's the journey in taking this company and your vision from stadiums to smartphones? Because that's where it all began, isn't it, in stadiums?
I'll keep it short, but just to dramatize the story, I'll tell that I come from a small village, which is a fact. I went to a government school, forgot about finding good teachers. Finding teachers itself was a challenge, which forced me to become a teacher in my school itself. So I started teaching my school in my village, in my college, and continued with that love for math, learning math and teaching math, which ended up becoming business. Still in that pursuit of how to make it bigger, more importantly, better. Would want to believe somewhere in the very beginning of that journey, a long way to go before we'll even think of this as success.
But tell me, there are lots of interesting anecdotes from your journey. As you said, humble beginnings. You started teaching stadiums full of thousands of students. You also learned English purely by listening to commentary. Is that correct?
I went to a Malayalam medium school, so everything which I've learned is by focusing on something which I like. Sports is something which is very close to me, so my average English, which you will hear from me over the next 15-20 minutes, is what I've learned completely by listening to sports commentary on radio.
That's amazing. And we're going to talk more about your passion for sports as well. Divya, let me bring you in here. And you were actually one of his students. Today, co-founder, partner, and a lot more.
I keep that part out for younger generations. So the story starts, for the other audience, as a teacher. And at the age of 21, I stopped telling people that I'm in this journey for the past 15 years. They say, did you start when you were a child? So at the age of 21, I joined him. And so he's been doing this for the past 18 years, me for the past 15. I started as a teacher, so many hats that we've worn. And I think that's true for any entrepreneur, which we became by choice. And along the way, we've built one student at a time, one step at a time. But today, we go back and see that over the last so many years, we are touching 150 million students across the world. And products in 120 countries, offices in 20 plus countries. And really, Abha, a lot of people know us, what you know us for, as say, the world's most valuable edtech company, the largest company. What people don't know us for is what I feel we are most successful for. It is for Education for All, which is our social initiative. And over the last 2 years, we've impacted 55 lakh children from the deepest parts of the country, all over India. Half of them are girls. So we're working with multiple state governments, we're working with Niti Aayog, helping children of border states, close to 1 lakh of them. And that for us, if you ask me what is break-even, for every paying student, we have one child learning with us for free. That for us is a mission. Because education, after all, has the benefit of a double bottom line of doing well and doing good.
Absolutely, and it's not an overnight journey, and that's what you were telling me earlier as well, that there's a solid decade even before people started talking about Byju's as a recognizable edtech company with global investors. One that was one step at a time. You spent weeks traveling all over the country and building this. Share with us, a snippet of that journey to help us get an understanding of really what it's taken to build something of this scale.
Yeah, that's also because media started reporting only the fundraising part of it, which we started only in 2015. Not many people know that I started teaching formally in 2003, 2004. So 11 years of, I used to go to 9 cities every week. Monday to Friday, 5 cities. And Saturday morning I used to do Bangalore, evening I used to do Chennai. Sunday morning I used to do Bombay, Sunday evening I used to do Pune. Did that non-stop for there was a time where I did this for 4 years without a single day break. Not many people know this. What I'm trying to tell here is there is no overnight success. It's in one sentence, there is no substitute for hard work. Hard work works.
So I'm going to just interweave the personal story here, but we'll keep talking about the business growth as well. But how did this happen? How did the romance happen? Did you propose?
Next question.
I can tell you that. I always used to teach in auditoriums like this or stadiums which are bigger than this. So it's very difficult to notice any particular student. But the ones who joined me as partners, founding partners, 6 of my students. So I started, not many people know again, my founding partners are all my students. 6 of them who started with me 11 years back. All of them are still there is a validation that we have not changed our mission. We would have changed business models, but we have stayed true to our mission of making an impact on students. And it's a big advantage being in the sector. It's very easy to attract talent and retain them. So, and they are the ones who are closest to the action. Even with all the noise which in the media in the last 6-12 months, I have not lost a single one of them. First 300 employees all came from the student base. When we check the count 10 years later, last year in our anniversary, 262 of them are still there. That's our biggest strength. Now, going back to the question on how, so the students who, how did I select the students who joined me? They were the ones who came and asked maximum questions. So she used to stay back and ask a lot of questions. So she got noticed. And then I don't know when it changed us and we became life partners, but that was more organic.
Question. We don't know what came first, but it's worked out very well. So, you know, there is this whole notion that opposites attract. I say that's a real life phenomenon, not a real life situation. Here, it really helps to have like-minded people on your side, life, work, otherwise. Those who know us say we are like chalk and cheese, very different personalities, but inside our values are exactly the same. So all our addictions outside work is our kids and our family, so, and travel.
You should ask more questions to her. She always complains that I don't let her talk.
I talk way too much.
I'll play second fiddle.
Know I do.
I always used to get undue credit for, because my name is there. People ask me like, but the fact is, it's all a function of what all my students build the company. So, but today I'm feeling slightly better because of the last 12 months. We've also started getting a lot of undue flack. So it kind of balances out.
Well, she actually told me to ask her what she doesn't like about you. So, Divya, what annoys you the most?
What he doesn't like about me, not the other way around.
Go on then. I don't think he wants to get into trouble with that one.
I'll obviously, I don't want to, like, I'll first answer what I like and then I'll answer what I don't like. So, though you didn't ask, but what I like is the fact that all of them have really stepped up over the last 10 years, including her. So, that ability to learn, because we are all self-learners. We've built the product completely based on the assumption that students learn the best when they learn on their own. How do we enable them to start learning on their own, where teachers start playing the role of a mentor or someone who will do mentoring, monitoring, and motivating? So that's that strong belief in self-learning, and that's how we've learned how to build a business which is all based on first principles. There is no playbook for success. So she's also a fast learner, really stepped up and played multiple roles. And not just, I am not biased towards, like it's very similar with all other founding partners. But what I don't like is the fact that she doesn't like the last minute changes.
Okay.
And very rigid about last minute changes, which is part of the game. And that's exactly what she will tell that she doesn't like about me.
Okay, I'm going to give you your turn, Divya, but I'm also going to keep on jumping in here since we have limited time. What were your learnings from the last year? You've both talked about it in terms of the business decisions you made and the rationale, where you went wrong, etc. But what were your learnings if we have to come away from it today?
So, we are pioneers in EdTech. We are not pioneers in perfection. What we were building was something which was being built in India for the first time in education. We were painting an empty canvas. Sure, we went over the lines at times, but then it's important that we corrected ourselves, we learned along the way, and we grew. In fact, I say we started as teachers, but more importantly, we are learners. Learning every single day, improving every single day. A lot of people ask me, where do you want to be, now? What's next for you? I say, I want to do what I'm doing today, better tomorrow. It's as simple as that. And there is scope to do that. We have 300 million school-going children. We have a million teachers, 15 lakh schools in India. The potential is so huge. We can literally create a global champion coming out of India for the world. In fact, in Abha, people ask us, and just because of all the wrong perception, because the human mind is wired to perceive perception as reality, the Indian market is growing, the EdTech market is growing at 40%, while the global EdTech market is just growing at 16.4%, which itself is very good. If anything, India is bound to become the EdTech capital of the world. When you're creating for 1.4 billion people, you're creating for 1/6 of humanity. This is something which has helped us create a global product, localized to every country, personalized to every learner.
So, when you were going through this difficult period, you also had this big FIFA deal that you did, and there was a lot of criticism about that. That why at this time have you chosen to spend money when people were questioning whether or not they would get paid? How would you answer that?
So these deals don't get signed overnight, Abha, and it was something that we did because, like I said, we wanted to create a global champion from India and create awareness across the world. So when we did it, at the point that we signed the deal, we had about 25% of our students coming outside India. So it was to create global awareness about the brand. Because we are fortunate to have that kind of top-of-mind awareness in India. One big reason was also the cricket sponsorship. We moved to being one of India's most loved brands. So sport is a way and is also very close to our ethos of all-round development for the youth. So we believe sport and education goes very closely together.
And the deal, just to continue, the deal was signed many months back because it's not, you can't time it just 1 week, you can't sign Messi for a partnership. And it's unlike the business partnership, it's a very different level of partnership where it mainly promotes our education for all. And after signing him up, we have actually doubled the number of NGOs and the inbound interest which we got from NGOs. So though unfortunately it clashed with, we had to let go of a few of our team members. Everyone talks about the 2,500 people whom we had to lay off during those 3 months, but no one talks about the 25,000 we hired during the last 12 months. In February of this month, we have hired 2,000 new people. We are the largest startup employer in the country by a margin. Across our companies, we have 55,000 people working for us. 55,000, that's a huge responsibility. Though, like again, I'm not justifying, because we had to optimize, because when we acquired 6 companies, there are a lot of duplicity and redundancy which came because of, we didn't optimize during an environment where everyone was looking at growth. But when the world changed and everyone is looking at efficient growth, we had to do it. So, but as unfortunate as it can be, so. Okay.
There is a story about how you stalked Messi in an elevator. Do you want to tell us about that? Way before you signed him on for Byju's, apparently you saw him at some event and actually went up and down in the elevator all day until you met him. Is that true?
That's almost 10 years back when they came to Kolkata. That's true. It's like, I normally say, I'll use that as an example on how we don't take no for an answer. There was no way I was able to meet 10 years back when we were just starting the company. So when Argentina came to Kolkata, so I stayed in the same hotel, went up and down for 2 days and finally caught him on the elevator. And then when I recently met him during the sponsorship deal, I just mentioned to him, he was like literally taken aback.
The biggest example of him not taking no for an answer would be when, his father was unfortunately diagnosed with cancer, and he's doing very well now, touch wood, but he did not give up because he had to get an appointment with the doctor, and it was in the US, it's at least 4 or 5 months away, but we didn't have that much time. So he sat in the reception and he made sure, like, for days together, and he made it happen. And there's so many countless things. In fact, one thing that I've really learned from him is the importance of never giving up. So even entrepreneurship is not about a single long race. It's about multiple short sprints. And you need to take that again and again and again. Because as a business, there will be booms, there will be busts. But how would you know a business is meant to last unless it lasts the toughest of times?
So you both have spoken about education for all the kind of growth responsibility that you continue to have and continue to drive at Byju's. You've talked about the India moment, and Divya, I want to come to you on that because you're so confident of India really bursting out on the global stage, and you have a global vision, both of you. I know that you also are a great singer, and would you like to just sing us a tribute to your vision as you've done before, and I'd love to hear it here on stage today.
Okay, don't judge me because I don't get time to sing nowadays. Although a lot of people ask me if you were not a teacher, what would you be? The answer would be singer. So I'll try to give it my best shot. Hai mere watan ke logon, zara aankh mein bhar lo pani, jo shaheed hue hain unki, zara yaad karo qurbani. तुम भूल न जाओ उनको, इसलिए सुनो ये कहानी, जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी, जरा याद करो कुर्बानी.
A true Indian story, ladies and gentlemen.
So the war will not last forever, the interest rates will not rise forever, but the Indian growth story is here to stay.
Absolutely. A big round of applause, the co-founders of Byju's. Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you. May I please call upon Aseem Srivastav, CEO Kirloskar, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed panelists. Mr. Asim Srivastav, CEO, Kirloskar Oil Engines Limited, B2C businesses. Please raise a warm applause for our panelists. Once again, let me remind you of all that you've seen go down on this dais over the course of the 2 days here on our 20th edition of the India Today Conclave, the India Moment. You can catch it all encapsulated in our next edition of the India Today magazine. Also, for those of you who still have 10 minutes left, if you want to go and catch in the Janhvi Kapoor session, it is taking place in the Shah Jahan Hall while we continue to power through to our next session, Justice in the Balance, My Idea of India and the Importance of Separation of Powers in a Democracy. To take it from here, I would like to invite on stage our session's moderator, News Director, India Today and Aaj Tak, Executive Director, Business Today, Rahul Kanwal on stage. Our next guest leads a little introduction. He's the current Chief Justice of India. And possibly in a first, he's going to do a sit down for us. Let me once again invite on stage our session's moderator, News Director, India Today, Aaj Tak, Executive Director, Business Today, Rahul Kanwal, to come up on stage and take you through our next session.
Are you all ready for a slice of history? Because what you're about to witness now has never happened at any conclave, any live interaction ever. We'll have the sitting Chief Justice of India joining us in just a moment at the India Today stage. There is a coffee cup in his bookshelf on which are imprinted the words Rockstar DYC. And for many who come in touch with him, a rock star is really who he is, and you're just about to find out why. Son of an illustrious father, father to two illustrious sons, Justice Dhananjay Yashwant Chandrachud is the 50th Chief Justice of India. I don't know how many people sitting here know this, but Chief Justice Chandrachud used to moonlight as a radio jockey in his early 20s for the All India Radio. He RJ'd for programs like Play It Cool, A Date With You, and Sunday Requests. His friends from school call him Danny, his parents call him Dhanu. He calls himself an accidental lawyer who loves cricket and music. Those who come in touch with him consider him one of the finest judicial minds in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time ever any sitting Chief Justice has agreed to take live questions at the conclave. And it is my absolute delight and our collective pleasure to welcome to this, the 20th year of the India Today Conclave, legal rock star, India's Chief Justice, Justice Dhananjay Yashwant Chandrachud. Can we have a warm round of applause, please? Justice Chandrachud, I want to start by asking you straight up about the challenges India's judiciary faces. At this moment, if you look at the number of pending cases in this country, there are about 4.32 crore total pending cases. 69,000 of them in the Supreme Court, a backlog of about 59 lakh across 25 high courts. Could you start by telling us, all of those who are watching you here at the India Today Conclave, watching live on TV and on social media, about your broad vision to transform, modernize India's judiciary? Let's start from there. Justice Chandrachud.
Well, it's true that we have a large backlog of cases, but another way of looking at it is, I think it's reflective of the faith of the people in coming to court in the first place. Which is not to justify the backlog. We should be discharging the faith of the people by being more efficient and by reducing the backlog. But that's just an indicator of the kind of faith people have. It also shows that there is a dearth of adequate infrastructure in the judiciary. Our judge-to-population ratio is not commensurate with what it should be in a country like ours. That's another problem. The third problem, of course, is the lack of infrastructure in the district judiciary. But now coming to your question about my vision, I think what we need to do is completely modernize the Indian judiciary. Our model for judicial administration has been based on the colonial model which we inherited from the British, which is that people have to access justice. It's also reflected in the design of our buildings, these grand colonial buildings, which were intended to sort of create a sense of fear and awe about the court in the minds of people. And I think that colonial model now has to give way, because justice, to my mind, is not just a sovereign function, which it is, but justice is also an essential service which we provide to our citizens. And part of my mission of dealing with where we should be in the next 50 or 75 years is to transform the Indian judiciary with the use of technology. We saw that in the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic was unanticipated, possibly unexpected as well. We couldn't have shut down the doors of courts. We had to keep our courts open because you have to answer the need of citizens who seek bail. Their personal liberties are at stake, their lives are at stake, their careers are at stake. So we launched a whole system of video conferencing. And if you'd like me to share the data which I have with me, the kind of work which we did on the video conferencing platform in the pandemic is unprecedented in any part of the world. So my vision now is that now that hopefully COVID is behind us, or almost behind us, as we would like to, because we all lived in a sense of optimism, we now need to look at technology beyond COVID. And we need to modernize the Indian judiciary. We've already taken a large number of initiatives towards having a more transparent, a more open judiciary. We are live streaming the proceedings in at least some of the most important constitution bench cases. Opening up the court's processes to citizens by live streaming them is part of my mission, because it enables citizens to understand what goes on in the court. Many citizens would actually turn up feeling that so much of the work which is done in the court is so very boring. But there is a great message which we would like to send to our citizens, because the smallest case which comes to us commands the same degree of attention as maybe some of the seminal constitutional cases which we do.
How's the experience with live streaming been so far? One of the things we saw in Parliament with our netas is that the moment the camera's on, the grandstanding goes up. Are you concerned, Chief Justice, that as more and more cases are live streamed, you'll start seeing lawyers being more filmy and more theatrical in their arguments before you?
Well, in a lighter vein, you always have some professionals who would be given to grandstanding, right? Whether you have a camera in front of them or otherwise, it's not going to make a difference. But I have a sense of optimism, at least my experience thus far. All technology has the good part and the flip side. So likewise, live streaming also has the more difficult part of it. For instance, I'll give you the flip side as well. Very often we are dealing with very sensitive cases involving, say, marital privacy or gender assault or sexual violence against minors. Should you have live streaming in such cases? Obviously not. But therefore we have the ability to now enable the judge in charge to stop live streaming where you feel that the sensitivities of the case far outweigh the public interest in a transparent court proceeding. Some lawyers would grandstand, some private litigants, some litigants in person may do that. But then we must always look at the benefits as well to be gained when you make an overall assessment in a holistic perspective.
You've spoken in public about your desire to Indianize the Indian judiciary. Do you want to explain what you mean by that, to make justice more available to Indian citizens in Indian languages? How do you go about Indianizing the judicial system?
I think the first point where we have to start Indianizing the judiciary is in terms of the language of discourse. The language of discourse is not just English in our district courts. For instance, when evidence is given in a murder trial in Maharashtra, the witness would be speaking in Marathi. When a witness deposes in a murder trial in Uttar Pradesh, the witness deposes in Hindi. But the language of discourse in our higher courts, the high courts, and in the Supreme Court is English. Now, that may be a part of our colonial inheritance. It's also because, English is the language in which we have the greatest felicity in terms of our statutes, the judgments. But if we have to truly reach out to citizens, we have to reach out to them in languages which they understand. And we've already started that mission. Just to give you an idea, there are about 34,000 judgments of the Supreme Court from 1950 until date. These 34,000 judgments were available in an official reporter called the Supreme Court Report. So if a private citizen had to access these judgments, you have to subscribe to a private software provider. They are doing excellent work, no doubt about it. But how many young lawyers or citizens across the country can pay 30,000 or 50,000 rupees a year by way of subscription for these kind of reports? So the first thing which I did when I took charge on the 9th of November last year was to digitize all the 34,000 judgments. We have a free judgment text portal. We have a search engine so that these judgments can now be searched by a citizen in the country, or for that matter, a citizen across the world, anybody across the world. But we haven't stopped at that. We are now using artificial intelligence and machine learning for the translation of these judgments. We have used a module which has been prepared by a very distinguished professor at IIT Madras. And we are now translating all the judgments of the Supreme Court in every Indian language which is recognized by the Constitution. And by doing so, we want to reach out to citizens in the language which they follow. Just last week when we were hearing the Constitution bench hearings in one of the very sensitive issues which is before the court, and we have reserved judgment now, we have live transcripts of proceedings. So when the lawyer is arguing, we have simultaneously a transcript which is relayed on the screen in the form of a complete text. So then the court becomes a court of record. This also increases the sense of accountability because citizens then know what is argued. As judges, we are accountable also because we are then responsible for dealing with all the arguments which are made before us. The accountability is, I think, on the part of us as a judicial institution as well.
One of the biggest questions, Justice Chandrachud, facing the Indian judiciary at this moment is the manner in which judges are appointed. We've seen a lot of public backlash from the government of the day, asking for changes in the Collegium system, which the law minister and others in government believe is not transparent, should be more open, shouldn't be like a judges' club. Could you spell out what you think is right and wrong with the Collegium system and the manner in which we appoint our judges to the High Courts and the Supreme Court?
Well, as a Chief Justice of India, I have to take the system as it is given to us today, which is that the Collegium system is the prevalent system for appointing judges. Yes, there have been demands for greater transparency, but I must tell you how we work. For instance, if we are making appointments to the Supreme Court of India, the Chief Justice and the 4 senior-most judges, I have actually 5 because my successor, Chief Justice of India, was not otherwise a part of the Collegium, so mine is a Collegium of 6 judges. We look at the judgments which have been delivered, say, in the last 3 years by the judges of the High Court. And the parameters which we apply for the selection of judges are well defined. First, we look at merit. We look at the professional competence of the judge. We constantly analyze judgments of the High Court judges when they come up in appeal before us. On an average, we are dealing with about 200 cases every week. So those are judgments of the High Courts which are coming up before us, so we assess those judgments. But in the Collegium, we all read the same judgments at the same time. So we circulate the judgments of the High Court judges who are in the zone of consideration. Apart from merit, the second important consideration which we go by is seniority, because after all, this is a service. It's a service. Judges of the High Court are elevated to the Supreme Court. Third important point which we emphasize, that's the need for a broader sense of inclusion. Inclusion in terms of gender, inclusion in terms of the marginalized communities, persons belonging to the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes, who must have an equal opportunity to aspire for higher judicial and constitutional offices. Apart from the need for including more gender, having a more gender-inclusive judiciary and the marginalized, we also want to bring more minorities into the court. But that is not at the cost of sacrificing merit. Each one of our colleagues who is chosen because she was a woman is as competent as any of her counterparts, the male judges. Likewise for the minorities or for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, they're as competent as any other judges we have chosen in the recent past. The next important factor which we consider is the need to have a broader sense of dispersal of judicial office throughout the country. It shouldn't be that judicial office in the Supreme Court is confined to only 1 or 2 or 3 high courts. So to the extent that it is possible, we try and ensure that we give adequate representation to different segments, different high courts, different states, different regions in the country when we are making appointments to the Supreme Court. We also consult judges who have rooted through that high court and who are judges of the Supreme Courts. For instance, my parent high court was the High Court of Judicature at Bombay. I was Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court for 3 years. So when a judge from Bombay has to be appointed, I'm consulted. If I have to be appointing a judge from the Allahabad High Court, of course now I'm the Chief Justice, but when I was a puisne judge, I would be consulted for making, and judges give extremely transparent and clear opinions on what they feel. In the High Courts, it's even broader because the High Courts are looking at lawyers who are fit for appointment. And there are 2 sources of recruitment to the High Court, the district judiciary, and the whole track record of the district judiciary is maintained on paper. You have the annual confidential reports. You have a whole dossier on each judge, which is developed as they progress through the service. When lawyers are to be appointed, the same procedure is followed. And there is an equal involvement of various stakeholders in the system. For instance, once the High Court Collegium makes its recommendation, the file is processed at 2 levels. It comes to the Supreme Court, the Government of India, and the Government of the state, so that the Chief Minister of the state, the Governor of the state responds to the appointment which is recommended by the High Court Collegium. At the same time, the file is processed by the Intelligence Bureau to see if there are any adverse intelligence inputs. The file is then, it goes to the Union Government in the Ministry of Law and Justice. The Department of Justice sends the file to us with its annotations. We then consult our judges, after which the file is sent back to the government, then goes on to the Prime Minister's office and then to the President of India.
The Supreme Court gave an order recently which said that going forward, election commissioners and the Chief Election Commissioner would be appointed in a panel which includes the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice and a leader of the opposition. So it's not just the government picking the next EC. That is a fantastic idea. Many in government said, but that's also reason why judges should be appointed by people other than just judges. how do you look at all the pressure that's coming your way, saying that the Collegium system is not transparent, that this needs to be opened up in a way that judges aren't judging judges, that other people can weigh in, as is the case in many countries internationally?
Right. Now, we have adopted a model. We have a career judiciary. Unlike, say, the United States, where a politician can become, a Secretary of State can theoretically, and you have had Secretaries of State who have become Chief Justice of the US Supreme Court. We don't follow that model. We follow a model of career judges coming to either the High Court from the district judiciary, or career judges from the High Courts coming to the Supreme Court. We, of course, have members of the bar as well coming directly to the Supreme Court as to the High Courts. Since you did mention the issue of transparency, let me emphasize two facets. There's a transparency which operates at two levels. Transparency of the process of appointment and transparency in the terms of the choices that you make when you're appointing people. The process has to be completely transparent. And that is why in recent times, we have been putting out onto the internet, onto our website, the Collegium resolutions. And those resolutions tell society at large, our citizens, what are the parameters we have applied in the selection of judges. Let them judge, let them critique us. I'm not saying that any system is perfect, but this is the best that we have developed. And the object of this system, why was this Collegium system divine? It was devised for the simple reason that the independence of the judiciary is a cardinal value. And you have to insulate the judiciary from outside influences if the judiciary has to truly be independent. That is the underlying feature of the Collegium. That's the underlying purpose of the Collegium. But our processes are becoming now transparent. We have defined what the parameters are. We put our resolutions on the website so that people know whom we have selected, why we have selected them, what are the yardsticks that we have applied. Apart from the processes, and this is the most sensitive aspect which I must share with you because a lot of people perhaps wouldn't know about this. When we consider names for appointment as judges of the High Court or of the Supreme Court, we are also dealing with people's lives, particularly in the High Courts. Very often the people whose names are under consideration, we look at diverse set of aspects pertaining to their personal lives, their professional lives, their personal lives insofar as they are relevant to the discharge of judicial duties. I have no cause about somebody's personal life if it has no connection with their judicial duties. But when we deal with these very personal, intimate, sometimes very, very intimate and private aspects of people's lives, we have to be conscious of the fact that you can't, in the process of selection, open up every aspect of their lives to society at large. The consequence will be that good people will then say, sorry, I'm not willing to put my personal life on trial in this particular way. So if you have to have good people, you must also trust your decision makers to make those choices.
Law Minister Kiran Rijiju was at the conclave this morning, and he was quite upset with the manner in which the Supreme Court had chosen to make public the government's reasons behind withholding permission for somebody to become judge, saying that this is between the government and the judiciary. This should not be made public. There are matters which should be kept private. He didn't like the fact that you were starting to make these public.
Well, let me join issue with the Law Minister. He has a perception, I have a perception, and there's bound to be a difference in perceptions. And what's wrong about having a difference in perceptions? Sometimes there's a difference, but we have to deal with differences in perception even within the judiciary. I dare say there are differences in perception even within government. But we all deal with it with a sense of robust constitutional statesmanship. So first and foremost, I don't want to join issue with the Law Minister for his perception. I respect his perception, and I'm sure that he has a great deal of respect for ours as well. The reason why we put this on the website is in pursuance of the desire of the present Collegium to meet the criticism that we lack transparency and a genuine belief that opening up our processes will foster greater confidence in our citizens about the work which we do. Now, the candidate that you are referring to every aspect that was mentioned in the report of the Intelligence Bureau was in the public domain and is in the public domain. The candidate in question is open about his sexual orientation. So when the IB flagged something, we were not really opening up IB's sources of information. What could be the danger? Let me argue against myself. Someone might say that if you put an intelligence report out in the public domain, you might be compromising the sources of information of the Intelligence Bureau on issues of national security. Somebody's life may be in danger. This was not a case like that. The IB report dwelt on the sexual orientation of an openly gay candidate for prospective judgeship. So this was known. It's known to the entire profession. It's been widely reported in the media. All that we said was, while putting it out on the public domain, that the sexual orientation of a candidate has nothing to do with the ability or the constitutional entitlement of that candidate to assume a high constitutional office of a high court judge. That's all that we said. There's nothing more than that.
You spoke, Chief Justice, of the independence of the judiciary. So let me ask you straight up that question, which I'm sure is uppermost in the minds of most people who are sitting here. As Chief Justice, how independent do you think India's judiciary really is? Do you, as Chief Justice, feel you are under pressure when you're giving judgments?
I must tell you this. When you talk of pressure, there are various kinds of pressure. Let me make it very, very clear. I've been a judge now. By the end of this month, I'll be a judge for 23 years. I'm the longest serving judge in the Indian judiciary. Justice Bobde, Justice Khanvilkar and I, we were appointed on the same day.
Your father was the longest serving Chief Justice.
Chief Justice. In my 23 years as a judge of the High Court, as the Chief Justice of the High Court, and as a judge of the Supreme Court, no one, and I hope you will trust me when I say this, no one has told me to decide a case in a particular way. No one. We are so clear in the principles which we follow. I wouldn't even talk to a colleague who is presiding over a case and ask them what's going on in that particular case. We have a cup of coffee every morning, but there are some lines which we draw for ourselves. In the High Courts, we hear appeals against decisions of colleagues because a decision of a single judge in a High Court goes to a division bench of 2 judges. We are sharing lunch, and I'm hearing an appeal against that colleague's judgment. We never share the fact that I'm sitting in judgment over that judge's judgment. That's part of our training. So there's no question if by pressure you meant a sense of pressure from the executive, from the political arm of government, absolutely no. And I hope I'm speaking for the rest of the system as well. But when you talk of pressure in the sense of pressure on the conscience, pressure on your mind, pressure on your intellect, yes, of course, I'll be a hypocrite if I say that, the cases which come up before us don't give rise to a sense of doubt, a sense of searching for the correct solution. Because particularly in the Supreme Court, you have cases which don't command of one particular solution. It's not, 1 + 1 is equal to 2. There's more than one solution to a case which can emerge. And you know that what you are deciding today has wider ramifications for society, not just today, but for the future. So a lot of work that we do in the court is based on how we envision our society should be in the future. And when you are deciding something as crucial as the path which our society should take for the future, obviously the judges are going to be in a sense of introspection, a sense of reflection. I don't think that I would call that pressure, but just the search for the truth and the search for the correct solution.
नहीं, ये सवाल अहम है, इसलिए मैं एक बार आपसे फिर से ये सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि देश भर में जो लोग इस वक्त आपको देख रहे हैं, उनके जहन में कहीं ना कहीं ये सवाल होगा कि क्या भारत के सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजेस पे दबाव रहता है, सीधे तौर पे सरकार से दबाव रहता है कोई ना कोई फैसला देने के लिए। इस सवाल पर बतौर चीफ जस्टिस, जस्टिस चंद्रचूड़, आपकी क्या राय?
मैं कहता हूँ दबाव का सवाल ही नहीं होता। आपने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले इलेक्शन कमीशन के निर्णय का जिक्र किया। यदि दबाव होता तो क्या ये निर्णय आ जाता? इलेक्शन कमीशन जजमेंट इज वन जजमेंट. I can give you judgment after judgment which we deliver with such routine in such routine manner, which never makes the headlines in the newspapers, because these are not big ticket judgments affecting, some political arm or some political issue. The largest litigant in India today is the state. And most of our judgments deal with involvement of the state and its instrumentalities. And we are holding against the state, I'm not just saying government, but against the state, in such a large number of issues, whether it's crime, whether it's pensions, whether it's somebody's employment, whether it's somebody's insurance policy. And I don't think that even the government in that sense, and let me be very candid about it, that there is a certain robust nature of our own democracy which we must have trust in. We are now living in an age, because of social media, where we have grown increasingly distrustful of public institutions. But we must also understand that over the last 70 years, our democracy has developed very clear and defining lines of the separation between the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. And I do believe that there is absolutely no issue. We are constantly holding government to account. Courts are speaking truth to power. And I don't think governments are also concerned about it, so long as they know their field of demarcation and we know ours. And we know which is the line which separates, say, policy from law, politics from law. Obviously, in some cases, the line is not as easy to define as it would appear in a textbook. But we have to do that exercise, however difficult that exercise is.
You've answered this question so expressly. I think that warrants a round of applause, please. I want to ask you next about the quality of judges coming into the Supreme Court and the High Courts at this moment. You spoke of social media as a consequence of Twitter, Facebook. There's now a lot of trolling. We've heard some oral observations about it. Do you, Chief Justice, follow social media? Are you seeing what is being said about you on Twitter, for example, where everybody seems to have an opinion, everybody seems to know, everybody seems to think they know more than the Chief Justice?
I don't know if this is a confession, but I don't follow Twitter. Just for the reason that I think, it's important for us not to be affected by the cacophony of extreme views which you sometimes find on Twitter. But I have a view on Twitter as well. And I think that, social media is a product of the times, not just a product of technology, but a product of our times. See, 20 or 30 years ago, when you had, say, 3 or 4 mainstream newspapers reporting from the Supreme Court, you had the beat reporters sitting in the Supreme Court, and they'll pick out an odd case to report. Social media has changed all that. There's live tweeting of every word that is said in the court. Now, that puts an enormous amount of burden on us as well. In our courts, much of the argument which takes place is a dialogue between the bar and the bench. It's not just an address where one lawyer will speak, the judges will keep quiet, the other lawyer will speak, the judges will keep quiet, at the end of it, announce your verdict. That's not the way it is. It's a conversation. It's so typical of our culture. We interrupt each other, we joke, we have serious arguments, there's a little bit of camaraderie even between opponents, so on and so forth. Now, what happens really is this, that what is expressed in a court during the course of a hearing is not the expression of the ultimate view which a judge is going to take. Suppose you are arguing before me, or a lawyer is arguing before me. There are 2 types of judges. One, and I've appeared before both, I don't know which category I belong to. One type of judges consists of those who play the devil's advocate. Whoever is arguing will get the stick, in the sense the judge will try and find deficiencies in the argument. The other kind of judges are judges who will stretch an argument to its logical conclusion. So if you are making a point, the judge will stretch your argument and test the limits of the point which you are making. So you have 2 different personalities, judges who play the devil's advocates and a judge who will stretch your argument. He will take your argument to its logical conclusion. The lawyer feels very nice about it as well. Now, what happens as a result of social media is that when there is an expression of opinion by the judge, the public seems to believe that this is the way the judge is going to ultimately decide, which is far from the truth. A case is not decided until the last word in the case is said. And I know of so many cases where I have really changed my view probably at the last minute of the argument, because something very seminal was said at the end of the argument. That's what an open court hearing is all about. And lawyers always tell us this in court, that we are fearful of judges who keep their mouth shut. Because if a judge is quiet in a hearing and doesn't tell you how they believe or what they feel about a case, you don't know which way the judge's mind is working. It's only when the judge is open that you can answer the judge's doubts. But social media sometimes doesn't follow that, or citizens don't follow that. And I don't blame them, because everybody is not conversant with the processes of the court. So what is the answer? The answer is not to have a more closed system, but to have a more open system, so that people really truly understand the nature of the judicial process.
You said you're off Twitter. Do you watch TV? Do you watch television debates? One guy take on another. Does public opinion impact, to what extent, your thinking and ultimately your judgments?
Yes, bits and pieces. But speaking for myself, I try and read as broadly as possible, because one of the flip sides about being a judge is the sense of isolation which it breeds. Now, the isolation which we have is possibly the reason why we are independent. We don't mix around too much. Our friends are pretty much friends we made years and years ago. But that's also a problem, because your sources of information, your sources of knowledge are therefore confined to what you can absorb. So what I try and do is to read as broadly as possible, as diversely as possible, to try and get a broad cross-section of viewpoints on what is happening in society. Having said that, when a case opens up for hearing, you have to tell yourself that all that you have gathered from outside the four corners of the pleadings in the case has to be kept out, and you will decide the case on the basis of the record before you. That's really part of your training as a judge, which you acquire over the years. It's also of confronting your own biases. We're all human beings. So it would be hypocritical again to say that we don't have our own views, our own ideas about various issues of life. But then you have to confront your own self when you are judging and tell yourself that, well, I'm not going to allow my own personal preferences to affect the outcome of this case. My own lifestyle, my own values, what I learned from my professors, what I learned from my family. So you need to be, in that sense, very careful that while you judge others, you're not judgmental of others. And I think that's very important, because it's so easy in the office which we occupy.
When you're judging others, don't be judgmental. I think there are lots of pearls of wisdom flowing all through this conversation. I want to draw you out on your sense of the quality of judges entering the system at this moment. Your father was the longest serving Chief Justice of India. You've had the longest term in a very long time. Your sons are practicing lawyers. Do you see them entering the judiciary? Would you like them to be part of the judicial system? What's your message to young lawyers practicing out there who are concerned about whether it's worth their while to spend the rest of their lives or the rest of their working lives being a part of India's judiciary?
Well, I'll answer your question at two levels. Am I concerned about the quality of judges? When I became a judge, or perhaps even before that, when you were asked to become a judge, it was a matter of honor. Nobody said no. Now, increasingly, you find young lawyers whom you ask to become judges of the High Court coming and saying, I'm so thankful to you, Chief Justice, but this is not for me. There may be a variety of reasons, not all of it dealing with the emoluments of judges, because I feel that, whatever you pay a judge, it can never compare with what a lawyer makes. And the reason why you become a judge is not certainly because of, the perks of the office. That's the least important part of the office. You become a judge out of the mission to do good to others. And there's an enormous amount of good which you can do to society, to others, by being a judge. So I always tell young people two things. If you don't accept judgeship today, then you will get the judges you deserve. They don't complain, 10 years down the line on the quality of judges. You have to have good young people enter the profession and accept accept judgeship. And honestly, I have no cause to be, to say anything adversely about the service conditions of judges. I'm very happy with what I have. And if you're not happy with what you have, there's no limit to human greed and to human aspirations. I believe our service conditions are extremely good, but they can be improved upon, certainly, as inflation catches up. I wouldn't answer the latter part of your question about my own sons. It's a choice for them to make.
Well, no, of course it's a choice for them to make. I don't know to what extent they listen to their father. That's not the point. The question is, would you like them, to, either of them or both of them, to become judges?
You know, I'll tell you, my answer is very simple, and I've had this conversation with them. Now that I've been in the system for 23 years as a judge, and I was a lawyer for over 20 years, I find that there is a great amount of good which you can do in society, whether you're a lawyer or whether you're a judge. It depends upon what path you chart out for yourself. Do you want to be a lawyer, one of those lawyers who will only, earn more money and more money and more money? Or do you also want to be a lawyer who will also appear for just social causes, appear for people who don't have access to resources, appear for that convict who has been, languishing in jail for 20 years without an early remission? So it depends on what kind of lawyer you want to be. And I do believe lawyers have a very vital role to play in society. I always find that, if I've made a good point in a judgment, it's because of the fact that my eyes were opened by the lawyer who argued that case before me. So similarly applies to the judge. Are you going to be a judge? Years ago, a very distinguished colleague who was a senior of mine in the Bombay High Court told me that, look, you've just become a judge. And there are two choices before you. Do you want to become a judge who will be known for the number of cases that you disposed of, the statistic? Or do you want to be known as a judge for yourself of a person who tried to make a difference to society? The choice is yours.
How would you like, once your term is done, Chief Justice, for India to remember your legacy?
Well, that's for them to judge.
How would you like it to be?
I think for me, the bottom line of the work which we do is that no case is ever too big or ever too small. The smallest grievance of citizens has, I believe in my court, commanded the same respect as a very important constitutional issue which we decide. Because in the small cases which you decide, you touch the lives of human beings. In the important constitutional cases which you decide, you chart the future of Indian society. So there's a great amount to be learned from every bit of the work which you do. There is this perception that why does the Supreme Court have to deal with so many small cases? Mm-hmm. You said that we have about 68,000 cases. There are actually 42,000 cases. 26,000 cases are what we call the connected matters, similar cases. So, when we group those cases, a bunch of cases gets disposed of. So the pendency is much less. So a lot of people say that why does the Supreme Court of India deal with such small cases of bail? That's one of the arguments which is, my answer is this: no case of bail is a small case because it deals with the personal liberty of a citizen. There are two models of justice which Supreme Courts across the world have adopted. Take the American Supreme Court. The American Supreme Court sits about 80 days in a year. They deal with about 180 cases. They pick out their cases. Our model, which the founding fathers of the Indian Constitution gave us, was a very different model. It was a model based on access to justice. It was a model which saw the transformation of a society from a colonial to an independent society. So when Dr. Ambedkar was drafting these clauses of the Constitution and the other members of the Constituent Assembly, they created a model where the Supreme Court would have its doors open and access to justice would be very broad. The problem with that is, of course, that you have this pendency of cases, but that's for good or bad. I think for the good, that's the model we've adopted.
There are quite a few people who think हमारे judges छुट्टी बहुत लेते हैं. The judges, the courts are shut for way too long, given especially the pendency. How do you respond to this general sense in society that judges are off for too long? And how do you think we can reduce pendency?
Okay. So I'm really thankful to you for asking me this question.
I thought you'd be angry with me for asking.
No, this really, it's a very serious issue and I must answer this as candidly as possible. People see us sitting in court from 10:30 to 4. We handle between 40 and 60 cases every day in the Supreme Court. The work which we do between 10:30 and 4 every day in the Supreme Court is a fraction of the work which we do. In order to be ready to deal with the other cases which are going to come up the next day, you spend an equal amount of time in the evenings reading for the next day. Our judgments are in reserve So on Saturdays, typically every judge of the Supreme Court will sit down and dictate judgments. On Sunday, all of us sit down and read for Monday. So without exception, and I'm not speaking for myself, without exception, every judge of the Supreme Court works for 7 days in a week. When it comes to the holidays, look at what the other Supreme Courts of the world are doing. The American Supreme Court, I have the statistics here before me. The American Supreme Court would sit for, can I just take a second to give you
certainly.
Just give me a moment, just a moment.
See, I see you were expecting that curveball.
Yes. The American Supreme Court sits about 8 to 9 days in a month, annually 80 days, and don't sit for 3 months in a year. The Australian High Court sits about 2 weeks in a month, annually less than 100 days, no sittings for 2 months. Singapore sits for 145 days in a year. The UK almost the same as us. The Supreme Court of India sits for about 200 days every year. What people don't know is this, that most of the time in the vacation is spent on preparing judgments which you have kept in reserve, because you have just no time during the week when you are working 7 days just trying to keep ahead of the curve to deal with your cases. So vacation time is really time spent. The last vacation, the winter vacation, I was sitting with my 5 judicial clerks, keeping up on abreast on all the judgments which I had to deliver. Yes, at the end of it, in the summer vacation, you will get a week off with your family to travel. But another thing which we must bear in mind is judging is not about just disposing cases. It's not just about the statistic. It's about thinking through your cases. It's about reading the law, reading about where the law is going in other jurisdictions, thinking about where you want our society to be in terms of the output which you are going to produce. So unless you give your judges time to introspect, reflect, think about the work which you are going to do, you're not going to have quality of justice.
You know, you were saying that you're working even when you're on holiday. Your wife is sitting in the audience, and I could see she was nodding her head when you were saying that you're working even while on holiday. We're out of time, Chief Justice. I started by saying that you used to moonlight as a radio jockey in your 20s. You listen to the music of the lawyers during working hours. When you're back home, what music do you listen to?
I listen to a variety. I love, on Indian classical, I'm a great fan of Kumar Gandharva, Gana Saraswati, Kishori Amonkar, but I love Western music as well. I'm a great fan of Bob Dylan. And on a difficult day to court, I also have my own collection of the ABBA, which I listen to.
You also are fond of cricket. Do you get any chance to watch any of the matches? Do you have like a screen on?
It's getting increasingly more difficult just because of the pressure on time. Not the pressure on the mind, but the pressure on time. But I do pick up bits and pieces of the replays at the end of the day before I call it a day in the night.
If you were a batsman, who would you be like?
Rahul Dravid.
There's a lot of meaning in that, to say that you're batting like Rahul Dravid, strong, straight and reliable. I started by saying, by referring to that one cup in his library, he's very embarrassed about it. Okay, he's going to be very upset that we refer to that cup which says Rockstar DYC. And I think over the past 45 odd minutes, all of you sitting here at the conclave and those of you watching at home got a first-hand experience of why those who come in touch with Justice Chandrachud, who've seen his work, why so many of them think that he's an absolute rock star. For coming to the conclave, for agreeing to this request. When we'd reached out to you and approached to you, it said that it'll be nice to have a frank conversation, which is what it's been. You've spoken from the heart. You've given us a sense of your judicial luminance. Thank you so much, Justice Chandrachud, for joining us. Can I request everyone seated here to stand up and give a warm round of applause as we thank very dearly Justice Chandrachud, Chief Justice of India, for coming to the conclave and answering questions. It's very easy to ask questions, but when so much can turn on every single sentence that you say, It takes a lot of courage, or as you said, it takes the confidence of being the Rahul Dravid of the judiciary to be able to come up here and do this. We're very thankful to you, Your Lordship. Thank you, sir. Absolute pleasure and honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I request you to be on stage while I call upon Mr. D.P. Sharma Raju, Chancellor, Reva University, to come up and provide the Chief Justice of India with a token of appreciation. And only if we knew, sir, we would have maybe had your sign-off music is Blowing in the Wind by Bob Dylan. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause. No Chief Justice, at least in recent memory, has done what he has done, sat down and taken every question that we have put forth. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's power into our next session this evening, debating hard statistics. To take it from here and introduce you to our panelists, I'd like to invite on stage our session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today.
Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the India Today Conclave. We live in a polarized era where nothing seems to divide public opinion or political opinion at times in particular as much as the state of the economy at the moment. It's been said that there are lies, damn lies, and there are statistics. In these polarized times, therefore, figures on the state of the economy are thrown at us that are designed to often confuse as much as to illuminate. So where does the elusive truth lie on the state of the Indian economy? That's what we want to discuss with two very fine minds. My first guest is someone who has given, 9 budgets, speeches, has been one of the most distinguished finance ministers the country had, author of the Dream Budget of 1997 that brought, importantly, all our tax rates down. please welcome Mr. P. Chidambaram. And with him is Neelkant Mishra. He's Chief Strategist Asia at Credit Suisse and also a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. So thank you both, Neelkant Mishra and P. Chidambaram, for joining us today. What I'm going to do is going to keep this simple so that I will let you take the floor on each specific issue. I will throw one figure or I'll throw two figures which perhaps have two varying interpretations, and you can tell us what the state of the economy looks like today. Let's start, Mr. Chidambaram, with GDP. The government says, despite the global slowdown caused by COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war, the Indian economy is expected to grow at 7% plus in fiscal 22-23, the highest rate of growth among all major economies. So that's one number. The other number, which perhaps Neelkant could respond to, is that the last quarter has seen a slowing down to 4.4%, and the likes of Raghuram Rajan are saying we are slipping back towards the so-called Hindu rate of growth, and therefore we have less to celebrate, more to introspect. Two numbers, 7% growth rate 22-23 versus a slowing 4.4% in the last quarter. Mr. Chidambaram, what's the reality?
The reality is we are growing, but the quarter upon quarter growth or the sequential quarter growth is declining. 13.2%, 6.3%, 4.4%, and the fourth quarter, my estimate is between 4.1% and 4.3%. So it is a declining quarterly growth rate, which means Indian economy is losing steam.
So you're saying the Indian economy is losing steam, but you accept that the Indian economy continues to grow among major economies faster than most other economies in the world?
There's no boast in saying, I'm the one-eyed monarch of the blind. The point is, China, when it grows at 3% or 3.5%, will still add every year to its annual wealth or annual output several times more than India, growing at 7%. China is 5.5 times larger than India. Therefore, the relevant number is the per capita income. And the per capita income, we are still a very poor country.
Neelkant Mishra, how do you see these numbers when it comes to the GDP numbers that the government throws at us, saying, look, we are the fastest growing economy in the world? On the flip side, Mr. Chidambaram could argue saying that we are a slowing economy, and there could be those who would argue that even pre-pandemic, for 9 consecutive quarters, the Indian economy was in decline. So what are we celebrating at the moment?
So we have to first understand that no economy is an island. There is a world where there is a significant decline in global growth. Demand for global goods is at March 21 level. So for 2 years, there's been zero growth in demand for retail sales of goods. There is significant financial uncertainty. There are several economies that have gone into bankruptcy. I think what India should aim for and is aiming for is macroeconomic stability. Because remember that economics is not about scoring a run or a 6 on every ball. It's about being able to stitch together a long innings and create a much larger wealth and income range for its citizens. So what is extremely important right now is that in this global financial turbulence, if India is seen as a stable economy, it will continue to attract foreign investors. It will continue to attract foreign companies which can bring skills and technology. And so on a 5-year basis, I think the expectations of India's GDP growth should be that India will contribute 12 to 15% of incremental GDP in the next 5 years. So I think we have to stop looking at, let me tell you that quarterly GDP numbers are extremely inaccurate. They keep getting revised up. You must have seen that past data, when they released these data, past data was revised up by 1.3%. So the level of GDP in FY23 has been raised up by 1.3%. So as per the NSO's numbers, fourth quarter GDP growth is going to be 6%. Everyone expects FY24 GDP to be 6% plus. I think it should be 7%. So I think we have to be a lot more forward-looking. Many other measures, and I'll just take half a minute, many other measures like, say, the sales of the BSE 500 companies, there is absolutely no slowdown in output.
Taking off from what Mr. Mishra said, he used the word macroeconomic stability in particular. And let me throw another number, which is contentious: inflation. In India, averaging 5.5% in the last year, much less than most South Asian countries and the Western world. The Modi government says, compared in particular to the UPA years, we have done much better in keeping inflation under control. Inflation during the UPA years was double digit.
In the UPA years, between 2009 and 2011, inflation was indeed very high. And the reason is obvious. It was because Mr. Mukherjee, I think, following other finance ministers, believed in stimulus packages. We spent money which we did not have, and therefore inflation went out of control. So we don't deny that.
No, but that's precisely what the Modi government says, Mr. Chidambaram, that during the COVID years, there was pressure on the Modi government to also give fiscal stimulus packages. The government resisted it, didn't go the way of other Western economies, and that's why we are in a better position than many other countries in the world today.
The government was wrong. The government was wrong in not doing a fiscal stimulus. That's why 3 crore people had to migrate from other cities and states back to Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. We had uncounted and unaccounted deaths in the pandemic. We had bodies floating down the river Ganga. We had funeral pyres on the banks of rivers. See, Neelkant and Mr. Modi are speaking about half of India. For example, the 2 examples he gave, top 500 companies, foreign direct investment. It makes sense only to the first 70 crore of India. It makes no sense at all to the bottom 70 crore of India. And even if 70 crore of India buy and sell and go around, India's economy will look shining. But what about the bottom 70 crore? Therefore, Mr. Modi neglected the bottom 70 crore, and I squarely charge this government of having neglected the poor and the very poor.
Neelkant Mishra, you want to respond? Because this was a contentious issue right through the COVID period, whether there should be whether the government of the day should go in for a major fiscal stimulus. The government resisted pressures from the likes of Mr. Chidambaram, and today it turns around to say, look, that's why our inflation situation is far better than it is in many Western economies. That explains why we look at the moment from the outside, at least, as more macroeconomically stable.
I'll answer that question in 2 parts. The first is that, remember that we are chronically dependent on external capital. We've always had a current account deficit. We need foreign flow of capital. If we are seen, so if you are the US, where you can print dollars and consume, and of course, as we are realizing, that creates its own issues, which they are facing now, but they could get away with it. I don't think the global markets would have kept giving us dollars, and that would have created a lot more of instability. And I don't think that would have been the right thing to do. But look at what is happening now. See, when you lock people down, what slows down is not as much goods consumption, but services consumption, because contact services get affected. And services consumption is mostly about the rich buying the poor's time. It's rarely about the poor buying the richest time. And when that stops, so at the end of the lockdowns, the rich had a lot of savings. The poor were very badly affected. They had very weak balance sheets. They had to shed assets. But once the economy opened up and the rich started spending, that money has started to flow. This is a pattern that is now visible across the global economy. It is visible in India. If you see data, so I'll back it up with data. Our equivalent of unemployment claims is, which you see in the US, right, repeatedly quoted, is Narendra demand. Narendra demand in February is lower than February 20, pre-pandemic. It is significantly lower than February 19. You look at rural wage growth. Rural wage growth had been stuck in a rut even before 2020. It is now at 6.5%. For the first time in 3 years, it is positive in real terms. So it is now higher than inflation. So there is a certain process of healing. If you try to over-interrupt the process in the economy, then you can actually do some damage. So I think Mr. Chidambaram is absolutely right that during the pandemic, the poor were very, very badly affected. But I think the right and the more sustainable way to get them back to health is to let the savings happen and the economy naturally rebalance itself.
You want to respond, Mr. Chidambaram?
Yes.
You were shaking your head. But please throw a number. This is only about data.
Yeah, here is a number. 1.4 crore fewer Indians employed in October 22 than in January 20. Second, Raghuram Rajan, Rohit Lamba, Rahul Chauhan jointly wrote an article, India's humming economy isn't yet helping much of its low-income citizens who need the education deficit bridged and policies that promote job creation. Again, Mr. Mishra talks about only half of India. The other half is what I'm concerned about. He's talking the language that we first made popular in India after 1991. So I'm not denying all that he says, but that makes sense only to the top half of India. Not even the top half, but I'm willing to divide India into the bottom half and the top half. If child stunting and wasting is between 20 and 30%, if 49% of all women are anemic, what does that mean? It means that people do not have enough food. The only reason for child stunting and child wasting and anemic women is because they don't take enough nutritious food. Now, you look at the spanking new bridge, a flyover, and you say, what a remarkable achievement. That is what he's doing. But what about the people who are huddled under the bridge and live there day and night? That is the bottom half. And this government is completely callous and neglects the bottom half. I want Mr. Mishra to travel with me. I can take him to a relatively developed state like Tamil Nadu and take him into the interior. And in village after village, you will see that the poor constitute about 15 to 20 to 25% of the people.
The government will respond, Mr. Chidambaram, to what you've just said by saying, look, during COVID, we provided 80 crore Indians food free of cost, ration subsidies. We provided under the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Yojana, quarterly 2,000 rupees to farming communities. We have done whatever we had to in terms of welfare schemes during the COVID pandemic to offset the difficulties faced by those whom you keep saying are at the bottom of the pyramid.
Yes, but not enough. That's the point. Every government has to do something. They did, but not enough. My point is, emphasize the not enough, as a result of which there was massive unemployment, massive hunger. Why are we 101 on the hunger index? You can always rubbish that. Why are we 101 on the hunger index out of 120 countries?
So I must say that my ancestral village is in Champaran, in East Champaran in Bihar. It is, on some measures, the third poorest district of Bihar. So I have seen poverty. I have seen how things have changed. And now I have seen how things are changing now. In the last 3 years, every house in the village has electricity. When we did up for the first time fans in our rural house, I was surprised that there was an electrician in the village. There is pipe
Are you
water.
saying all of this happened post 2014? Are you saying electrification came post 2014? Seriously, Nilkant Mishra?
Actually, India became independent in 2014.
I'm not saying that. No. See, I am an economist. I look at data.
Sure.
When it happened, what happened, I'm perhaps less qualified to say. What I can say is that when I now travel to my village, there is a lot less of poverty that I see. And I can see piped water. I can see people in pakka houses. It's very hard to see mud huts and thatch roofs. I can see people commuting to nearby cities. So I think the change, if we think about it, has to be more in terms of providing infrastructure, providing access to internet, providing access to opportunities. And look, if you divide growth into three parts, and I'll take 1 minute on this, you can grow output by adding labor, you can grow output by adding capital, or you can grow output by improving productivity. Now, in labor input, I don't think there is much more that we can do. What we need to do, if we have to really grow GDP and grow output and really match what China did, China grew so much faster than us from 1980 to till very recently. It was because it attracted mass and created massive amounts of capital. And that is the only way to pull hundreds or tens of millions of people out of poverty. And I think driving productivity growth requires that individuals there are rural roads connecting to every village. People have access to cheap data so that they can access jobs. There is less friction in the job market. I think all of those things are changing.
Let's look at infrastructure in two parts. You want to throw a number again?
No, I'm not throwing a number. You cautioned me that this is about numbers, and he's quoting numbers. Here is an official number. 3 out of 4 rural homes without piped drinking water. This is the NSSO, National Statistics Office. Second, survey debunks Swachh Bharat's 100% ODF claim. Over 21% of rural households do not have access to any type of toilet, according to a government survey.
Which also means, sir, pre-2014, much of which was ruled by your party, most Indians did not have access also to piped water. So just as they can't argue that India changed post-2014, they could turn around and say, look, much didn't happen pre-2014.
Nobody denies that. Nobody denies that. Roads are built every year. Sure. Our homes are built every year. Rome is not built in a day.
Sure.
The point is, all the things that were done and all the things that were being done are being improved upon. But don't make a claim that India is ODF. Don't make a claim, as he just made, every house has got a piped drinking water. Don't make these claims. The numbers who are denied basic facilities are staggering. They are large enough to constitute many countries. Once you recognize this hard truth, that there is a 20% or 25% or 30% or 35% that is very poor, no electricity, no toilet, no access to cooking fuel. Once you recognize that, I'm not complaining about the government's efforts to improve things. But don't say everything is done.
Let me try and extract a concession out of each of you. From you, Mr. Chidambaram, do you concede that in the last 8 years, in terms of physical infrastructure, in pure terms of capex outlay on physical infrastructure, in terms of actual project execution, especially roads, and I can throw the figures, capex outlay in the budget 23-24 hiked by 33% to 10 lakh crores, would you concede that that is an area where the Modi government has done well above average?
See, 5 years from today, the capital expenditure will be 20 lakh crore.
But in terms of the road outlay per day that has been added in the last 8 years.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. This was started by Vajpayee, the Golden Quadrilateral, and the NHAI was started by us, and the NHAI started building roads. And as every year passes, the capacity and the pace of building roads will increase. 5 years later, whoever is the government, it will increase again. 10 years later, it will increase again. Therefore, the point is, I'm not denying that there is growth, there is building infrastructure. But all I'm pointing out is the massive numbers that are left behind. And who is talking about it?
And on the other side, the possible concession that someone who's close to the Prime Minister's economic, or is part of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, the investments made by this government in education, for example. The Education Ministry's budget allocation increased by a marginal 8.2% from 1.2 lakh crores as opposed to 1.4 lakh crores in 22-23. This government has simply not invested enough in education, which is critical. You gave the China example. China is not just about its physical infrastructure, it's also about the soft infrastructure that China built, especially in education. This government is not seen to have done enough. Do you concede that?
See, if you see the growth in infrastructure also, it is mostly in sectors controlled by the center. So it is in national highways, it is in railways, it is in airports, it is in the major ports. It is very difficult to micromanage. And so one area where I think we need to do a lot of investments and we're not doing enough is urban infrastructure. But that's something that the center struggles to do. And I must say that while there is, I think, sufficient acknowledgement that there is a lot more that needs to be done on health and education, because you know, the adults who will be driving our economy in 2047 need to get good nutrition today and good education today. And I think that needs urgent attention. But there is very limited ability for the center to do it. But I'm quite encouraged that some of the states are starting to take very positive steps on that.
Let's look at another critical area, MSMEs, which are critical to future growth. A recent survey by Consortium of Indian Associations, Neelkant Mishra, states 72% of MSMEs have remained stagnant since the past 5 years. 76% of MSMEs were not making a profit. Access to bank finance remains a major issue. Do you believe that MSMEs is another area where the Modi government has promised more than it's delivered? Yes?
See, MSME funding, if you go back even 70, 80 years, this is a classic problem of the financial system and the way it is architected. And this has been there in the US, in UK, even today they struggle with it. The whole starting point of the venture capital industry in the US was this small business innovation program where the government realized that banks were unable to give loans to small companies. So it's a continuing challenge. I think the best way to support MSMEs is to improve formalization, to improve penetration of data. If you look at schemes like the account aggregator scheme, the fact that there is so much data now coming in through GST, through UPI, through FASTag, and lots of other, or like the e-way bills. There are innovative schemes that can be created, but these things take, so that whole infrastructure takes time to build. The quantum, or rather the size of loans that can be given profitably has definitely gone down, right? So earlier, if you talked about a loan ticket size of 5 or 10 lakhs or below, it was very difficult to give those loans. But I think now we are seeing 50,000, 30,000 rupee loan ticket sizes being given. So I think there is visible improvement. For MSMEs to do well, we need the broader economy to do well. And I think that healing process is only just now taking off. So I think we should see improvement in the next year or so.
Because Neelkant Mishra briefly referred to GST. These are the numbers, Mr. Chidambaram. Monthly GST revenues now more than 1.4 lakh crores for 12 straight months in a row. So something obviously is happening on the ground that suggests that manufacturing is picking up, that the economy is picking up.
No, GST is both on goods and services.
That's right.
Therefore, the point is GST collections are getting better because the hardware, the backbone is getting better, and leakages are being plugged more efficiently. But then the credit must go equally to the center and to the states, because 50% of the GST payers are under the jurisdiction of the states, and only 50% are under the jurisdiction of the center. The center assumes that the states have no role. GST collections will improve. It's like saying, I'm wiser this year because I'm older. You will be wiser next year, you will be older again. Every year, things will be added. But that is no credit. The question is, how many people are you leaving behind? Now, Mishra said about higher education. Now, 18,956 posts, that is 33% of all teaching posts are vacant in central universities. 33% of all teaching posts are vacant in central universities. In IITs, out of 8,153 sanctioned posts, 3,253 are vacant. Now, why is the central government not filling IITs and central universities directly under the control of the central government? You have something like 33 to 40% of teaching posts vacant. What is the answer of the education minister?
Let me turn to another area, Mr. Chidambaram, because there was a speech that you delivered in Parliament that's gone viral since. Because in that speech, you had questioned the whole digital payment focus of the government of India, where you had suggested in a way that will someone who lives in a small village be able to understand how the UPI interface will work? Will there be the necessary network there? Now, the truth is, 40% of the entire world's digital payments took place last year in just India. In FY21, India processed 22.28 billion transactions, amounting to rupees 41.03 trillion. And India's digital payments market is expected to more than triple from $3 trillion to $10 trillion by 2026. So you seem to be very skeptical of the digital revolution that the Modi government spoke about. The fact is the digital revolution is here. The vegetable vendor is using UPI.
Read that speech again. They started by saying, after demonetization, we'll have a cashless economy. That was a central issue. Then they modified it to say, not cashless, less cash economy. I pointed out that however digitalization takes place, whatever pace, there will be more cash in circulation. I've been proved right. Today, there are 33 lakh crore cash in circulation, more than twice it was on the day before demonetization. Digitization will take place. At the same time, cash will also grow. 80% of Germany's payments are cash. But that doesn't mean Germany does not believe in digitization or Germany does not use digitization. Both are necessary. Digitization will take place. It will gather pace, but more and more cash will also be necessary and will be used.
Are you going to give the Modi government any credit, though, for the acceleration of the pace of digitization?
Undenying, they built on our Aadhaar, so they should thank us. They built on our Aadhaar. They built on
which you didn't take enough credit for.
Please understand. We started Aadhaar only in 2012-13. We were in office only for a year. Dr. Rangarajan, when he was governor, started the no-frills account or zero balance account, which is now called Jan Dhan account. So both initiatives were taken up by the UPA, and I am willing to share credit with the NDA government that Aadhaar and the Jan Dhan are our joint effort.
Okay, that's good to hear. I mean, I'm glad to hear that sometimes governance and governments can be seen as a continuum. But in conclusion, if there was one aspect Neelkant Mishra, of the government's management of the economy over the last 9 years that you believe leaves a lot to be desired? If you'd like to see one major change in the direction that the Modi government has taken this economy in the last 9 years, what would that be, Neelkant? What would you like to see happen that hasn't happened, that you believe can be truly transformative if we look forward to the next decade?
No, I think to continue with where I left off on that split between labor capital and TFP, if we need to accelerate growth, see, we have about 30 years. By 2053, our average age will be above 40. We do not want to grow old before we grow rich. And we cannot be satisfied with 7% growth. We have to aspire for 8-9% growth. To grow faster, we need a lot more of foreign capital. We need a lot more of foreign skills and technology. And to do that, we need to ease the bottlenecks that foreign firms face when they come to India. For example, in, say, signing advanced pricing agreements, like, if it's a subsidiary of a foreign company which is setting up here, it'll always be vulnerable to harassment by tax authorities, and therefore just providing some certainty and streamlining that process. Vietnam does it in 4 weeks. It takes us 6 months. I think those are things that if we speed up, I think we can sustainably accelerate India's growth.
Mr. Chidambaram, in conclusion, the other day, Deepak Bagla, who heads Invest India in the government of India, delivered a speech where he threw up figures about foreign direct investment coming into India over the last few years. And some of those figures clearly showed a quantum jump in foreign direct investment. So in conclusion, I'm only throwing that as one number, but in conclusion, would you, if there was one thing that you would give this government credit for in the last 8 years, because surely over 8-9 years, governments do things that are to be seen as positive, what would the big plus point for you be in the Modi government's handling of the economy?
After the bitter experience of 2009 to 11, and when I came back to the finance ministry, the lesson I learned and tried to inculcate through government was, we must manage our debt. We must manage our borrowing, because that's the single most important factor which affects credit, which affects inflation, which affects our ability to spend. And I would give credit to this government for its single-minded focus on containing the deficit and the debt management.
It's taken me 35 minutes to get you to give the government some credit, but that's a good sign.
But you don't ask me for that number. You were throwing up numbers which are these India shining numbers. You were throwing numbers, and I've given you numbers, and I didn't hear Neelkant deny any of these numbers. Vacancies in IIT, vacancies in central universities, 21%, no access to toilets, total number of employment has fallen down by 1.2 crore. None of those numbers were refuted. These are all official numbers. And therefore, all I'm saying is, this is our government. Whether we voted or not, it's our government. We have to take credit for whatever the government is doing, and I have no hesitation in giving credit to where it is due. But all I'm pointing out is there is so much more to be done, and a Prime Minister with so much energy and drive and control over his party and government can do so much more. Instead of that, we're talking about a non-interview and a documentary. Why are we wasting time on those things?
Well, you in Parliament, you're a member of Parliament, you should perhaps on Monday morning go to Parliament and say, let's have a debate on health and education and investments and teacher absenteeism in central universities.
I'll say that at 11 o'clock.
Instead of talking about what Mr. Modi said or what Mr. Rahul Gandhi said, maybe let's talk on hard numbers.
I'm willing to say that at 11 o'clock. But before I complete my sentence, the House will be adjourned.
Okay. Given that unfortunate reality, perhaps the conclave is the only place where we can get a relatively non-noisy, certainly non-noisy, and at some level even a bipartisan debate on the state of our economy, which is why it's precious to have these spaces. Nilkant Mishra, P. Chidambaram, thank you so much for joining me here on the India Today Conclave. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a round of applause for Mr. Chidambaram and Mr. Mishra. I request both the gentlemen to stay on stage as I quickly call upon Ashok Kumar, Chief Engineer, Life Insurance Corporation of India, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed panelists. And Rajdeep, you might have said relatively less noisy a little too early, because our next session is Supriya Srinath and Amit Malviya together on the stage. So we'll see how that goes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm round of applause for the gentleman. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let me take you now to our next session. It's a session you've seen go down quite many times on television. Hopefully this time it's going to be different, and as Rajdeep pointed out, less noisier for sure. Next session, debating political campaigns and social media narratives. Let me call upon session's moderator, News Director, Aaj Tak, India Today, Executive Director, Business Today, Rahul Kanwal.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the Chief Justice of India. Now get ready for Diwali to come early to the India Today Conclave. Can I call upon our speakers, please? Mr. Amit Malviya, Supriya Srinath, can you join me? In 2014 and in 2019, the BJP had a massive lead over the Congress when it came to shaping the narrative via social media. Will the 2024 elections see a more level playing field between the government and the opposition? Or will the narrative once again be dominated by the BJP's giant social media army? I want to begin this session by showing you where things stand on social media at this moment. What we've done is we've compared the social media reach of the BJP and the Congress on different social media platform, and that will be up on your screen to give you a sense of where things stand. So this is BJP versus Congress on Twitter. 20 million followers for the BJP, 9.3 million followers when we last checked for the Congress. The BJP has an average of 371 retweets per tweet. Average likes is 1,000. The Congress has 514 retweets average, and average likes is 1,500. Let's now come to BJP versus Congress on Facebook. There again, the BJP ahead of the Congress by quite a fair distance. 16 million followers for the BJP on Facebook, 6.4 million for the Congress, 194 average shares for the BJP, 167 for the Congress. So the Congress's game on Twitter stronger than the game on Facebook. But the BJP, once again, more than double the strength when it comes to follower count on Facebook. Let's now compare the two primary leaders of these two parties, Prime Minister Modi and Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi. The Prime Minister has 87.1 million followers on Twitter. Rahul Gandhi now has 22.9. Rahul Gandhi, though, gets more average likes per tweet. That's 34,300 odd likes, 9.2 average retweets. The Prime Minister gets about 4,000 average retweets. Let's now compare Mr. Modi and Rahul Gandhi on Facebook. 48 million followers for the Prime Minister on Facebook. Rahul Gandhi very marginal in comparison on Facebook with just 6.4 million. 9.7 thousand likes for the Prime Minister on Facebook versus 2.1 for Mr. Gandhi. That now brings me to our two speakers who are in the battlefield at the conclave. Amit Malviya and Supriya Shirnet. Amit Malviya at about 700,000 followers on Twitter. Following close behind is Supriya Shirnet at 577.2. Mr. Malviya has 1.7 thousand average likes, 512 average retweets. Supriya Shirnet just marginally ahead when it comes to average retweets, 869. Average likes is 3.7. With that, ladies and gentlemen, at the India Today Conclave, can we have a warm round of applause as I welcome and introduce Amit Malviya. He heads the social media, the giant social media army of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and trying to take him on is Supriya Shirnet. She's been a journalist, now heads the social media division of the Congress Party. Welcome, Mr. Malviya and Supriya Shirnet, and thank you so much for agreeing to join us here. I want to start by asking Amit Malviya about your sense of the competitive landscape on social media building up to the 2024 elections. In the last two elections, the BJP was heads and shoulders ahead of everyone else in the opposition. Do you think that the Congress party has been able to close the gap? In some metrics, they're actually ahead, even if the total follower count is much lesser than the BJP. Will the next election see a more level playing field on social media? Are you confident that you'll win on the ground and on social media in the same thumping fashion that you did last time? Mr. Malviya.
Thank you, Rahul. I think you've answered your question by putting out the statistics that you have just mentioned here. Well, beyond these numbers, the social media game is far more deeper and far more pervasive. And I think the BJP is far, far ahead of the Congress. The Congress can probably never even imagine to get to where we are. And it has much to do with Prime Minister Modi's leadership and the organizational footprint of the BJP. Let me explain both of those aspects, and I'll take a couple of minutes to set the agenda for this conversation. Any political party is characterized by its leadership, his vision, the ideology of the party, and the organization strength. Today, clearly, when it comes to Mr. Modi, he stands heads and shoulders above any other political leader in the country. He is not just someone who is the tallest leader in India, but has a global standing. He's somebody the world now looks up to, and that makes a huge impact. Much as we would like to believe that some of these narratives are very Delhi-centric or urban-centric, the truth of the matter is that with the advent of social media, there has been democratization of discourse, and everything that is said in Delhi reaches the farthest corner of this country. And it is not media that takes the message across, it is the social media that takes the message across. For me, as in charge of the BJP's Information and Technology Department, I am not as much concerned about the conversations that go on in Delhi as I am about conversation in Bharuch, in back and beyond of Uttar Pradesh, in Far East, Northeast, in southern parts of the country, the smaller towns, and what are people thinking and consuming there. That's the first part of it. The second part of it, and I think that's where we just win the debate completely, is when you look at what governance actually means, what it means for the people of this country. And I will just put out some statistics to compare where we are today in 2022 as compared to where we were in 2014. Sure.
She's trolling you already.
No, I'm just saying 23. We are at 23. But the comparative data that I will give out is as of 2022. So it is a comparison between 2014 and 22. The size of the economy, we were 10th in 2014. We are number 5 today. Share of global GDP, 2.6%. We are 3.4% today. Share in global trade and services, 2.0% in 2014. We are at 2.2 now. Share in global FDI flows 2.1% in 2014, 6.7% now. Auto production at number 7 in 2014. We are at number 3 in 2022. Steel production at 4 in 2014, number 2 in 2022. Mobile phone manufacturing, number 12. We are today at number 2. Number of unicorns, we had 4 in 2014. We had 116 today in 2022. India's weight in BRICS, 14%. Today it is at 29%. India's weight in emerging market was 7% in 2014. It's 15% now. Climate change performance, 31 in 2014, number 10 today. Global Innovation Index, 83 in 2014. We are up to 46. WGI Governance Index, 103 in 2014, 49 now. Ease of doing business, 142 in 2000. No, I'm not done. You need to give me a couple of more minutes. We were importing locomotives, and today we are building trains. The inflation in India is lower than the United States for the last 16 months. I'm not done yet. The focus on infrastructure has been massive. We have invested in the last 9 years what we have invested in the previous 67 years, whether it is investment in coal, whether it is investment in ports, railway electrification, highways, urban airports, metros, ports, small, big, everywhere. Okay. No, I'm not done yet. This is the narrative that we are talking about. We talk about PLI scheme. We've invested $2.4 billion, employment, direct employment generation of 40 lakh.
Fighting the election just now.
No, we are not. But I'm not done yet. That is the point that I'm trying to make. The narrative is about the work that this government has done and Prime Minister Modi has done. And I can go on for the next 30 minutes, which is the time for your schedule. But the thing is, this is how elections are won. So when we talk about social media, we talk about narratives, we talk about governance, we talk about achievements, we talk about development. And clearly, the Congress is no match when it comes to any of these aspects.
मेरे पास मोदी है, काम बोलता है. That's Amit Malviya's response. The Congress may have gained some strength on social media, but he very dismissively says the BJP will shape the narrative because they've got the Prime Minister and their work speaks for itself. Supriya Srinit, let's have your opening comments.
4.5 minutes of numbers that we heard. 4.5 minutes, with all due respect to my friend right here, of someone who's reading the data very deceptively. Because I will just point out something that he perhaps very grossly missed. You look at the average likes and retweets of Rahul Gandhi and Narendra Modi. You look at the average likes and retweets of the Congress party and the BJP. You look at the average likes and retweets of Supriya Srinit and Amit Malviya, we tower much ahead. So, I mean, as somebody who, once again, you were listening in rapt attention, listen to me also in rapt attention. This isn't a TV show, right? You said this isn't a show, we are here in the conclave. You listen with such rapt attention, offer me the same courtesy. 4.5 minutes. So, my question is, are you looking at engagement? Are you looking at the likes? Are you looking at retweets? Or are you just going to look at that big number? Because that big number is misleading. I am putting out a retweet, and if 10 people are liking it and 4 are liking his, with many more followers, and by his I mean the BJP and Congress, what does it tell you? That there are more people engaging with us. Forget about social media statistics. Let's talk about the situation on the ground. What is the situation on the ground? And I would like to address the elephant in the room, because that is often not addressed. And the elephant in the room is, why do you then have this urgent desire, this unsubstantiated need to weaponize fake news, to weaponize misinformation? And with all due respect to you, my friend right here, you have the distinguished mark of being flagged off repeatedly for putting fake news from your own platform and your parties through social media and digital platforms. What is the need to do so? I would ask a question. I would ask a question when Bharat Jodo Yatra was happening. Every day the BJP's official handle would put out some kind of fake news. We would bust it, fact checkers would check it. Mr. Malviya himself has the distinguished of being flagged by Twitter, the first person in this country flagged by Twitter for putting out misleading information.
So did Donald Trump, and he was the president of America. So that's a great company to be in.
This isn't a TV show. I hope you will offer me the courtesy.
You did interject me once. I have done my bit as well.
Thank you, thanks. I was reminding you.
So I was with Donald Trump, the president of America, where does the Congress party and Rahul?
So the reality is, one second, Rahul. So the reality is that he's admitting that he put out fake news, he weaponizes misinformation.
Well,
thank you, you did my job. I didn't have to do it.
It's to say,
thank you very much.
It's to say that Twitter, before their management got changed, were doing the bidding of a certain set of people with a different persuasion.
You start right here. I'm just asking you.
I mean, do you want to leave the conversation?
Okay, one second. Can we just do this one at a time? You spoke for about 4 minutes.
Yeah, she interjected me.
She interjected you once.
Pointed out the year. You've done your bit. Now please be quiet because you will have another chance to speak. You don't want me to do this to you. This is a conclave.
I'm done with what I had to say. I've made my point. The message has gone loud and across.
Yeah, kuch chai pakode leke aao. We can just sit there.
I actually got the applause.
Popcorn lao, chai lao, pakode lao, kuch coffee pilao.
Mr. Malviya here heads the biggest fake news factory on this planet. He has the distinguished to do that. And he is doing that. And it's not just him. I hate to say this. I respect anybody in government. I respect institutions. But this is no more about a troll, about a surrogate, about shadow networks. This is about a troll government. I mean, why are ministers in this government reducing themselves to mere trolls? You look at what law minister is saying against. You have an issue with the Congress. We understand we're the main opposition. You will attack us. He has an issue with me. I understand. We do similar things. We are the opposition. We have diverse, divergent ideologies. We will be attacked. Mr. Modi wants to attack Rahul Gandhi. Go by all means. Now you want to attack activists. You want to attack Supreme Court judges. Supreme Court judges. Why? My only question is, if you have so much to tom home about, why reduce yourself to petty 2 rupee trolls? And I also want to say one thing, and you can then take the mic away from me. Mr. Nishikant Dubey is a BJP MP. He is known to spread fake news in your August company. He has this morning put out a tweet, and I want to put it before the audience right here and let them decide. As a woman, I feel very offended. She's not from my party. She's a TMC MP. An MLA from my party, Deepika Pandey, he puts out a tweet and says, हमने तो वैशाली की नगर वधुओं का भी सम्मान किया. वैशाली की नगर वधु is referring to a prostitute. Are you willing to tell your colleague to take down that tweet? If you are, let's have a discussion. If not, forget about it.
Amit Malviya, the charge against you is that you run the world's largest fake news factory, you called it. Yes. A giant army of trolls that you're constantly being called out for putting out fake news.
And platforms are.
Well, I'll take the mic away otherwise. Okay. Now let
4.5 minutes. You didn't take.
No, but let him speak. You've both spoken. Now respond to the very serious charges that have been leveled by your opponent, Mr. Malviya.
You should have worn your bully-proof jacket. Rahul.
How do you know there's not a hidden bulletproof jacket here?
You will need it.
He didn't say bullets. He said bully.
Oh, yeah, the bully is closer to you.
You should be scared on my left than he on the right.
I'm not scared of anybody, least of you. Let me come to the most substantive argument again, because my colleague from the Congress actually reduced herself to being a troll. All she did was speak about people. I'm not here to speak about people. I'm here to speak about ideas. I'm here to speak about a more progressive regime that we want to see. I'm here to talk about a more progressive conversation environment. He said this, she said this, usne ye tweet kiya, aap ye karoge, ye troll, wo troll. The fact is, and I want to do some fact checks here, Rahul Gandhi is never mentioned by the Prime Minister, something that she alluded to. I want to get her out of this delusion. The Prime Minister has never mentioned Rahul Gandhi, ever. As far as you're concerned, I don't remember I ever responded to any tweet of yours while you keep quote-tweeting me and responding to my tweets, but I'll let it be. It's your prerogative. You're the challenger in this particular case, so you have to be sniping at us all the time. You're free to do it. But that's not really either my style of doing things or my party's. So I will move on from here, Rahul. You spoke about the presence of social media and what it has really done to the discourse. I spoke about democratization of discourse, and I think that's a very, very powerful idea, and most people do not quite understand the impact that it has made. Before 2014, it was widely believed that few editors sitting here in Delhi decided what the discourse on a particular issue should be. There were contentious issues on which the narrative was decided by the establishment, and the media, which was willing to play ball with the establishment, took that idea further. With the advent of social media, a lot of that has changed and changed significantly. Because today people have an opinion. For example, she lamented about some of the observations that the law minister made. Is it her argument that the law minister should not have an opinion on how India's judiciary should be like? Or should a lawyer or a legal professional not have an opinion on the judicial system of the country? Today, social media allows that to be done, and no voice is dependent on a mainstream media to publish them, because they can either put it on their blog or there are several proliferating digital platforms, and they can cover them.
Her argument is that whatever her message is at this moment is getting greater response. Average likes, average retweets, engagement, that they are doing much better than in the past. In fact, they're beating you on many metrics.
Well, if that was indeed the case, they would not have folded up in the recently concluded elections in Northeast. The best that they won in a state was about 5 seats. That's all that they got. So I don't know where is it resonating, with who is it
that's
resonating.
That's a very good counter.
No, that's it.
Aap social media pe jeeto, Amit Malviya and the BJP will win elections.
No. The point that I'm making is social media pe bhi nahi jeet rahe hain. ये सिर्फ अपने दिमाग का ख्याली पुलाव है जहां जीत रहे हैं. Today, the BJP's strength comes from the huge volunteer army and people who have an opinion, who we engage with. They are our strength. They take the idea forward. They take the ideological arguments further. In the Congress's scheme of things, they have a battery of official accounts and a few leaders who are active. That doesn't make social media. For me, a person... No, let me finish. For me, so the person in Kishanganj,
280 characters,
in Katihar, in Erode, in Far East, Far Northeast is important.
Even if you claim to be getting more likes and retweets, it doesn't matter very much because his party is winning all the elections.
I'm not going there. I'm going to first address the
You can't go there because you're not winning there, so you want to avoid that conversation.
Mr. Malviya, let us speak.
Some of you can clap, but just wait for my turn.
Maybe she wants to abandon the conversation.
So,
we should let her It must be embarrassing for her to be here.
Okay, let us speak. Let us speak.
Don't troll me here because you know what I'll do to you.
I don't need to.
I have 24 papers right here in front of me. I don't want to get personal. I will just quote 2 or 3 papers out of them.
You can't go beyond that.
I will
You've
tell
been
you
doing
why.
it. You started with that. That was your first argument. That was your last argument. Because you cannot compete with the BJP.
You just made such a long, comprehensive argument. Allow the lady an opportunity to respond.
That is why you want to go down that path. I said this. मैं 24 पेज लेके आई हूँ. तुम्हें flag off कर दिया. अरे भैया. I've been around for 9 years. If you play a test match, you'll have a few white balls. आप तो अभी आई हैं. आपकी पार्टी में 3 लोग बदल चुके हैं.
Okay, now let us speak.
24 pages right here. This gentleman sitting on my left called out for fake news all the time. And there's a reason why I want to talk about fake news and weaponizing misinformation. Last week, about 7 days back, they almost got Tamil Nadu and Bihar at blows. You know why? Because Manish Kashyap, a fake YouTuber, made a fake video which was being propagated by the entire BJP IT cell, including their leaders, and they almost came to blows. Don't speak in between now.
If nothing was happening in Tamil Nadu, why did the Chief Minister issue statements in Hindi?
I'm sorry, you have to play the anchor here, right? I'm a little pissed off with you right now. This
Why
is
you're not able to bully?
This is not on. I mean, let's be...
मैंने क्या गलत किया? मैं तो ट्राई कर रहा हूँ. रुको तो सही.
बीच में बोलो तो सही.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, आप बोलने भी तो दो.
बोलो. So first,
क्या बोल रहा है? आप बोल रहे हैं.
Mr. Malviya, let us speak.
With the fake
give
news
her a
video,
chance.
They were putting out misinformation that Biharis were being subjected to harassment, which was wrong. It was a video shot in Bihar by actors through a production house, and that video was being circulated by them. I'm just giving you examples. Bharat Jodo Yatra. We were in Madhya Pradesh, Mahakaleshwar. Rahul Gandhi ji does an aarti. I'm just telling you the kind of fake news propaganda that comes from no less than the IT cell head, which was shared by, of course, many people. Rahul Gandhi ji did an aarti, and aarti is done in a clockwise direction. Everybody and their mothers who do aarti know that. Mr. Malviya tweets, Rahul Gandhi doesn't know how to do the aarti.
But it speaks volumes about Rahul Gandhi's credibility.
Because I think the
as
problem
somebody
is
who hops
that
temples
Mr.
for convenience.
Malviya missed the physics class in school. In physics in class 7th, I was taught lateral inversion, but I knew that would be lost on him. So what I did instead was I put out an aarti of Modi ji, because on camera वो दोनों उल्टी दिखती हैं. जब वो देखा तो बेचारे चुप हो गए. फिर इन्होंने क्या बोला? आगे सुनिए. फिर इन्होंने बोला there were multiple things that he lied about. One of the things that they lied about was Jitendra Singh, who was India's former Minister of State for Home Affairs, was tying Rahul Gandhi's shoes. Now that was fact-checked. Twitter flagged it as fake news, misleading information. Why does he have to do this?
Why do you have to do this?
What is this urgent need to put out fake news all the time?
Why do you put out fake news?
Why did Smriti Irani, for instance, I'm asking you, why did Smriti Irani, for instance, have to go to Tamil Nadu and say Rahul Gandhi never visited the Vivekanand statue? He did. He even did a parikrama around it. What is this complete desire to... Why? ऐसे प्यार से मुझे भी बोला करो, let him speak. नहीं, अभी रुकिए आप. What is this desire to lie? What is this desire to lie? What is this desire to mislead? What is this desire to spread fake news? If you have a narrative, peddle that. Your narrative is fake news.
Okay, respond
and the
to
world
the charge.
recognizes that.
Okay.
Including the applause that I'm getting.
Well, left to the Congress party.
And maybe I should now start interjecting. ऐसे इनको भी बोलना चाहिए.
No, let him speak. No, come on.
I'm just saying.
Let him speak now.
Left to the Congress.
No, please, let him speak.
He did the same thing to me.
Let him speak.
No, I mean, you can take 5 minutes and...
No, one second. Let him speak.
I'll be the adult in the room. It's okay. Let him speak. Go ahead.
Well, left to the Congress party, they come out.
Will you get Nishikant Dubey to
No, one second, Supriya, this is not right.
Will he get
No, one
Nishikant
second.
Dubey
You've
to
spoken,
deliver?
you've leveled so many charges. Now allow him the courtesy of responding,
He was
please.
speaking continuously while I was talking.
He wasn't.
He
was
wasn't?
largely...
Was he or was he not?
No. This is just playing to the gallery. No, you're just playing to the gallery. Allow him to speak.
You just said you want to be adult in the room and you suddenly change your mind.
I've always been curious. Where do you get the accent from?
Let me finish.
Just curious to ask.
Let me finish. The fact is, left to the Congress party, they would disown their own leader's speech. Rahul Gandhi goes to London and he addresses this journalist conference and he seeks foreign intervention, Europe and America. The lady sitting here who just claimed to be an adult goes out and does a press conference, misquotes another speech of Rahul Gandhi to say that Rahul Gandhi never asked for foreign intervention. If the Congress spokespeople are going to be babysitting Rahul Gandhi, they can't blame us for pointing out the obvious. You have a bunch of sycophants in your party. So sycophancy is something associated with your party. So if something gets called out, why should you take offense to it? Number one. Number two, if the Congress party cannot make up its mind whether Rahul Gandhi is unfortunately an MP or unfortunately an MP for you as he was further tutored, and it goes on social media, they can't blame the BJP. You have a leader who can't string a single sentence on his own. You have a leader who can't make up his mind कि सवाल के जवाब होने चाहिए या जवाब के सवाल होने चाहिए. अब ये सोशल मीडिया में तो जाएगा ही ना. He can't pronounce Vishweshwaraya. We are just facing Karnataka election. I mean, if that is the caliber of your leader and that is the man that you're defending, we are well within our right to highlight all that he does. And if that goes
let her
on social
respond
media,
now.
you can be upset for it for all I care. Look, you are invested in Rahul Gandhi, I understand. But we are doing the job of taking him to the world. You should thank us for it. Because the reality is...
He just gives a lot of fodder by constantly making mistakes and tying himself up in knots, and therefore Mr. Malviya gets ammunition to use against you.
we listen to speech far more than probably the Congress does.
I will just point out 3 instances and let the audience decide for themselves. We are a country of 1.4 billion, 140 crore ka desh hai, 140 crore people. The Prime Minister finds 600 crore voters here. And no less than World Economic Forum Davos, he told the audience, there are 600 crore voters in this country through a prepared speech. He really brought us global glory. The entire right wing, including large sections of the media, were quoting the deputy leader of the Nobel Committee. Mr. Modi is the front runner. The Nobel Committee deputy leader had to put out a statement saying this is fake news. This is a fake tweet. Do not give it energy and oxygen because I have said nothing remotely which matches that. Such global glory. विवेकानंद, गुरु नानक और कबीर जो अलग-अलग सदियों में पैदा हुए थे, वो एक साथ बैठकर बात करते थे. India's Prime Minister says this. So I'm just asking you questions. This is India's Prime Minister, tutored, he has prepared text, he has assistants, he has all of that. I will, and because this speech has been talked about, and because we are not addressing Adani yet, which I will next, Mr. Rahul Gandhi said this, and he said this at the IJA that he refers to. How can anybody find fault? I am quoting him verbatim. Indian democracy is a public good. In Hindi, Bharat ka loktantra vishwa ke liye saugat hai. Indian democracy is a public good. 140 crore people live in this democracy. The state of our democracy is going to decide the state of democracies on this planet. This is putting Indian democracy at the center stage. So, 1 second. No, Rahul, I'm not done. Please hold on.
Rahul.
No, Rahul.
Would you play that?
3 minutes left.
I'm asking you, and then he was asked a question
Would you play
exactly
that
on intervention.
That you're adding words. You are adding to Rahul Gandhi's mouth things. We've got 3 minutes left.
I mean, we don't have to add anything to Rahul Gandhi. For God's sake, he's Congress
this is our problem.
Gift to the
this
world.
is our internal problem. This is an Indian problem, and India will find a solution to this.
Mr. Malviya,
do you not understand that?
If
do you not understand English? The reality is you want to run away from Adani. You don't want to discuss Adani in Parliament, and so you mute Parliament. Did you do a show yesterday of how the Lok Sabha was muted for 16 minutes? Can you imagine? It is not just mics that are being turned off. Lok Sabha that was being telecasted through the Sunset TV was muted because they wanted to drown the audio where people started saying Rahul Gandhi.
We've got 2 minutes left. How could I have done a show yesterday? How could I have done a show yesterday? I was here at the conclave the whole day.
Do a show tomorrow. Do a show day after. And call me for that show and I will show you evidence. 16 minutes. India's parliament.
That you are running away from the question of Adani.
Why are you going away?
Let Mr. Malviya respond.
Okay, Supriya, you spoke. Adani. That's as simple as that. Adani को बचाना है सारे मंत्रिमंडल का यही बहाना है और कुछ नहीं है.
If you doubt the collective intelligence of the audience in this room and pretend that Rahul Gandhi did not seek foreign intervention in India's internal affairs,
our problem,
Indian problem. Hypocrisy is what is sinking the Congress party.
It's treacherous.
This hypocrisy is what is sinking the Congress party. Secondly,
I will not let him go away.
The only time the parliament cameras and telecasts were switched off and the Congress surreptitiously passed the Andhra Pradesh bifurcation bill.
Was muted for 16 minutes.
That was when the UPA was in power.
Can you answer this audience
why is the legacy of the Congress party. So if you cannot defend Rahul Gandhi and if you cannot stop him from making this faux pas, which is a fodder on social media, then clearly you can't blame the BJP for it. Rahul Gandhi is Congress's problem. He's not India's problem.
Because Mr. Adani has to be defended. It is as simple as that. You have put Indian democracy at hostage because you want to defend Adani.
We will see that in 2024.
Rahul Gandhi.
You barked up the Rafale tree. You lost completely in 2019. You will be routed in 2024. And nothing will be able to save you. Keep Rahul Gandhi for another day.
You know, in 2014 and 2019, the BJP had a big head start over the Congress. The Congress, as you've seen over the past 30 minutes, is trying to play catch up and try and level the playing field.
You think I was playing catch up?
Of course.
Earlier.
You were screeching. That's not dominating.
No,
that's screeching.
Supriya thinks she won. Amit Malviya would naturally think he won. Can we have a round of applause for both? I'm not going to ask who you think won. Because both of them were gracious enough to come and join us at the conclave. You saw a fierce contestation. And I think some of that will play out in the build-up to the next general elections. Both of you have a very onerous task ahead of you, leading your social media armies. And we look forward to a very exciting contest, the kind that we saw over the past 30 minutes.
I lead a social media team. He leads a fake news factory. That's the difference.
Look, the eventual proof of the pudding is in eating. We are going to win this election. We are going to win the coming elections. You can come, scream, screech, call me names, reduce yourself to a troll. I have no problem with it.
Fake news factory.
The only thing you did this entire evening.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the fireworks, can we have a round of applause, please? We had a lot of very deep conversations with the Chief Justice and various other people through the morning. And now we've seen the kind of contest that we'll see on social media. Mr. Amit Malviya, Suprashnath, for joining us at the conclave. Thank you very much. Thank you. Just stay one second. I think they have
both of you to stay on stage as I quickly call upon Anuj Kohli, General Manager Hitachi, to come and give a small token of our appreciation to both the leaders. And don't tell us we didn't warn you. I did so right at the beginning of the session. But do stay on, and we'll quickly move it to our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, do raise a round of applause for Ms. Shrinate and Mr. Malviya. You're going to see a lot of the both of them in the next year to come as we run up to 2024.
One second, can I do a selfie, please? This I will never get, because on social media, they're like always opposed to each other. Just 1 second, please. This is quite unique. They would never.
This is epic, actually.
It is.
I'm also going to get one.
If it weren't for the India Today Conclave, we'd never have both of them together. So 1 second, please. Here we go. Here we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is very special. Thank you. Your boxing gloves can now be taken off. Bulletproof jackets can come off as well. Supriya, Amit, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so everybody take a deep breath and let's get into our next session. A little less political, more business. Crisis compass, surviving lows and lockdowns and what it takes to bounce back and thrive. This next session has been brought to you by India Insurance Company, the new India Insurance Company. And to take it from here, I'm going to quickly invite our sponsor, but just give us invite us session moderator, just give us about 10 seconds to turn around our all right, from politics to business. Crisis compass, surviving lows and lockdowns, what it takes to bounce back and thrive. Inviting our session's moderator, Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Group, and our esteemed panelists, Mr. Puneet Chatwal, MD CEO, Indian Hotels Company, Ajay Bijli, MD, PVR Inox Limited, Ajay Singh, CEO, SpiceJet.
Good evening, everyone. If you saw India's differences in the previous session, just concluded, welcome to this session on resilience, which I promise you will not only demonstrate India's unity, but also touch your hearts and inspire you. The COVID pandemic has impacted all of us. Most of us were afflicted by it. I, in fact, had an attack I thought I'd got away with it in the first wave and the second wave, but it came to me on the third wave, and it was Omicron at that time. Very mild. I was out of it in 2 or 3 days and back to work. But I know that there were thousands who suffered, families who lost their loved ones, families who their loved ones were afflicted seriously and are still recovering from the effects of COVID. And if you look at official statistics, close to 44 million people in India were afflicted with COVID during this period. Of those, 530,000 people died. After a shaky start, which we all witnessed in the early days, and all this brings memories, not very good memories back, India's medical response began to kick in, and it was truly phenomenal and laudable. Not only did we develop vaccines, we manufactured them for India and for the world, and we carried out one of the world's biggest vaccine drives. Over 700 million people got their double vaccinations, an incredible feat by itself. But as you know, apart from the devastation that it had on our personal lives, COVID also seriously impacted our livelihoods. overall, the Indian economy was so devastated that it went into degrowth. An economy that was growing in terms of GDP went into minus. An estimated 140 million people in India lost their jobs, and countless others. There's no figure to the number of people who experienced salary cuts during that period. One study indicated that more than 45% of Indian households had experienced a drop in income levels. While almost all the sectors in the country were impacted, the ones that were probably suffered the most and impacted the most was what is called the personal touch industry. And among the sectors of that, I mean, if you looked at some of the personal touch industry that was there, it was tourism, hospitality, entertainment, and aviation. And I'm just going in whatever order that they came in. Now, the good news is that most of these sectors are on the path to recovery, and in the process, they have restored millions of jobs and has positively impacted millions of other families, including all of us, and brought much of the joy and happiness back, and hopefully that period is over. Of course, COVID is again raising its head, but not in the kind, we hope it's not in the kind that happened the first two or three waves that is there. And so there are remarkable stories to be told of this great turnaround from various managements, institutions, through great odds. They demonstrated outstanding management skills, leadership and compassion that lifted our companies out of the morass through some of the most difficult times. COVID was truly a black swan event, and they have all inspiring stories to tell and management lessons that we can learn from. Ladies and gentlemen, we all lauded the doctors, healthcare workers, scientists, and government officials who helped us contain the impact of COVID, and for very good reason. Today, we will laud those who also made a huge impact on our livelihoods. They too are our COVID heroes. And I have great privilege in introducing three of them today. As I said, from diverse sectors. From the aviation sector, we have Ajay Singh, CEO of SpiceJet, among the top 5 airlines in the country. From the hospitality sector, there is Puneet Chatwal, Managing Director and CEO of the India Hotels Company, which owns the Taj Group of companies, including the one that we are sitting here. And from the entertainment sector, Ajay Bijli, from PVR Inox Limited, who owns it, the largest cinema, who owns the largest number of cinemas in the country, and I'm sure all of you have been in one of them during our lifetime here. So let's give them a warm round of applause before we begin. Ajay Singh. Ajay, you were flying something like 75 aircraft before COVID struck you. And domestically at that time, you were the third largest, turnover of something like 12,000 crores, 14 million passengers, employees that were something like 12,000 people. When COVID struck you, what was the impact it had? And then how did you begin to turn it around? I mean, this must have been devastating at that particular point. Can you narrate in a personal manner what it, go through that period?
Aviation was one of those spaces which just shut down, completely shut down. We were just told one fine day in March that it's not like we had to reduce flights or take some precautionary measures. We were just told that on this day you stop flying. In aviation, that's a big problem because we have planes that we've taken on lease and we have to keep paying for them irrespective of what happens, whether you're flying them, you're not flying them. You have so many people that, we had at that time 12 or 13,000 people. What do you do with them? What does it mean when you say just shut down? What happens to all the infrastructure that you've got and how does one pay for it?
Do you remember that particular day when that...
I remember that day. It was the government of India asked us in for a meeting, all of us, and said, look, we have no option but to just... We've been told that we need to shut shop. So it's a devastating blow. What really do you do? And, from our perspective, we just had to move quickly because this was the end of March. And we had to pay salaries
at the end of that month, and we were trying to figure out what happens when we don't fly that 10 days. How will we have the money to actually pay the salaries, and what happens to all the people who are dependent on us? So we had to start moving really, really quickly. We just decided that there was little point in just sitting around and just moping about what had befallen us, and what the government might or might not do to help. And at that point, of course, the government had other priorities and said, look, we can't really do very much. From our perspective, we said, look, we have the planes. We can't fly passengers anymore, but is there something else that we can fly? And we realized that cargo was one of those things that we could actually use the planes for, because there were no trucks, there were no trains, there was no surface movement of cargo. And so we said, nobody's stopping us from flying the plane. It's just that we can't put passengers in the plane. So we started using the planes to fly cargo. We first put cargo on the seats of the aircraft, and we said, let's fly it like this. And then we said, okay, why can't we just take out the seats? And then there was this whole process of, can it be certified when you take out the seats, and what happens to the plane? And we worked around those issues. We took out seats from a large number of planes, and we started flying stuff for COVID. Initially, the government of India needed medicines. They needed equipment from places like China. Even a PPE suit, we didn't know in this country what a PPE suit was. So the government said to us, can you please fly a plane to China, get us a PPE suit. From Shanghai. Right. And when it comes here, since we want to replicate it, can you please fly it to Coimbatore, because we have no other way to send it to Coimbatore. Wow. And we had this one aircraft, I remember, that just flew that one PPE suit. There was nothing in that plane but that one PPE suit. And we flew it to Coimbatore so that it could be replicated. Same stuff, we were approached by shrimp farmers, and they said, look, what the hell, we have this entire community of people who are dependent on these, our products getting to market. This whole community will disappear if there is no way to do it. And we said, look, what the hell, we've never transported shrimp eggs. But we found a way to do it. So we transported the eggs, and you should see the wonderful stories that they tell about us now. Same for just so many commodities that needed to go from one place to the other. We took some wide body aircraft. We realized that around the world, aircraft had come to a grinding halt and they were doing nothing, and we could get them for next to free. So we said, okay, let's get these big, huge planes. And now instead of just flying around the country, we can also fly to the Middle East on these planes. Remember that the Middle East is dependent on countries like India for food and vegetables and flowers and things like that. And so we just repurposed. Our thought was that, look, in this horrible adversity that we have, what are the opportunities we can find, and can we somehow stay alive? And the new business that we did actually helped us keep going and helped us pay salaries. We didn't sack a single person from SpiceJet. We said, look, there is no place. We said there is absolutely no place. If we sack them, they'll be out on the road, because there is no other job for them to get anywhere in the country. And we said, fine, we'll manage with whatever we have, but we won't sack anybody. So the earnings that we were getting from the cargo business, we essentially paid to our employees. We said, the guys who are at the lowest rung, they are at subsistence. We will keep paying them their entire salary. We will not do salary cuts. At the top level, we will do 100%. Like for me, I was on zero salary. My immediate reportees were on zero salary. And then we had a gradation of salary cuts. And we survived. We said, look, we'll manage with whatever we have and hope for the best.
And now you are back to almost pre-COVID levels?
So we are now getting back to pre-COVID levels. Of course, the market is doing well. The demand is strong. The yields are high. We actually, of course, learned a lot during COVID. We learned that you could actually automate many, many things that we should have done a long time back, but COVID allowed us to do it. And you could work as one team, all the airlines together, the government, work as one India in a common objective, and that helps in very many ways. And I think all in all, fantastic learnings from COVID.
I'm going to come back to you, Ajay Singh, on some of the lessons you learned, but I'd like to bring Puneet in at this time. 260 hotels, 100 homestays, an enterprise revenue over 10,000 crores, employing 28,000 people, 22,000 rooms, and over 5 million room nights. And overnight, that becomes zero. Am I right? What did you all do?
See, I think when I look back, it's very interesting. 22nd of March was Janta curfew. We all had to, take the thali out and do something. Then 24th was the lockdown. And we did a lot of things, to which I'll come one on one. But honestly, neither me nor the entire management team believed that this is going to last beyond 30th of April. Had we known this will go on for 2 years, we might have given up what all we did. Now I come to what we did.
Right.
So we started something which is actually built in the DNA of the House of Tatas, is the community service. So we started giving meals to frontline workers. Already from 20th of March, we started with the Nair Hospital in Mumbai, which spread to 7 hospitals in Mumbai, then 3 more in Delhi, then a few in Bangalore, few in Coimbatore, etc.
Did you all also become COVID hospitals in some senses, where they
Yes,
rooms?
that came later. So the first thing was giving meals, and also to the migrant workers. There was times when on a day we were supplying 60, 70,000 meals a day, and in the end, it added up to 6 million meals during COVID period that we did. Now, all this came because of a belief that when a virus hits both your mind and your business, and the human beings are living in fear, then they need empathy and care. And we did that with the core values of Taj. So not everybody in this audience would know. Taj, we defined 5 years ago, stands for trust, awareness, and joy. So having trust of all your stakeholders is important. And stakeholders also includes, beyond guests, all your suppliers, all your, from poultry to peas, from, all your associates, all the people who are working with you. Awareness of what is happening around you, and joy in doing what you do, right? And this just comes in automatic, although I was then only 2.5 years with the company, but it just happened. I saw everybody into execution and action mode, and that worked very well. Besides that, we hosted 120,000 bed nights for frontline workers. And all this got done through Taj Public Service Welfare Trust, which was created post 26/11 attacks to help the victims of terrorism. And we kind of clarified that a virus is nothing else but also another kind of a terror attack on human beings. So I think all in all, what this did was that everybody else also followed. So the hospitality sector, which was hurt, which was absolutely paralyzed with the fear that was inculcated in people that going to a hotel, going to a restaurant, sitting in a plane creates COVID. And then what do you do? So I think thinking like that, listening to your customers, we started home delivery like Ajay did, the cargo, cumin got created. So we started bringing Taj food to people's homes. We created homestay in the form of Ama, so that people can have relaxation and holiday in a secluded environment. So that's again become a business for us. And we see that when the business is back, all this is firing. And
currently at what revenues are you all as compared to?
We are actually in a better position. I think we got a lot of empathy from all the customers, including your group, India Today. We see everybody's here. A few days ago, we had the other groups summits also. So all that is happening with us. So we are 19-20 comparatively, we are almost 30% ahead at an enterprise level. And in the last quarter, our profit after tax was higher than any full year profit of the best financial year.
Wow. Ajay Bijli, do you have a similar story to tell? Your PVR Inox, 1,674 cinema screens, 358 theaters across 114 cities in India and Sri Lanka, overall turnover 7,500 crore rupees, viewing of 100 million people in 2019, just before COVID. And then you said it became zero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so what did you
1
do?
minute, 15 seconds, I can
No,
say.
don't worry. We'll get it extended. I think the clock went a little
Thank you, first
haywire.
of all, for having me, and these are incredible stories. So, of course, our business, 2019 globally was the biggest box office year in the world. $42 billion was the gross box office revenues at cinemas. And even India was massive. And we had about 100 million people coming to our cinemas. And suddenly this COVID broke and, 2020 March 15th, 16th, cinemas were shut down. So we were the first ones to be shut down and the last ones to have opened. So obviously it was if I say it was a body blow, it's an understatement because suddenly your revenues came to zero. And we didn't have any other avenues. Ours is very simple business. The shutters are up, business is up, shutters are down, business is zero. So even no home delivery we could do, no other avenues. So one of the lessons that I learned at that time was that it's all very good to say core competence, do very well, do one thing, do it exceedingly well. But if you put all your eggs in one basket, sometimes a very out of shape scrambled egg or omelette comes out. So that's what happened with us. But for me, more than the business, it was important to remain sane. I was very fortunate that, by default, due to a lockdown, my kids were with me. My wife, Selena, she's here. My mom lives in the same house, my brother. So suddenly, this perspective came to me that, okay, fine, this is not a disruption. This is an interruption in my business. And it's fine, count your blessings. There are other things to... you can't have a one-dimensional view of life, that if business goes down, you go down. And I just started to take care of myself and exercised, did everything. And in fact, I shaved every day as well. So I didn't want to look like completely dukhi atma on the Zoom calls as well. And because I wanted to do that for my family, I wanted to do that for 12,000 people working at PVR and come out with strategies to survive. I don't have time, but I'll just tell you a few things. We had to obviously, since we didn't have any other revenue avenues, so cost was the only thing we could do and shoring up liquidity. So I was fortunate that most of my people, without me even asking, took a 50% haircut in their remuneration. I was extremely fortunate that all developers, because our business is all about renting spaces, they all came forward and gave us rent reliefs, even without force majeure. I was extremely happy that we were able to raise funds because 18 months is a long period to have zero revenues. So we raised liquidity through a rights issue. We raised liquidity through a QIP. I was absolutely blown away that we were able to raise the kind of cash we did to survive 18 months. We were completely at the brink of a bankruptcy. And because of cost savings, because of being able to raise money and because of remaining sane. and again, thanks to my parents, that, how to maintain equanimity.
You've also acquired a company as well.
Yeah. Well, as I said, never waste a good crisis. So we found an opportunity that only in COVID we could have done this merger. And we did a merger with Inox, with the number 2 player in the listed entity. And basically just to make the balance sheet stronger. And that's it really, and I think I've run out of time. That's a massive times I've written.
Well, I'm going to just take a little, just one more round we're going to have, and this is lessons, management lessons. So Ajay Singh, we can start with you. What are the 3 things that you would say that you learned, which others could learn in terms of managing resilience? 3 things that you would say in your mind, 1, 2, 3, if I take them off.
Well, I think...
Don't worry, I'll tell them to. You can say them. I think everyone's interested. Just 3 things. Yeah, quickly.
So I think one, as Ajay was just saying, try and find opportunity in crisis. And that also keeps you sane, by the way.
Right.
Besides, so it's a way to remain optimistic in life. I think 2, this importance of automation. I think that was key. We learned that a lot of stuff that we were doing could actually have been automated when we were forced to automate because of COVID. So that's something that everybody should do, COVID or no COVID. I think those are two really big ideas. And three, I think that never presume that the worst can't hit you, because we never ever imagined a situation in which there could be an outage like COVID. We just thought things were going to remain hunky-dory for periods of time, and there'll be small blips, but that there can be huge events of this sort, and that one needs to even plan for those, I think was a big learning for us.
Puneet, quickly, two or three things that you would...
One, I would say that I realize the importance of giving. So if you give one in good way, 10 times good comes back to you. I never would have believed. You only read that in books. The second is, if you look after your people, they look after your guests, and then the business is there to stay. And last, I would say, is shortcuts don't help even in a pandemic. Don't take shortcuts. They only solve short-term problems but create long-term challenges.
Wow. Ajay?
Yeah, I mean, I think good times, bad times, if you take care of all your stakeholders, customers, your people, in our case, the film fraternity, I didn't stop them from going to OTT platforms. That's an elephant in the room. I thought I must address that as well. And everybody, and bankers, investors, and they help you, because if you've done a good job of running your company, taken care of them, and also you can't just maintain a facade of remaining positive with your team. You have to back it with statistics. So I'm in a business where 1,800 films come through the system in India, and 1.45 billion tickets get sold. It's an industry which has been around for 125 years. So you can't renounce an activity suddenly for 18 months if it's shut. So it was here to stay, and I proved it by data. And it's proven even now. Some of the biggest hits have come post-pandemic. Never have you seen a Telugu movie, Kannada movie, English movie, Hindi movie doing the business that is done. So I think if you just give lip service to your team, it doesn't work. You have to back it with data. You have to back it with the conviction that your business is here to stay. This is just an intermission, a very long intermission, but not the end of, it's not doomsday.
I think,
so the deeper you go, the higher you reach.
I think one thing that all of us realized in that period was that one needs to be scrupulously honest. This importance of honesty, just to tell people how bad things were. Just the bad news to everybody, to all your stakeholders, and say that you're doing something about it, and be upfront and honest about what you are able to do and what you're not able to do. I think that goes a long way. I think all of us realize that in this period.
Fabulous lessons. One last word from you, Puneet.
Just
Since
that
the hotel is
as
yours.
bad as COVID was, it
Yes.
accelerated the speed of change and the openness of people to embrace change. That was good.
Let's give them the new COVID heroes, I would say. Let's give them a very warm round of applause for what they've done. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Please raise a warm round of applause for our panelists as I call upon Rajiv Kohli, General Manager, the new India Assurance CO Limited. Company Limited. Can I please get him on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together for a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you, gentlemen. Give us about 10 seconds and we are ready to go for our show and tell session. How I airwalked from the rooftop to the skies. To take it from here, may I please invite session's moderator, Saurabh Dwivedi, editor, thelalantop.com, and India Today Hindi to come up on stage and take it from here.
नमस्कार देवियों और सज्जनों, इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में आपका इस सत्र में बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। हिंदुस्तान कामयाबियों की कई नई कहानियां लिख रहा है और ये ज़रूरी तो नहीं कि हर कहानी किसी बड़े शहर और किसी चमकीली रोशनी के नीचे ही शुरू हो। हमारी इस सीरीज़ यंग ब्राइट माइंड्स में अगली पेशकश राजस्थान का एक लड़का बॉक्सर बनना चाहता था। हम में से ज़्यादातर के पिताओं की तरह उन्होंने भी कहा, इसमें क्या करियर है, क्यों ही खेलना है। फिर उसने डांस करना शुरू कर दिया। पिता ने अपना इंस्ट्रक्शन दोहरा दिया, इसमें क्या फ़ायदा, पढ़ाई करो। पर वो चोरी चोरी चुपके चुपके वीडियो बनाता रहा और एक रोज़ पिता को पता चल गया, क्योंकि अमिताभ बच्चन ने उसके बारे में ट्वीट कर दिया था। इस कमाल के परफॉर्मर का नाम है बाबा जैक्सन। ये सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, पिक्चर अभी बाकी है। लेकिन इससे पहले कि युवराज अपनी फाइनल परफॉर्मेंस करें बतौर बाबा जैक्सन, थोड़ा जान लीजिए इनकी कहानी। माइक प्लीज।
हेलो एवरीवन।
जोधपुर से इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव के मंच तक का सफ़र, पर इसकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई? कैसे पता चला आपको कि दुनिया में एक बहुत ही कमाल के शख्स हुए हैं जिनका नाम माइकल जैक्सन है?
हमने उनका नाम ज़रूर सुना था, लेकिन कभी देखा नहीं था, क्योंकि अभी क्या है, जैसे हमेशा मतलब आजकल क्या हो गया है कि छोटे छोटे बच्चों के पास मोबाइल है। ऐसा होता नहीं था, मतलब 2015-16 और इस टाइम में बच्चों के पास मोबाइल वगैरह होता नहीं था, तो हम जानते नहीं थे कि माइकल जैक्सन कौन है। लेकिन मेरा पता नहीं क्या था, मैं टीवी ज़्यादा देखता था। और ये थोड़ा कहना थोड़ा अजीब होगा कि टीवी देखने से मुझे इंस्पिरेशन मिला, क्योंकि टीवी में मैं डांस ज़्यादा देखता था, डांस, म्यूज़िक और हीरोज़ और ऋतिक रोशन सर, प्रभुदेवा सर। तो वो टीवी देखने से, वो डांस देखने से, उससे मुझे इंस्पिरेशन मिली। और कुछ कारण थे जो बचपन से मैं, क्या माँ बाप क्या चुप कराने के लिए टीवी के सामने बैठा देते थे, तो वहीं से ही इंस्पिरेशन वगैरह ऐसे देखने से ही हुआ है। और ऑफ कोर्स प्रैक्टिस वगैरह मैं अपनी परछाई को देख के करता था।
हाँ, ये बताइए ज़रा, आपने डांस कहाँ सीखा? अपनी परछाई से कैसे सीखा?
हाँ, वैसे अपनी परछाई से ऐसा कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि शीशा वगैरह था नहीं, ऐसे परछाई वगैरह देख के ही स्टेप वगैरह अपने आप को देखना। तो बट कभी सोचा नहीं था कि इस स्टेज पे आऊँगा। आप बड़े लोगों के बीच में ऐसा परफॉर्म करने का मौका मिलेगा, तो मैं बहुत ही ज़्यादा शुक्रगुजार हूँ आप लोगों का।
अच्छा,
थैंक यू सो मच।
इससे पहले कि आपकी परफॉर्मेंस शुरू हो, मैंने आपके हालिया वीडियो देखे जिसमें आप गांव की कुछ लड़कियों के साथ डांस कर रहे हैं, छोटी छोटी बच्चियों के साथ, गली गर्ल्स नाम है।
जी
वो क्या है, ज़रा बताइए।
बिल्कुल, गली गर्ल्स मेरे छोटे बच्चे, मैंने जैसे मेरा वीडियोस वायरल हुए थे, उनके भी वीडियोस वायरल हुए थे। वो बहुत ही निम्न स्तर से ऐसे स्तर पे हैं, लेकिन वो डांस ऐसा करते हैं कि देखने वाला ताली बजाए। और ऐसे मैंने भी उनके वीडियोस वगैरह देखे और वो बहुत अच्छा डांस करते हैं। पैरों में जूते नहीं है लेकिन फिर भी डांस ऐसा करते हैं कि अच्छे को जूते उतारने पे मजबूर कर दे। तो मैंने उनका डांस देखा और जिस तरह अमिताभ बच्चन सर ने मुझे सपोर्ट किया, मेरा ट्वीट किया, मैं भी चाहता हूँ कि मैं किसी को सपोर्ट करूँ, किसी के काम मैं आऊँ, क्योंकि
गांव की वो गरीब लड़कियां जिनके पास जूते नहीं है लेकिन इरादे हैं।
बिल्कुल इरादे, बिल्कुल। मेरा ये है कि ज़िंदगी में कामयाबी मिले नहीं मिले, आपके पास बड़ा बंगला हो, पैसे कम हो ज़्यादा हो, लेकिन एक इंसान अच्छा हो। और मेरा ये क्या है कि बस ज़िंदगी में जब एंड हो ना, जब ज़िंदगी का एंड हो तो एक संतुष्टि होनी चाहिए कि हाँ यार किसी के काम आ गए हम।
युवराज, हमें बहुत खुशी है कि आप न सिर्फ अच्छा डांस करते हैं बल्कि आपके ख्याल भी बहुत अच्छे हैं। ज़्यादातर लोग सोच रहे हैं कि ये बातचीत कब खत्म हो और हम आपकी परफॉर्मेंस देख पाएं। सो प्लीज़ गिव मी द माइक, ओवर टू यू। जोरदार तालियां राजस्थान से आए युवराज सिंह, सिर्फ 19 साल की उम्र, मिलियंस से ज्यादा फॉलोअर इंस्टाग्राम पर। थैंक यू सो मच युवराज।
थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप यहाँ पर आए, बहुत हम सबको बहुत पसंद आया। बस 2 मिनट और रुके रहिए। May I please call Mr. Abhishek Khaitan, Managing Director, Radico Khaitan, to come up on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, we can do better than that. Please put your hands together. He's been fabulously entertaining. That's Baba Jackson for you. All right, All right, as we go into our next session, right before that, ladies and gentlemen, on our 20th edition of the India Today Conclave, may I please call upon Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson, India Today Group, on stage to deliver the vote of thanks.
See, that's the benefit of being a conclave director. You can program yourself between two fantastic sessions. Got you all in a good mood with Baba Jackson, and Malaika is going to be coming in next. So, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being part of our 20th edition. I've had the privilege of being a part of all 20 conclaves. In 2002, at our first conclave, our theme was Building an Indian Century. So it's fitting that in our 20th edition, we're celebrating the India moment. What a phenomenal, crackling, scintillating 2 days, and the best is still to come. The secret of our success of being the foremost conference in the country for thought leadership, constant innovation. When we started 20 years ago, we had 16 speakers, and today, 55. We had a reach of 500 people live at the venue, and now a reach of 500 million. We are change addicts. I love shiny new things. So today, at this momentous conference, I introduce you to another future, our first bot, AI, collaborative anchor. She is bright, gorgeous, ageless, tireless, and speaks in multiple languages, and totally under my control, at least for now. Introducing, ladies and gentlemen, Sana. Hey, Sana.
Thank you, Kali, for having me here. I am so honored to be here with the ever-growing conclave audience joining us from around the world. I am very lucky to have been chosen as Aaj AI's launch anchor from among the hundreds of candidates evaluated for the job. Starting next week, I will bring the following programs on Aaj AI every day. Daily news updates several times a day. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will soon be addressing this special 20th edition of India Today Conclave. Since I am multilingual, the news updates will be in several languages. Here are samples of just 3. प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी बहुत जल्द इंडिया टुडे के इस बेहद खास 20वें संस्करण को संबोधित करने वाले हैं। প্রধানমন্ত্রী নরেন্দ্র মোদী খুব শীঘ্রই ইন্ডিয়া টুডের এই বিশেষ অনুষ্ঠানে 20তম সংস্করণে বক্তব্য পেশ করবেন। પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્ર મોદી ટૂંક સમયમાં ઇન્ડિયા ટુડેના આ ખૂબ જ ખાસ 20મા સંસ્કરણને સંબોધિત કરવાના છે. Yes, that was me showing off. In a new show, I will explain one topic of relevance in some detail every day. आसान भाषा में. I am starting a show in which I will answer your questions. You can ask me anything under the sun. सना से पूछो. Thank you once again, Kali, for the opportunity. I hope to make you and the India Today group proud.
Thanks, Sana. So Sana is going to have a human surrogate editor. I never thought I would say something like that, but here it is. And hopefully company very soon. She doesn't take away from the brilliance of our real life anchors. They will have to mentor her to create the next best generation of India Today anchors. If there's one thing I have learned from this intense AI immersion, it's that it's not a competition between humans and AI, at least not yet. And that collaboration is leading to creative magic. The future is fascinating and frightening, and it's here. I want to use this platform to say something else. There is a new trend with calling media sold out, the famous Godi media. People are always sidling up to me to ask me, tell me honestly, privately, off record, is there a lot of pressure? I want to use this platform to say, yes, there is pressure. We get pressure from political parties, business houses, foreign governments, and larger than life professionals. It's not new and it's not singular. We were threatened by a blanket advertising ban for 10 years by the largest industrial house for running a cover story they did not want us to run. The cover story went. We were warned by an ambassador with dire consequences for inviting the Dalai Lama as a speaker at the conclave. He was invited and hosted. We had a political party recall all its 24 ministers who were speakers at the conclave hours before the conclave because they didn't like the questions we raised. The show went on. And this is all before 2014. The only difference is the pressure can now be more organized and sustained because we're in the age of eternal digital imprints and toxic, trigger-happy social media and advanced monitoring tech tools. And the retribution, it gets sharper. Boycott the channel, campaigns, troll armies uninstalling our apps, bots downgrading our ratings, and we are offended cases pile up. But it's not just media that is dealing with this pressure. It's a churn. It's the new normal. What makes us willing and able to stand this pressure? Why do I stand here before you today? Two simple reasons. One, we are not in any other business. There is no ambiguity in interests or objectives, no unholy compromises to protect any other commercial interests. This is the only domain we are in. And to be true to it, I must protect the facts the best I know in a moment in time. Our credibility is sacred to us. We live and die by the stories we tell. And before you roll your eyes and recount the times we fail, please remember only God and the dead are perfect. And even those are being questioned these days. Secondly, we stand this pressure because we are truly an unbelievable, enviable team, a dream league, a tribe that aligns around the same core values of journalism, to tell the stories without fear or favor, backed by a financial team that gives us independence, resilience, and compliance. This team includes our amazing, supportive, wonderful sponsors. Thank you very much. And in the end, the highest compliment to us as a media company is not that you agree with us or that we are right, but you go away saying, hey, they made me think. I hope these 2 days were living, breathing proof of just that. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again put your hands together for our Vice Chairperson of the India Today Group. With that, we're going to quickly go into our next session. Busting bubbles on love, sex, ageism, and topping the body beautiful conversation for 25 years. And we've somebody coming up next who epitomizes all of that and more. But before that, I want to introduce you to our session's moderator, my colleague Nabila Jamal, anchor and deputy editor, India Today Television.
Guys, a big round of applause. Malaika Arora. 30 years on, ever since Chaya Chaya, almost 25 years on, and she's still relevant, trumping over every other actor, and in the imagination and the dreams of possibly every age group. Malaika is here with us at our 20th edition of the Conclave. A big round of applause to her, please. Thank you. Hey, Malaika. Mala.
Mala, as they all say. Hi, Veera, how are you? Good evening, everybody. Hi.
You know, our talk here today is topping the body beautiful conversation for 25 damn years. You really haven't aged a minute or a second. I don't know how you've done it.
I live in an oxygen tank, in a bubble that that's where I live.
No,
but first,
we want to know
it's
the
very weird
secret.
seeing all of this behind me over here. It's like, I've never had so many images put up like this, but yeah, that's quite interesting.
Hey, don't tell me you're not self-obsessed.
Not really, actually.
No?
No.
At
really.
all?
Not self-obsessed. I think I'm just very confident. That's it. I'm not self-obsessed.
I mean, being self-obsessed is not bad.
Not bad at
Having
all.
an
Not
element
bad. I
of
love myself. I
narcissism.
love
Yeah.
myself, but I'm not self-obsessed. Yeah.
Okay. You know, Malaika, someone was telling me here today, people can imitate her, but you can never get a duplicate. You know, you'll have enough and more actresses or producers and directors have a mood board often specifying a look like Malaika, but somehow they don't get a Malaika.
Okay. You know, that mold was broken once they made me. God said that we just one Malaika and then break that mold. That's what he said. But no, I think that's a really nice and a really sweet compliment. Spanning over 30 years, I think it's been amazing, but it's not been easy. Like you said, for a woman to stay relevant in the business that we are in is probably the most difficult. And also seeing a room full of so many men over here. Wow. I mean, I can see very, very few women around over here, far more men in black suits. So Hello, all women over here. How are you doing? Yeah. Good to see that. When I was outside there, I said, wow, there's a lot of men out there. I'm not complaining about it, but yeah, just the...
But maybe I should tell you something, Malaika. What a fan following you have. And look at the media, the paparazzi chasing you literally everywhere. All the young actors are probably dying to get the kind of fame that you have. How have you achieved it with just a few item numbers, but yet managed to stay so relevant? Look, is it all about the looks and the beauty, or is it a lot more to Malaika that we don't know of, and that maybe the paps see? And what we see on screen and what you are in person?
Well, paps are just a tiny part of our lives, just a very, very minuscule part of our lives. But I think I'm more than just a few songs, right?
Yeah.
A few item songs or special songs that you have in films. I'm a lot more than that. Yes, I think initially that's all one was looked at as, oh, she's just a pretty face or a great body, or she looks fantastic on screen when she dances, moves well. But I think, like I said, and I say that again, to kind of span over 30 years and stay relevant is not easy. And I don't think you can actually just do that kind of just harboring on good looks, because at some point those looks are gonna fade away and all of that's gonna go away. So you gotta have to move beyond those, beyond that look. And I'm very happy and very proud to say that I'm part of a business where I'm not an actress per se. I'm not a quintessential actress. I've not done a full-fledged film in my entire span of career so far. But still, I'm part of the industry and I get the kind of love and all the respect that any actress in the industry does.
And that was precisely my point. You have several actors coming up with great commercial successes, but Malaika is what really takes away the highlight most often.
Well, that's very sweet.
And I think that what establishes that all the more is your latest reality series, where Malaika was really the main protagonist. Where do you see a reality series revolving around one person?
True. That was probably the most difficult part of doing something in my life, and I think I've kind of touched upon various things in my life, whether it's dancing, whether it's a bit of acting, whether it's modeling, on ramp, finally moving on to being an entrepreneur. But I think this part of being on a part of a reality show was very, 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 very tough for me, because I had to actually open up as a person that I've never ever done, and be a person that I've never ever thought I would be. But yeah, it was very tough just being a solo, single protagonist and showing the world and showing everybody things that actually piss me off, things that actually bug me, or things that actually, that I need to talk about. So it was very tough, but I managed, and I had a fantastic time with moving in with Malaika. It really was.
But may I know, and I'm sure all of our audience here would really love to know, behind this sexy Malaika, the sex symbol that you are, the symbol of beauty and ageism that you are, what are your true insecurities, if you may?
Firstly, I love being called a sex symbol. I have no qualms about being a sex symbol. I'd rather be known as a sex symbol than being called plain Jane.
Absolutely.
I'm very happy. I like that tag. In terms of insecurities, I think I live with insecurities every day of my life, something or the other, because at some point I know that there is somebody younger, prettier, more talented, probably a lot more going for her every single day of my life. And for me to stay focused or stay in a space where I behave like where it doesn't get to me is a very difficult thing, but I have to stay and keep my head above the water, because I know every single day that is probably shoved into my face. And single mother, divorce, I'm not going to harp on it, but it's always thrown at my face every single day. So for me to stay above the game is very tough. So I think these are probably these are my insecurities that I have to deal with on a daily basis.
Sure, and not debating that, but you do come from a privileged background. Or at least you've made your way up, no doubt.
I would actually correct you there. I don't think I come from a privileged background. I think I come from a very, 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 very non-privileged background. But I worked my way...
What age did you get married?
I got married when I was 22.
Yeah, really
I
young.
got married when I was 22. But I come from a background where it had absolutely no connection with any of this. But I worked my way, through, and I worked my way around to be where I am today. So I don't really say that I come from a privileged background. I've really worked hard to be where I am
Absolutely,
today.
no doubt. And in fact, I had one of my colleagues saying that while at a time there were definitions to what a height of a model should be, Malaika at 5-something was a supermodel. She was a showstopper, and that itself, you've proven a lot of them wrong.
Yeah, all of 5'3" and a half. Yeah. And every time somebody sees me, the first thing they say, "Oh my God, we thought you're much taller, you're much larger, you're much bigger." So, and I say, well, pictures and TV do lie. They kind of don't really project that too well. So yes, in a space where, in the modeling business where everybody was 5'10" or whatever, 5'8" and above, and here I was 5'3", I kind of made my mark over there, and that felt good. I never ever felt like I was a 5'3" girl, ever.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's precisely what I'm saying. You've managed to really step up with everything that you took on, be it item numbers. You really, none can beat a Malaika on screen with an item number. Modeling, you were really the face, a showstopper then, a showstopper now. So to keep it going, it must have been hard. You've been part of a family that's been, a powerful family.
A very integral part of the industry.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you believe that a lot of your fame, would you attribute it to the family that you were married into, and how does it feel today when you've parted ways and you're out, you're a single mother? What's that transition like? How's it been?
Well, of course. I mean, it did have a lot of benefits in my life, but I don't think I could rest on the fact that I had a famous surname. I don't think that was my inroad to everything that I wanted to do in life. Yes, it did open up a lot of doors, but for me. But I think at the end of the day, I had to work irrespective of what my married surname was, and I had to work hard. I had to prove myself every single day of my life to stay in the game. And the day I did have that surname, and I went back to my maiden surname, I still continued to work, and I still continued to make a difference, and I still continued to...
Did you still get the love and the warmth and that reception?
I did, and I'll be very honest. I had a lot of people tell me that, I'll be very, very honest. I had loads of people tell me that I'm making the biggest mistake of dropping the surname. Lots of people telling me that, because everybody said, you don't realize the kind of weightage a surname has. And I have a lot of respect for my ex-in-laws and my ex-family. I do have loads of respect for them, because they've given me a lot of love. I have a kid, that is still there, and very much part of the family. So of course, but I think for me, I needed to stand on my own 2 feet, and for that I needed to feel that. And it's not just about a surname, but I think just being able to drop that surname and go back to my maiden name, it just gave me a sense of self, and that's what made me feel like I could probably do anything or take on anything in life.
And look what you made of yourself after.
I'm still a work in progress, actually.
Oh my God,
Yes,
you're
still
stunning. But Malaika, in today's day and age, with society having that many judgments about how a woman should be, what a woman should do, what kind of a guy a woman can date, how old a guy or woman should date, your relationship, your current status, you're dating a guy younger, and you face that criticism almost on a daily basis. Maybe, how do you take that on? And what would be your message to all the naysayers?
I think it's amazing. I was told when I got divorced, I was told, why the hell did you get divorced? Because that tag will always be there. And then to find love after getting divorced, that was another thing. How can she find love after getting divorced? And then finding love with a younger man, I was clearly told that I have lost my marbles, but I would just like to say that love doesn't really have an age, right? I mean, if you fall in love, you fall in love. And I think, irrespective of whether he's a younger man or an older man, that shouldn't really define the space that we are in. And I'm just happy and grateful that I found a partner who understands me. So be it. I mean, if he's younger, so be it. I think the fact that he is younger keeps me younger. It keeps me happy and keeps me younger. And I feel, I don't know, I just feel on top of the world. And I think all the women in the room will agree with me on that.
Ooh.
I can see that. I can see that look on your face over here. It really does, yeah.
You certainly have motivated a whole bunch of us.
I think, yeah.
Or them.
I think it definitely gives me that spring in my step. So I love it.
I know.
And I'm not going to be apologetic about it. And why should I be apologetic?
Absolutely. How's that influenced you? Has that influenced you in ways that we might want to know, you might want to tell us?
Influenced me?
Yeah, in whatever sense. It's given you a spring in your step, yes. But how has life changed, or has it changed at all? Have you now turned into a leaf that you've never seen of yourself before?
No, I don't think. I mean, I still am the same person. I mean, no part of me has changed. It's just that I'm now with somebody that I truly love and I truly get, and he gets me, and we have a great relationship and a great commitment to each other. And I think that's what matters. I think it's really redundant for people to be in a space or in a relationship if you're not happy. And if you're not going to keep somebody happy or make someone happy, and if I'm going to be unhappy and make somebody else unhappy, I think that's just the most selfish thing you can ever do, to anybody. So that's exactly how I was, and I feel I just say that I'm just lucky. I'm lucky that I can find love and be in love and have a relationship and move on in life and be able to tell people that, you know what, if you're not okay with it, that's your problem.
You know, you can hate me for this. I'm sure a lot of them will, but hey, is marriage on the cards with Arjun?
Why is marriage the be-all and end-all of everything?
Which is why I had that clause, the caveat, you can hate me for this question.
No. I think, firstly, I think that's a very private question. I think marriage is something which is discussed between two people, and I don't think it's a collective decision between, among a billion people in the country. So yeah, I think when, if, how, when, where, I think that's something the two of us, if we have to take that plunge, I think we will think about it and we will decide and we will talk about it. In this moment, I think we are just loving life. That's it. I think we're enjoying our pre-honeymoon phase. That's what we're doing. We're just loving life.
You know, a quick one on co-parenting and being a single mother. Tell us the challenges that you may be facing at this point today on dealing with a teenage son and very handsome boy that you have.
Thank you.
Lovely boy. And with the complexities that we see in the society and who you are, what kind of a mother-son relationship do you all share?
I think firstly, co-parenting is very tough. I mean, it's very, very tough because not always are, two people on the same page about a lot of things. Especially, I mean, when you move separate, go your own ways, your separate ways, there's always something that's not, that doesn't quite fit into the picture. So co-parenting is tough, but, I see time's up. But I think thankfully, both Arbaz and me are better humans today. I think we're better people today. And I'm really proud of the fact that we can coexist and be able to give our child...
love lost.
And no love lost. And give our child all the love and attention that he needs, he deserves. And I think we're there for him every step of the way. And irrespective the fact that his parents are not together, but we are together as a unit when we need to be together. And I think that's what matters.
I know time's up, but Malaika, you did this stand-up act, and I really want to know the challenges. And you really killed it with that comedy act in your reality series. What was the real challenge to that? And was it all impromptu?
Wow, I don't know how many. I mean, I'm sure there are lots of... Has anybody in the room seen my stand-up act? Yeah? Yeah, thanks so much for that, really. And if you haven't, then please go and try and watch it. But it was the most daunting task for me. I never ever thought I had a funny bone in my body, let alone try and make anybody laugh, because I don't think that comes very naturally to me. So yeah, it was very tough. But I think when I threw myself out there, it only goes to show that I think when a challenge is thrown at you, you kind of take it on head on and you just say, you know what, bring it on. I'll do it. I'll prove everybody wrong and I'll do it. I'll prove myself wrong. I mean, I don't think I can, but I'll do it. And wow, I think the most difficult thing on God's good earth is making a room full of people laugh. And I can see it right now because it's not very easy to impress people or make people laugh. So that for me was the most difficult, to actually see people getting what you're saying, laughing with you, laughing at you, with you. Initially, they probably laugh at you, but along the way, they laugh with you.
Yeah.
So I think for me, that was by far the best experience for me, was the stand-up, without a doubt.
Excellent. I think I totally loved you in it. And Malaika, what you're wearing today is also stunning. And you really have set the benchmark for when it comes to style.
And in fact, I said my stand-up was called MILF.
Yeah.
It was called MILF, and that's what it said. It says, man, I look fabulous, and I will continue to look fabulous. till
You
my
absolutely do. A big round of applause. And before I let you go, can I take a 30-second rapid fire with you? Malaika.
Shoot away.
Money or movies?
Sorry?
Money or movies?
Money.
Ooh. Chaya Chaya or Muni Badnaam Hui?
Chaya Chaya.
What is Jandu Baam? What does Jandu Baam hai darling tere liye mean? Jandu Baam ho darling tere liye.
It means balm lagao, darling. Agar dard ho to balm laga do. I guess that's what it means. I don't know.
Okay. Shah Rukh or Salman?
I'm a hardcore Shah Rukh fan.
Okay. Who's more famous, you or your ex?
Oh, I don't know. I think I don't know. That's a tough one. I think I'm famous.
Who's more popular, you or your present?
I think I'm just more popular.
Who's more popular, you or your present?
We both are extremely popular.
All right. What do you see? Who do you see as mini Malaika, if at all, in the industry today? Do you see anyone who you see your reflection in?
No. I said that mold was broken.
Literally no. Huh? And if I have to ask you to pick Janvi, Sara, Ananya, or Kiara?
Kiara, because I think she's supremely talented. And I think she's really made a mark for herself. And I think the other girls are still, making a mark. But I think Janvi of the lot then.
Janvi of the lot.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. A big round of applause here for Malaika.
Thank you so much.
If we could get you have one dance, one hook step for us, what would be your choice? In fact, Dipali is there waiting to get you to tap a foot. Dipali, why don't you come over?
Hey, Dipali, come join me. Hi. Come on, everybody. Let's give
What would
Dipali
be
a
your choice?
huge round of applause. Why don't we leave it to Dipali, whatever she wants to do? Yeah.
Chaya Chaya Re.
Do a hook step from your latest film. Can we have that song, please? Aap Jaisa Koi.
Ooh, okay. Let's. For Malaika. Thank you so much. I'm not too sure, but if anyone has a question here that you want to ask, Rahul, maybe you? No? Anybody? You could raise your hand. A question for Malaika?
Oh, we are doing questions?
Yeah, no, just.
There's a mic right here. Do you want to pass that around?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. You. Do you you want to ask a question? Your relationship with your sister Amrita?
My relationship with my sister is fantastic. We are two peas in a pod, and I think my life would be incomplete without her. We have our fair share of disagreements every day of our life, but yeah, she understands me. We actually are two peas in a pod. So yeah, we have a great relationship.
Malaika, let me ask you a question right here. Here, I'm the MC. This way, turn around, I'm on the stage with you.
Oh, sorry.
So, I want to ask you just one question and then we'll end the session, which is, I'm sure with the choices that you've made, you do deal with a lot of sexism on an everyday basis, be it online or print. How do you deal with that? Because you're doing a super job.
Okay. I have a very, very simple way of dealing with it. I ignore it. That's the way I deal with it. And I think it's easier said than done, because I know there are a lot of people around me who are affected by it on a daily basis. Probably the younger me would have been affected, would have been very demoralized. But I think today I'm a lot calmer as a person, and a lot more, I can probably handle a situation better. So yes, I think the best way is I shut any kind of bullshit, any kind of trolling, any kind of toxicity or negativity. I block that out of my life. And it's not a way of being unaware of it. I'm completely aware of what's happening, but I think I prefer to have it completely out of my life, because I think that's the only way I can lead a better and a happier life.
All right, just more power to you. Everybody
you.
put your hands
Thank
together.
you.
That's
Thank you
Malaika
very
Arora.
much.
And may I
Thank
please
you,
call
Malaika.
upon
Thank you.
Mr. Nitin Seth, Vice Chairman, TOPS, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to Malaika. Ladies and gentlemen, do put your hands together. Thank you, Malaika. Bye. Thanks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is, because you do know, our keynote speaker is the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, and we need to get into a quick security check drill. So I request you all to step outside, and we have a bit of a cocktail hour going. So enjoy your canopies and your cocktails, and we'll be right back. Do carry your identity cards with you, and we'll see you on the other side of this quick security drill.
We dared to see India differently, to build a better life for you. You deserve a fulfilling life. Your smile inspired us during the pandemic. We delivered the knowledge to the curious ones. We wish for your dreams to fly as our flights do. Now 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. We are here, transforming tomorrow, today. We are NEC.
Vehicles can be environmentally friendly. Renewable energy can be stable. Our modern lives can be sustainable for the planet. Let's change our perspective and not take our resources for granted. Hitachi is inspiring the world through digital and green technologies. Hitachi's social innovation is powering good.
Can I tell you my dream? We want to make people happier by connecting machines to everything.
Hitachi is collaborating with Suntory Beverage and Food Limited to provide products that are safer by tracking them individually. And by connecting building equipment and optimizing healthcare digitally, we will provide a more comfortable and healthier life.
People can be happier when they're digitally connected.
Oh, I'd love to be connected.
From a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor. Comes India's finest yet. For connoisseurs of fine taste. Royal Ranthambore.
Mixed pickle. Mango. Green chili. Tops pickles. अब 51 flavors में. Tops. इंडिया का टॉप टेस्ट. ये किचन कुछ खास है. कुकिंग का यहाँ अलग अंदाज है. कभी दिल दही बल्ले की विश करता है, तो कभी ये सालसा करता है. पिज्जा पास्ता अपना जादू दिखाता है. और शेजवान सॉस देखो कैसे रंग जमाती है. देसी क्या चाइनीज में भी यहाँ तड़का पड़ता है. दिल कभी रेड कभी ग्रीन चिली पे मरता है. तो आज ही टॉप सॉसेस की वाइड रेंज घर लाएं और हर दिन कुछ नया बनाइए. टॉप्स, इंडिया का टॉप टेस्ट.
We dared to see India differently to build a better life for you. You deserve a fulfilling life. Your smile inspired us during the pandemic. We delivered the knowledge to the curious ones. We wish for your dreams to fly as our flights do. Now 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. We are here, transforming tomorrow, today. We are NEC.
Vehicles can be environmentally friendly. Renewable energy can be stable. Our modern lives can be sustainable for the planet. Let's change our perspective and not take our resources for granted. Hitachi is inspiring the world through digital and green technologies. Hitachi's social innovation is powering good.
Can I tell you my dream? We want to make people happier by connecting machines to everything.
Hitachi is collaborating with Suntory Beverage and Food Limited to provide products that are safer by tracking them individually. And by connecting building equipment and optimizing healthcare digitally, we will provide a more comfortable and healthier life.
People can be happier when they're digitally connected.
Oh, I'd love to be connected.
From a land older than time, amidst the magnificent palaces, enveloped in the mystic fog, where the elusive tigers exude a timeless valor, comes India's finest yet. For connoisseurs of fine taste, Royal Ranthambore.
Mixed pickle. Mango. Green chili. Tops pickles. अब 51 flavors में. Tops. इंडिया का टॉप टेस्ट. ये किचन कुछ खास है. कुकिंग का यहाँ अलग अंदाज है. कभी दिल दही बल्ले की विश करता है, तो कभी ये सालसा करता है. पिज्जा पास्ता अपना जादू दिखाता है. और शेजवान सॉस देखो कैसे रंग जमाती है. देसी क्या चाइनीज में भी यहाँ तड़का पड़ता है. दिल कभी रेड कभी ग्रीन चिली पे मरता है. तो आज ही टॉप सॉसेस की वाइड रेंज घर लाएं और हर दिन कुछ नया बनाइए. टॉप्स, इंडिया का टॉप टेस्ट.
We dared to see India differently to build a better life for you. You deserve a fulfilling life. Your smile inspired us during the pandemic. We delivered the knowledge to the curious ones. We wish for your dreams to fly as our flights do. Now 1.3 billion Indians can explore the world of opportunities. We are here, transforming tomorrow, today. We are NEC.
so what we're hearing is that the Prime Minister has already reached the venue anytime now. We will have him on stage, our gala keynote session, befitting that our two-day conclave concludes with no one else but the man who's driving the India moment, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the man who's driving the India moment, creating new India, scripting it literally. Do raise a warm applause. Prime Minister, our honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
समस्याओं का समाधान भारत की धरती पर दुनिया खोजने लगी है दोस्तों.
May I please
Our partnership is more than just what we do. It's about who we are.
Prime Minister Modi is one of those people in the world who is capable of conducting an independent foreign policy in the interest of its nation.
While others chose to withhold supplies, India's vaccine outreach exemplified its principles of equality and mutual benefit.
India deserves to be called a bright spot on this or otherwise darker horizon.
India has a very strong leadership and knowledge and skills, innovation in IT technology and fintech.
Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, we owe you a debt of gratitude. When the world locked its borders and globalization failed, you showed the world that globalization can still succeed and there is still love when the hardest of times hit us.
Prime Minister Modi has reached, I think, is the most loved one of all around the world.
We are the first country to have a green strategic partnership with the great India.
India will have probably the greatest growth rate, the fastest growth rate economically.
Progress of India in these last years has been remarkable and extraordinary, and I think the position of India now is potentially more powerful than it's ever been.
I think there's excitement about India taking the baton. Prime Minister Modi made an excellent speech at the close of the summit.
You are an inspiration for the rest of the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, driving the India moment.
समय है, सही समय.
Driving the India moment, our political rock star Narendra Modi. May I please invite our chairman and editor-in-chief, Mr. Arun Puri, to come up and say a few words, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Prime Minister. आपका हार्दिक स्वागत है. आप 7वीं बार कॉन्क्लेव में आए हैं, इसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूं. प्रधानमंत्री जी, in the last 9 years, we all know you have transformed the country with your exemplary hard work, good innovative schemes, and new initiatives. Your global outreach has been unprecedented. So a lot is known about your life. So, honored guests, I would like to mention just 2 aspects about the Prime Minister which I have observed. First, that he's very far-sighted. Somebody who works for him told me that while his team is still collecting the dots, the Prime Minister has already connected the dots. And they only figure it out much later when the whole picture emerges. Let me give you 2 examples of this. Soon as he took over in 2014, the Prime Minister started talking about implementing JAM, Trinity, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile. It meant, apart from opening Jan Dhan bank accounts for millions, linking these accounts to Aadhaar and mobile meant going digital. All this trinity came into play when the various welfare schemes, mainly for the poor, were launched over the years. This solved the massive leakage problem of government welfare expenditure in one stroke. Earlier, Rajiv Gandhi, the Prime Minister, had said beneficiaries got only 15 paisa out of every 1 rupee of government expenditure. Now the money goes directly to the beneficiaries. So it started all in the beginning. The second example I would like to bring to you is the development of the Northeast states. The Prime Minister focused on this at the start of his first term, bringing connectivity and development to a neglected part of India. He believed that developing the smallest, furthest, and neglected states of India would set a very good example. In 9 years, his visits to the Northeast were more than all the Prime Ministers of India had done since independence. Also, one minister of his had to visit the Northeast every month. The result is that he has developed the Northeast like never before, and the people have paid him back electorally. Earlier, it used to be regional parties versus Congress. Now it is BJP versus regional parties. In 2014, 8 of the Northeast states were ruled by the BJP. Now, alone or in coalition, they rule 6 states in the region. The other major aspect of the Prime Minister, which I find fascinating, is the much varied experiences he has had. These go beyond his official life. He's traveled all over India extensively on his own before he was Chief Minister or Prime Minister. He spent at least 1 night or more in every district of India, however remote they would have been. He spent talking and listening to them and seeing what their needs were. This is what you would call zameen se juda hua aadmi. I believe this is why he understands the needs and knows the pulse of this country so well. Sir, आप बुरा ना मानो तो मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ. मीडिया आपके सरकार से बड़ी परेशान है. हाँ, आपकी सरकार से कोई जानकारी लीक नहीं होती, जैसे पहले सरकारों से होती थी. किसी को पता नहीं होता कि कौन आपका प्रेसिडेंशियल कैंडिडेट बनेगा. रीशफल का तो भूल ही जाओ. और राज्य में कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री जब मौका आता है, कोई खबर नहीं. गुस्ताखी माफ. मैं ये भी सोचा शायद आपका इसका ये जवाब क्या देंगे. मैं बोलूं? आप बोलेंगे अरुण भाई मैं आपकी दुकान क्यों चलाऊं. But jokes apart, but I do believe government and media should not be cozy. Sir, you came to the conclave in March 2013 as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. You won the 2014 general election handsomely and became the Prime Minister. Then you came to the conclave in March 2019, and you were re-elected as Prime Minister in May 2019 with an even bigger majority. Sir, you could say maybe we are your lucky charm. The next general election is due in May 2024. As I said, you're a far-sighted person. So you should come again for the India Today Conclave in March 2024, just to be sure. Pradhan Mantri ji, this conclave is about the India moment. You are the man of the moment. May I request you to deliver your speech. Dhanyavad.
आज आपकी दुकान मैं ही चला लेता हूँ। इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में जुड़े सभी महानुभावों को मेरा नमस्कार। देश विदेश से जो दर्शक, पाठक डिजिटल माध्यम से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं, उनका भी अभिनंदन। मुझे देखकर अच्छा लगा कि इस कॉन्क्लेव की थीम है द इंडिया मोमेंट। आज दुनिया के बड़े बड़े इकोनॉमिस्ट, एनालिस्ट, थिंकर्स सभी कहते हैं कि ये, और एक स्वर में कहते हैं, इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। लेकिन जब इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप ये ऑप्टिमिज्म दिखाता है तो ये एक्स्ट्रा स्पेशल है। वैसे मैंने 20 महीने पहले लाल किले से कहा था, यही समय है, सही समय है। लेकिन यहाँ पहुँचते पहुँचते 20 महीने लग गए। तब भी भावना यही थी, दिस इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। साथियों, किसी भी राष्ट्र की विकास यात्रा में अनेक उतार चढ़ाव आते रहते हैं, कई पड़ाव आते हैं। आज 21वीं सदी के इस दशक में भारत के सामने जो टाइम पीरियड आया है, ये अभूतपूर्व है। आज के कुछ दशक पहले जो देश आगे बढ़े, कई देश आगे बढ़े हैं, विकसित हुए, लेकिन उनके सामने स्थितियां बहुत अलग थी। एक तरह से उनका मुकाबला खुद से ही था, उनके सामने इतनी प्रतिस्पर्धा नहीं थी। लेकिन आज जिन परिस्थितियों में भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, वे चुनौतियां बहुत ही अलग है, बहुत ही व्यापक है, विविधताओं से भरी हुई है। आज इतने सारे ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस हैं। अब देखिए, 100 साल में आई सबसे बड़ी महामारी, सबसे बड़ा संकट है। 2 देश महीनों से युद्ध में है। पूरी दुनिया की सप्लाई चेन अस्त व्यस्त है। उस स्थिति में, इस बैकग्राउंड को सोचिए, उस स्थिति में द इंडिया मोमेंट की बात होना सामान्य नहीं है। ये एक नया इतिहास बन रहा है जिसके हम सभी साक्षी हैं। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत को लेकर एक विश्वास से भरी हुई है। आज भारत दुनिया में सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ने वाली अर्थव्यवस्था है। आज भारत दुनिया में नंबर 1 स्मार्टफोन डेटा कंज्यूमर है। आज भारत ग्लोबल फिनटेक एडॉप्शन रेट में नंबर 1 है। आज भारत दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर है। आज भारत में दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। ऐसी कितनी ही बातों पर चर्चा होती रही है। लेकिन चलो, पुरानी बातें कभी किसी को जरूरत पड़ेगी तो खोद के निकालेगा। लेकिन मैं अभी अभी की बात करना चाहता हूं आज, और वो भी 2023 की। 2023 के 75 दिन हुए हैं। मैं उन 75 डेज की ही बात आज करना चाहता हूं। इन 75 दिनों में देश का ऐतिहासिक ग्रीन बजट आया। इन 75 दिनों में कर्नाटका के शिवमोगा में एयरपोर्ट का लोकार्पण हुआ। इन 75 दिनों में मुंबई में मेट्रो रेल का अगला फेज शुरू हुआ। इन 75 दिनों में देश में दुनिया का सबसे लंबा रिवर क्रूज चला। बेंगलुरु मैसूरू एक्सप्रेसवे शुरू हुआ। दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे का एक सेक्शन शुरू किया गया। मुंबई से विशाखापट्टनम से वंदे भारत ट्रेनें चलनी शुरू हुई। आईआईटी धारवाड़ के परमानेंट कैंपस का लोकार्पण हुआ। भारत ने अंडमान और निकोबार द्वीप समूह के 21 द्वीपों को परम वीर चक्र विजेताओं के नाम किया। साथियों, इन 75 दिनों में ही भारत ने पेट्रोल में 20% इथेनॉल की ब्लेंडिंग करके E20 फ्यूल लॉन्च किया है। इन 75 दिनों में ही तुमकुरू में एशिया की सबसे बड़ी आधुनिक हेलीकॉप्टर फैक्ट्री का लोकार्पण हुआ है। एयर इंडिया ने दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा एविएशन ऑर्डर दिया है। इन 75 दिनों में ही भारत ने ई संजीवनी के माध्यम से 10 करोड़ टेली कंसल्टेशन का मुकाम हासिल किया है। इन 75 दिनों में ही भारत ने 8 करोड़ नए टैप वाटर कनेक्शन देने का मुकाम हासिल किया है। इन 75 दिनों में ही यूपी उत्तराखंड में रेल नेटवर्क के 100% इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन का काम पूरा हुआ है। साथियों, इन 75 दिनों में कूनो नेशनल पार्क में 12 चीताओं का नया बैच आया है। भारतीय महिला टीम ने अंडर 19 क्रिकेट में T20 वर्ल्ड कप जीता है। इन 75 दिनों में देश को 2 ऑस्कर जीतने की खुशी मिली है। साथियों, इन 75 दिनों में हजारों विदेशी डिप्लोमेट्स और विभिन्न संस्थाओं के प्रतिनिधि G20 की बैठकों में हिस्सा लेने के लिए भारत आए। इन 75 दिनों में G20 की 28 अहम बैठकें हुई हैं, यानी हर तीसरे दिन एक बैठक। इसी दौरान एनर्जी समिट हुई। आज ही ग्लोबल मिलेट्स कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है। हमने देखा बेंगलुरु में हुए एयर इंडिया में हिस्सा लेने के लिए 100 से ज्यादा देश भारत आए। इन 75 दिनों में ही सिंगापुर के साथ यूपीआई लिंकेज की शुरुआत हुई। इन 75 दिनों में ही तुर्की की मदद के लिए भारत ने ऑपरेशन दोस्त चलाया। अब से कुछ घंटे पहले ही भारत बांग्लादेश गैस पाइपलाइन का लोकार्पण हुआ। ये 75 दिनों की ही इतनी लंबी लिस्ट है कि समय कम पड़ जाएगा। और मैं 75 दिन की कुछ बातें इसलिए दिखा रहा हूं कि यही इंडिया मोमेंट का ही तो रिफ्लेक्शन है। साथियों, आज देश एक और रोड, रेलवे, पोर्ट, एयरपोर्ट जैसे फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना रहा है। दूसरी ओर भारतीय संस्कृति और सॉफ्ट पावर के लिए भी दुनिया में अभूतपूर्व आकर्षण है। आज योग पूरी दुनिया में लोकप्रिय हो चुका है। आज आयुर्वेद को लेकर उत्साह है, भारत के खान पान को लेकर उत्साह है। आज भारतीय फिल्में, भारतीय संगीत नई ऊर्जा के साथ लोगों को अपना दीवाना बना रहे हैं। हमारे मिलेट्स, श्री अन्न भी पूरी दुनिया में पहुंच रहे हैं। बात चाहे इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस की हो या कोलिशन फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की हो, विश्व आज इस बात को महसूस कर रहा है कि भारत के आइडियाज और भारत का सामर्थ्य ग्लोबल गुड के लिए है। इसलिए आज विश्व कह रहा है, दिस इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और आप सबने हाल फिलहाल एक और बात भी नोट की होगी, इन सब का मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट होता है। एक छोटी सी बात की तरफ मैं आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करता हूं। आजकल अधिकतर देश, जब में मुझे मिलना होता है या उनका भारत आना होता है या भारत का किसी का वहां दौरा होता है, आपने मार्क किया होगा हर देशों में स्पर्धा चल पड़ी है कि भारत से चोरी की गई जो प्राचीन मूर्तियां हैं ना, वो खुद ब खुद हमको देते हैं, ले जाइए। क्योंकि अब उनका भरोसा हुआ है कि इसका सम्मान भी वहीं अब संभव है। यही तो मोमेंट है। और ये ऐसे ही नहीं हो रहा है दोस्तों। आज के इंडिया मूवमेंट की सबसे विशेष बात यह है कि आज इसमें प्रॉमिस के साथ साथ परफॉर्मेंस भी जुड़ गई है। यहां इतने वरिष्ठ लोग बैठे हैं। आपने तो 2014 से पहले की हेडलाइंस लिखी है, पढ़ी है, रिपोर्ट की है, और तब मेरा जैसा कोई दुकान चलाने वाला नहीं था। पहले क्या हेडलाइंस होती थी? इस सेक्टर में इतने लाख करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला, भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध जनता सड़कों पर उतरी। आज क्या हेडलाइन होती है? भ्रष्टाचार के मामलों में एक्शन के कारण भयभीत भ्रष्टाचारी लामबंद हुए, सड़कों पर उतरे। आप लोगों ने तो घोटालों की खबरें दिखा दिखाकर इतनी टीआरपी बटोरी है। अब आपके पास अपॉर्चुनिटी है, भ्रष्टाचारियों पर कार्रवाई दिखा करके टीआरपी बढ़ाइए। किसी के प्रेशर में ना आए, बैलेंसिंग के चक्कर में ये मौका न गंवाएं। साथियों, पहले शहरों में बम ब्लास्ट की हेडलाइंस होती थी, नक्सली वारदातों की हेडलाइन होती थी। आज शांति और समृद्धि की खबरें ज्यादा आती है। पहले पर्यावरण के नाम पर बड़े बड़े इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट रोके जाने की खबरें आती थी। आज पर्यावरण से जुड़ी पॉजिटिव न्यूज के साथ ही नए हाईवे, एक्सप्रेसवे बनने की खबरें आती हैं। पहले ट्रेनों की दुखद दुर्घटनाओं की खबरें आम बात होती थी। आज आधुनिक ट्रेनों की शुरुआत हेडलाइन बनती है। पहले एयर इंडिया के घोटालों की बेहाली की चर्चा होती थी। आज दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी एयरक्राफ्ट डील की खबरें दुनिया में हेडलाइन बनती है। प्रॉमिस और परफॉर्मेंस का यही बदलाव इंडिया मूवमेंट लेकर आया है। वैसे बात साथियों, जब देश आत्मविश्वास से भरा हो, संकल्प से भरा हो, विदेश भी, दुनिया के विद्वान भी भारत को लेकर आशावान हो, इन सब के बीच निराशा की बातें, हताशा की बातें, भारत को नीचा दिखाने की बातें, भारत का मनोबल तोड़ने की बातें भी होती रहती है। अब हम जानते हैं कि किसी कहीं पर भी शुभ होता है ना, तो काला टीका लगाने की परंपरा रहती है। तो आज इतना शुभ हो रहा है, इतना शुभ हो रहा है कि कुछ लोगों ने काला टीका लगाने का जिम्मा लिया है। और ये इसलिए कि नजर न लग जाए। साथियों, गुलामी के लंबे कालखंड के चलते हमने गरीबी का एक लंबा दौर देखा। ये दौर जितना भी लंबा रहा हो, एक बात हमेशा शाश्वत रही, भारत का गरीब जल्द से जल्द गरीबी से बाहर निकलना चाहता था। आज भी वो दिन भर कड़ी मेहनत करता है। वो ये चाहता है कि उसका जीवन बदले, उसके आने वाली पीढ़ियों का जीवन बदले। वो सिर्फ 2 टाइम की रोटी तक सीमित नहीं रहना चाहता। बीते दशकों में जो भी सरकारें रही हैं, उन्होंने अपने अपने सामर्थ्य और सूझबूझ से कोशिशें भी की है। उन्हीं प्रयासों के हिसाब से उन सरकारों को परिणाम भी मिले हैं। हम नए नतीजे चाहते थे, इसलिए हमने अपनी स्पीड भी बढ़ाई और स्केल भी बढ़ाया। अब जैसे शौचालय तो पहले भी बनते थे, लेकिन हमने रिकॉर्ड तेजी से 11 करोड़ से अधिक टॉयलेट का निर्माण किया। बैंक तो देश में पहले भी थे और गरीबों के नाम पर बैंकों का राष्ट्रीयकरण भी किया गया था। लेकिन हमने, और अभी अरुण जी विस्तार से बता रहे थे, हमने तेजी से 48 करोड़ लोगों को बैंकिंग सिस्टम से जोड़ा। गरीबों के लिए घर की योजना भी पहले थी। उन योजनाओं की स्थिति क्या थी, ये आप लोग भली भांति जानते हैं। हमारी सरकार ने इसे भी पूरी तरह बदला। अब घर का पैसा सीधे उस गरीब के बैंक अकाउंट में भेजा जाता है। अब घर बनाने की पूरी प्रक्रिया की लगातार मॉनिटरिंग होती है और ओनर ड्रिवन स्कीम लेकर के हम चल रहे हैं। और जब ओनर ड्रिवन होता है तो गफले नहीं होते, वो अच्छा घर बनाना चाहता है। हमने पिछले 9 साल में 3 करोड़ से अधिक घर बनाकर गरीबों को दिए हैं। यानी दुनिया के कई देश हैं, पूरा देश नया बना रहे हैं हम। हमारे यहां अक्सर महिलाओं के नाम प्रॉपर्टी नहीं होती है। दुकान खरीदी जाती है पुरुष के नाम, गाड़ी खरीदी जाती है पुरुष के नाम, जमीन खरीदी जाती है पुरुष के नाम। लेकिन हमारी सरकार ने जो घर गरीबों को बनाकर दिए हैं, उसमें से करीब करीब 2.5 करोड़ घर जॉइंट नेम से हैं। उनमें महिलाओं का भी मालिकाना हक है। अब आप सोचिए, गरीब महिला खुद को एम्पावर फील करेगी तो फिर इंडिया मूवमेंट आएगा कि नहीं आएगा? देश में ऐसे कितने ही बदलाव हुए हैं जो इंडिया मूवमेंट को लाए हैं। इनमें से कुछ बदलावों की चर्चा तो मीडिया भी नहीं करता, क्या आप जानते हैं कि पूरे विश्व की एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स की भी है। वर्ल्ड बैंक की रिपोर्ट कहती है कि दुनिया में सिर्फ 30% आबादी के पास ही उनकी प्रॉपर्टी का लीगली रजिस्टर्ड टाइटल है, यानी दुनिया की 70% आबादी के पास उनकी प्रॉपर्टी का कानूनी दस्तावेज नहीं है। प्रॉपर्टी का अधिकार ना होना वैश्विक विकास के सामने बहुत बड़ा अवरोध माना जाता है। दुनिया के अनेक विकसित देश भी इस चुनौती से जूझ रहे हैं, लेकिन आज का भारत इसमें भी लीड ले रहा है। पिछले 2-2.5 साल से भारत में पीएम स्वामित्व योजना चल रही है। टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर उपयोग हो रहा है। भारत के गांवों में ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से जमीन की मैपिंग की जा रही है। अब तक भारत के 2,34,000 गांवों में ड्रोन सर्वे पूरा किया जा चुका है। 1,22,00,000 प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड दिए भी जा चुके हैं। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया का एक और लाभ हुआ है, गांव के लोगों का ये डर भी कम हुआ है कि अगर वो गांव से बाहर गए तो उनके घर या जमीन पर कब्जा हो जाएगा। ऐसे कितने ही साइलेंट रिवॉल्यूशन आज भारत में हो रहे हैं और यही इंडिया मूवमेंट का आधार बन रहा है। एक और उदाहरण किसानों को मिलने वाली मदद का भी है। पहले चुनाव को देखते हुए किसानों को कर्ज माफी की घोषणाएं होती थी, लेकिन करोड़ों किसानों के पास बैंक खाते ही नहीं थे। वे तो और स्रोतों से कर्ज लिया करते थे, उन्हें तो कर्ज माफी का कोई लाभ ही नहीं मिलता था। हमने इस परिस्थिति को भी बदला। पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि से अभी तक लगभग 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए सीधे किसानों के बैंक खाते में भेजा गया है। इसका लाभ देश के उन 11 करोड़ छोटे किसानों को हुआ है जिन्हें पहले कोई पूछता नहीं था। साथियों, किसी भी देश की प्रगति में नीति निर्णयों में ठहराव, स्टैग्नेशन, स्टेटस को एक बहुत बड़ी बाधा होता है। हमारे देश में भी पुरानी सोच और अप्रोच के कारण, कुछ परिवारों की लिमिटेशंस के कारण एक लंबा ठहराव रहा। देश को आगे बढ़ना है तो उसमें हमेशा गतिशीलता होनी चाहिए, साहसिक निर्णय शक्ति होनी चाहिए। देश को आगे बढ़ना है तो उसमें नयापन स्वीकार करने का सामर्थ्य होना चाहिए, उसमें प्रगतिशील मानसिकता होनी चाहिए। देश को आगे बढ़ना है तो उसे अपने देशवासियों की क्षमताओं पर, उनकी प्रतिभा पर भरोसा होना चाहिए और इन सब से ऊपर देश के संकल्पों और सपनों पर देश की जनता का आशीर्वाद होना चाहिए। लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति में जनता की सहभागिता होनी चाहिए। सिर्फ सरकार और सत्ता के माध्यम से समस्याओं का समाधान खोजने का रास्ता बहुत ही लिमिटेड रिजल्ट देता है। लेकिन जब 130 करोड़ देशवासियों का सामर्थ्य जुटता है, जब सबका प्रयास लगता है, तो फिर देश के सामने कोई भी समस्या टिक नहीं पाती। इसके लिए देश के लोगों का सरकार पर भरोसा उतना ही जरूरी है। मुझे संतोष है कि आज देशवासियों में ये विश्वास जगा है कि सरकार को उनकी परवाह है। इसकी और एक वजह भी मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा, और वो है गवर्नेंस में ह्यूमन टच, सुशासन में संवेदनशीलता। हमने गवर्नेंस को ह्यूमन टच दिया है, तब जाकर के इतना बड़ा प्रभाव दिख रहा है। अब जैसे वाइब्रेंट विलेज योजना, दशकों तक बॉर्डर के हमारे गांवों को आखिरी गांव माना गया। हमने उन्हें देश का पहला गांव होने का विश्वास दिया। हमने वहां विकास को प्राथमिकता दी। आज सरकार के अधिकारी, मंत्री इन गांवों में जा रहे हैं, वहां के लोगों से मिल रहे हैं, वहां लंबा वक्त गुजार रहे हैं। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों को भी पहले दिल की और दिल्ली की दूरी बहुत अखरती थी। हमने यहां भी गवर्नेंस को ह्यूमन टच से जोड़ा। अब केंद्र सरकार के मंत्री, जैसे अरुण जी ने बड़े विस्तार से बताया, नियमित रूप से नॉर्थ ईस्ट का विजिट करते हैं, और वो भी स्टेट कैपिटल पर नहीं, डिटेल इंटीरियर में जाते हैं। मैं भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट जाने की हाफ सेंचुरी मार चुका हूं। साथियों, इस संवेदनशीलता ने ना सिर्फ नॉर्थ ईस्ट की दूरी कम की है, बल्कि वहां शांति की स्थापना में भी बहुत मदद की है। आपको यूक्रेन क्राइसिस के दौरान सरकार की कार्य संस्कृति को भी याद करना चाहिए। देश के हजारों परिवार चिंता में थे। हमने करीब करीब 14,000 परिवारों से कनेक्ट किया। हर घर में सरकार का एक प्रतिनिधि भेजा, उन परिवार के अंदर बीच बैठा, सरकार के व्यक्ति के रूप में बैठा। हमने उन्हें मुश्किल घड़ी में विश्वास दिया कि सरकार उनके साथ है। आपको मालूम होगा, कभी कभार ऐसी चीजों को हम इतना उछाल दिया जाता है कि जहां काम करना है उसमें भी रोड़े अटक जाते हैं। और इसलिए हमने पहला काम किया, जाओ भाई उस परिवार में जाके बैठो, उनको रेगुलरली कम्युनिकेट करो। और इसके कारण देश के सब आश्वस्त हुए लोग कि ठीक है भाई, बच्चा वहां है, अभी स्थिति में है, कल आएगा, परसों आएगा, इस स्थिति बनाई। मानवीय संवेदनाओं से भरपूर ऐसी गवर्नेंस से इंडिया मूवमेंट को एनर्जी मिलती है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, अगर गवर्नेंस में ये ह्यूमन टच न होता तो हम कोरोना के खिलाफ इतनी बड़ी लड़ाई भी नहीं जीत सकते थे। साथियों, आज भारत जो कुछ हासिल कर रहा है, उसके पीछे हमारी डेमोक्रेसी की ताकत है, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस की शक्ति है। दुनिया आज देख रही है कि आज भारत में लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से चुनी गई सरकार निर्णायक फैसले ले रही है, और भारत ने दुनिया को दिखाया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर। बीते वर्षों में भारत ने अनेकों नए इंस्टीट्यूशंस का निर्माण किया है। इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस भारत के नेतृत्व में बना। कोएलिशन फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर CDRI का गठन भारत के नेतृत्व में हुआ। नीति आयोग आज भविष्य के रोड मैप को तय करने में बड़ी भूमिका निभा रहा है। नेशनल कंपनी लॉ ट्रिब्यूनल NCLT देश में कॉरपोरेट गवर्नेंस को मजबूत करने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहा है। GST काउंसिल की वजह से देश में आधुनिक टैक्स व्यवस्था बनी है। दुनिया आज देख रही है कि कैसे भारत में ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों की लोकतांत्रिक भागीदारी बढ़ रही है। देश में कोरोना के बीच भी अनेकों चुनाव हुए, सफलतापूर्वक हुए, ये हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस की ताकत है। वैश्विक संकट के बीच आज भारत का अर्थतंत्र मजबूत है, बैंकिंग सिस्टम मजबूत है, ये हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस की ताकत है। हमने दूर सुदूर तक कोरोना की वैक्सीन पहुंचाई, 220 करोड़ से अधिक डोज लगवाई, ये हमारी इंस्टीट्यूशंस की ताकत है। मुझे लगता है हमारी डेमोक्रेसी और हमारे डेमोक्रेटिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस पर इसी वजह से ये सफलता ही कुछ लोगों को चूपती है और इसलिए हमले भी हो रहे हैं। लेकिन मुझे विश्वास है इन हमलों के बीच भी भारत अपने लक्ष्यों की तरफ तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगा, अपने लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करेगा। साथियों, भारत की भूमिका जब ग्लोबल हो रही है तो भारत के मीडिया को भी अपनी भूमिका ग्लोबल बनानी है। सबका प्रयास से ही इंडिया मूवमेंट को हमें सशक्त करना है। आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत की यात्रा को सशक्त करना है। मैं एक बार फिर अरुण जी का, इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप का, मुझे यहाँ आने का अवसर दिया, बात करने का अवसर दिया, इसलिए उनका मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और 2024 में निमंत्रण का जो साहस दिखाया, इसलिए विशेष धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Prime Minister. You have been very generous with your time with us, especially since you have been very busy in the last 75 days. I would like to add to the achievements of the last 75 days that in the India moment, you have also added for us the India Today moment. So thank you very much. This is your 7th time at the India Today Conclave. The conclave has been a very keen and up-close witness to your phenomenal rise. As part of the discipline to hosting you, I spent time going over the past conclaves. What struck me was your conviction and your deep commitment to your values and your cause. Politics is characterized by convenient principles, but you have stuck to your doctrine unapologetically. This, to me, is the secret of your success. What I also now have a greater admiration for is that you laid out your vision and you followed the path and you've emerged as the most popular leader we have ever seen, but on your own terms, as you are. In fact, the system, the narrative, the surround has changed to adopt your way of thinking. You have won the hard way. You said at one of our conclaves, and it stuck with me, "Kuch banne ka nahi, kuch karne ka socho." Since you're a great believer of technology, Prime Minister, I thought you would enjoy meeting our newest anchor, Sana. She is our first AI anchor, and I'd very much like you to meet her. Sana, come say hello.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, हम आभारी हैं कि आप हमारे बीच आए। मेरी ऑन द जॉब लर्निंग अब शुरू हो गई है और 2024 तक मैं देश की सबसे अच्छी जर्नलिस्ट होने की कोशिश करूंगी। उम्मीद करती हूं कि तब आपसे एक एक्सक्लूसिव इंटरव्यू करने का मौका मिलेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Sana. I'm sorry, Prime Minister, she is very ambitious.
I'm sure, PM, you already have a few AI spokespersons in the making, ready for me, and I will be welcoming them in the Aaj Tak AI newsroom. We have an exciting 18 months coming up. Nothing excites politicians and journalists more than an election. In that, we are fully united. May the best team win. Until next time, good night and good luck.
Please put your hands together for the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for gracing us for the 7th time in 20 years of the India Today Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stay put for the next 10 minutes? Please settle down because for security reasons, we'll just have to be here. Give us about 10-15 minutes. Do bear with us. Do settle down. Don't try and make your way outside right now. Please, everybody just sit down for the next 10 minutes.
Spectrum of speakers on these subjects. Pulitzer Prize winner, generals, academics, doctors,